Hello, I am here, guys. Hello, hello, hello. This song is pretty good. I'm gonna be honest. With you. I kind of like this song. This song's pretty good. Oh, now I know. Such a good song. So good. Such a, Can I quit? Quit. Now I know. Da 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 da. All right. Hopefully I don't get too sidetracked with my freaking allergies, dude. Got my tissues on deck because every gamer needs tissues. Hey, Hyundai. Alright. I don't think he did any, any, timestamps, which is bullshit, I know. But, what can you do? Alright, I need to find a place to put this. I'll put this down here. There we go. Perfect. Because he got really lazy. Oh, someone else did timestamps. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh man, but I don't know if he says anything like important in the beginning.
Twitch and moving them exclusively over to YouTube, where I am right now live streaming from DSP Gaming on YouTube, right? And then coming to find out after the fact, weeks after that, supposedly I lost my partnership because I was using hateful speech. Fucking ridiculous nonsense. I'm not one of the least hateful fucking people.
So, I went over this before. He probably does not realize him saying the R word in the past many times is considered hateful slur, and there's all these other insults that can be classified as that, but DSP doesn't think that because he's a positive person. But even over that
there could be in content creation. I don't rant and rave about topics that are gonna have anyone say shit like that. It's just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Ridiculous.
Every once in a while, I say something because I'm pissed off at a game or someone who's already actively attacking me or insulting me. But I'm not a hateful person who sits.
I'm attacking people that insult me. Is he a fucking child? Like, sometimes it might be better off to just not respond. He's such a child. So, sure, you want to, like, insult people who insult you, whatever, but sometimes you gotta be a big boy and say, you know what? Tipster defend him saying, Twitch didn't say the R gamer word isn't specifically banned. But they said hateful slur. That's kind of, encompasses that. It kind of sounds like Tipster doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Because, does Twitch put out a whole list of words? Because I don't think they did. I just think that that's like a hateful slur, and retard is a hateful slur. That came out bad, but you get the idea. Common senses are, yeah, like, I don't know, Tipster, I also think doesn't know what he's talking about as much, because even then, if you put that aside, he has said, faggot, he has said homo on Twitch before, but whatever, I did a whole video on that, it's all good.
on a fucking stream saying hateful
Nah.
things constantly, right? So, the most ridiculous, absolutely most ridiculous month I've had, okay? And since this show was supposed to be in early May, but we saw what happened over the course of the last month. We had the Twitch issues and everything, moving over to YouTube. I'm finally getting around to doing the show. This is actually the 86th episode?
Pretty rough.
Yes, the 86th episode of Ask the King. About a decade this show has been running, which is pretty damn crazy when you really think about it. I don't do it as consistently as I used to. And admittedly, guys, I said this on the pre-stream, and I'm going to say it live on the show as well. For those of you who are longtime viewers of me, longtime viewers of my content, and longtime viewers of this show, Ask the King, I don't know how viable it really is to do it anymore. I'll be honest with all of you, these questions,
early morning.
there wasn't a lot. There was not a lot to work with in order to put together a show this time. And this was me waiting extra weeks, like 2-3 extra weeks from when the show was originally supposed to be broadcast and recorded, and telling people on my
I gotta tell you this weird fucking issue I had with OBS. This made no sense to me. Okay, so I was recording Big Bun Game Club, and out of the blue, for no reason, my okay, a few things, dude. So for the longest time, I could not use the desktop audio source to capture my desktop audio. For the longest time, I could not do anything. So I had to use like an audio input channel to get it, and I would use Soundflower to do that. Out of nowhere, OBS could only accepted my mic as a source for what Soundflower was going through, and it just wouldn't accept the desktop audio anymore. I had to restart the computer. I downloaded a new version of OBS, opened that, and now the audio is going through the proper channel it should have been going through since the beginning of my content. It just blows my fucking mind. OBS. Just normal OBS.
Constantly, please post up your questions. And still, it was hard to put together enough questions for this show. Maybe the era of Ask the King is a bygone era, and maybe we should just accept the fact that because I'm an interactive live streamer, I talk with you guys every single day now, and therefore there's really no reason for an ongoing Q&A show like this.
I kind of feel he's holding out to do episode 100 of Ask the King. I low-key think he wants to do that. He's gonna keep doing this to guilt people into giving more questions, whatever. But I think he's gonna hold out for episode 100, then cancel it. The other thing is that when he was doing this, I knew immediately the whales were gonna come out and make sure he hits the tips goal for Ask the King, because every time he says, "Oh, maybe we shouldn't continue," his whales think that means that he's not making enough money, but it's not the case.
But the thing is, every time I say something like that, the longtime viewers and fans freak out and say, "No, Ask the King is one of the final remnants of what you used to do on YouTube. You know, all those other shows have gone away. DSP Tries It isn't consistent anymore, only happens during special events. There's no more weekend preview. There's no more channel updates. There's no more this or this or this. Ask the King is the one running show you still do, and one of the few pieces of content you put up on your vlogging channel, The King of Hate Vlogs, so keep doing it."
How about, why doesn't he do this instead? Cancel Ask the King and bring back the Hateful Truths. I kind of low-key enjoyed his reviews. Be it that I think his reviews are bad, but it's kind of like I can at least enjoy how bad it is. Way more. I don't know. I mean, it is what it is.
So every single time that I go to say, well, maybe the show shouldn't be done, then you guys want me to do it, and I end up doing it.
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to do the show. Let's see how the show goes today. All right. We're going to have patron questions. Yes, for the first time in like a lot of episodes, we actually have a couple questions.
Super chat, JB. You give us a bunny and some great art to look at. Darksea can't even be bothered to get rid of the wall scuff. Yeah, that's right. I agree, dude.
Questions from patrons.
Oh, shit, I forgot. I don't have the already pop-ups showing. I have the Twitch pop-ups. Whoops. That's good. We'll have both. I'm gonna replay that. There we go.
Because people actually pledged to my Patreon this month to help me out when I lost my Twitch partnership, and thank you to anyone who did. So we're going to have 2 questions from patrons. We're going to have questions posted specifically on the forums, then questions off of my Twitter from over here from earlier today.
All right.
And then when there's time at the end of the show, which likely there'll be at least a segment where I'll be taking live questions from the stream chat as well. All right, so tons of ways to submit your questions. I hope that you will. All right. By the way, if you want to support this show, there's many ways to do so now. You can send a tip live right there on YouTube. Or
okay,
so we're going to have things popping up all over the screen now during my stream.
Now look how he can now move.
So thank you to anyone who does contribute to the stream in advance. In fact, BattleDuck 9000.
What the fuck is going on? 480p. Can we at least do 720, YouTube? Can we at least do 720?
Tipped me $4.20 and said, let's get ready to rumble. And Gary BKK just tipped me $25. So thank you guys for your contributions so far today. Let's get those up on the leaderboard. Gary is...
Okay, let's just skip ahead. This is
with patron questions this time around. 2 patrons wanted to get their questions answered on the show. We start off with Trev Slayer. He says, hey, Phil, good to see you thriving after 12 years of content creation. If you can believe it, I'm coming up on 13. It would be this September, 13 years of content creation now.
Whoa.
A handful of years ago, you used to have such positive comments on your YouTube videos and such.
Oh,
that wasn't a handful of years ago. That was a long time ago. I mean, we're talking probably from the years 2008 through maybe 2012, 2013. Almost every comment was positive. Then, because of the rise of This Is How You Don't Play, we saw a lot of people coming in, and they wanted to get noticed. So they would come in and start saying absolutely disgusting things on my videos. And
now, what's funny is that in the This Is How You Don't Play videos, the comments that were always highlighted were literally comments that were just criticizing the gameplay and not shitting on DSP. And DSP thinks like, oh, they're trying to say nasty stuff to get to me. And to a point, I think that it was a slight issue with, because I don't remember if it was Evil AJ, but I remember some This Is How You Don't Play makers were kind of saying like that they kind of stopped going after comments after a while because it started to get really like try-hardy. Like a lot of comments were kind of being try-hards to get noticed, and I guess DSP agreed with that, dude. But it really doesn't matter.
And I would say over the course of like 2014 to 2016, every comment became a toxic negative comment that was insulting because people wanted to be noticed on the videos, the negative videos made about me. And that's when I think it was 2017, I just turned off all comments. My longtime viewers and supporters said, please just turn off the comments. We can't even go to your videos.
He says this, but every longtime fan that comes to his chat, be it on Twitch or YouTube, they always tell him to turn on comments. So who are these longtime fans? Oh, I know, the silent majority, or is it the silent minority? I think it's the silent majority. Those people want him to turn them off, obviously.
Anymore because it's toxic in the comments. We don't want to deal with it anymore, and that's why I turned it off.
But that makes no sense. How many people watch videos and go straight for the comments and be like, oh my god, look at the comments? Like, I watch a Mega64 video, I don't really go to the comment section. That's like the last place I go. I don't even go to a lot of comment sections anymore. I just gotta watch the video. And honestly, it doesn't even... I don't even think comments really matter these days because... you don't see comments. You can watch YouTube on TV, on your phone, whatever, and comments are not really easily viewable. They are easily viewable on mobile devices and computers, but I mean, you're not really going there because you usually just watch the video. And to a point, yeah, it does kill his engagement, but I mean, he wasn't getting any engagement even with them on anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay. He said, now you can't even enable comments on stream on YouTube without an extreme amount of trolling. Absolutely.
He does enable comments on his streams. It's called stream chat.
Go to your videos anymore because it's toxic in the comments. We don't want to deal with it anymore, and that's why I turned it off. Okay? He said, now you can't even enable comments on stream on YouTube without an extreme amount of trolling. Absolutely correct.
But he gets trolling in the stream chat now. Okay.
Why do you think the internet became so toxic? Well, just like everything, the internet...
Why do you think the internet's gone so toxic is such a meme fucking question. Why do you think the internet is toxic? It's the fucking internet, and it's... In reality, I mean, you think people are like super kind to random people all the time? Like, why do you think there are bullies? Why do you think there are assholes in schools? Why do you think there's just assholes in general? I mean, it's fucking humanity.
Internet, well, it changes over time, and as it becomes more mainstream and more people use it, more people find out ways to abuse it. Just being honest.
And it's also kind of silly to sit there and say that the internet has gone more toxic over the years. I would argue it was more toxic back then than it is now. Sure, there's still, like, shit that goes on the internet that's fucked up, sure, but, I mean, you had the heyday of 4chan back in the day. You had people really going to, like, who didn't even know, like, it's kind of like how you see kids venture onto the internet now, where they're just trusting strangers on the internet. They might be giving like too much information, all this stuff, because they're kids. They don't know the internet that well, and all that stuff was kind of going on as it was going on, whatever. And now people are kind of understanding it better. I wouldn't say it's more toxic that much, but whatever.
Honest, you know, with the internet, it's still to this day, unless you're doing some like horrendous crime, right? Like, you know, you're stalking someone to the point where you're threatening to kill them, or child pornography, or using the internet to have slaves be sold. I'm serious, this happens. Besides those like crazy...
Dude, this stuff happens. No shit, bad stuff happens in the world. Guys, can you imagine? People were selling slaves even before the dawn of the internet. Oh my god. Whoa.
Crazy things that like the FBI and shit would investigate. Most things that go on the internet just never get investigated, and there's no consequences for any.
Okay, so he lists all these heinous crimes that inflict harm on people. Stalking, killing, threats of killing, all these things that are like serious crimes. And he's like, well, but you know, you see the other side that's like, someone called me a doo-doo head. That's not even looked at, because those are minimal things. Like, if you go through the stuff that even like that Christian goes through, DSP goes through, and all of this stuff, sure, you could argue that it's kind of it gets taken out, you know, way too far. But I mean, even then, it's like, well, these are technically crimes that could be reported. It's just that it's a little bit more tricky, because these people could be anywhere on the planet. They could be in Greece. They could be in Russia. They could be in Africa. So how are you going to enforce laws on someone if they don't live in the same state, let alone a country? So how would that work?
Any of them. Like, you could get away with so much really nasty, destructive, toxic shit on the internet under the guise of anonymity, and no one can do anything about it. When I started on YouTube 13 years ago now, okay? When I posted up...
I like how he says it's anonymity, but he tells us all the time how our real information is posted online every day or whatever the fuck, but okay.
A video on YouTube. Almost every comment would be, wow, here's a new piece of content from Darkside Phil. This is cool. He's a funny guy. Look, he's playing a game. We get to see this game for free. Oh, look, he's playing Street Fighter. He has to add some insight, and we get to see some fun gameplay. Plus, he talks shit, and it's hilarious to hear what he has to say. It was like, and no matter what, people were like, celebratory. We're happy that people are posting up.
Let's go back a bit.
Every comment would be, wow, here's a new piece of... Started on YouTube 13 years ago now. Okay, when I posted up a video on YouTube, almost every comment would be, wow, here's a new piece of content from Darkside Phil. This is cool. He's a funny guy. We get to see this game for free. Oh, look, he's playing Street Fighter.
We get to see this game for free. Yes, that's how people talk. Wow, I gotta see a game for free.
To add some insight, and we get to see some fun gameplay. Plus, he talks shit, and it's hilarious to hear what he has to say. It was like, and no matter what,
These
people
are
were
very
like,
robotic responses.
We're
Celebratory.
happy that people are posting up free content on the internet for us to digest. We don't have to spend anything, but we get to watch entertaining and fun and free content. That was the general attitude on YouTube.
Dude, that's not even why people liked Let's Plays, though. People were not sitting there saying, wow, we gotta see a game for free. It was literally just like, wow, this is interesting and shit like that. Not fucking, whoa, guys, we saw a game for free.
When people were putting comments on videos about 12, 13 years ago. And over the course of time, what ended up happening was that it became more mainstream, more people got into it, and now once it becomes oversaturated, once there's so many people doing something, now the shitheads come in and realize now it's time for us to get away with being toxic, right?
What? Wait, what?
And now once it becomes oversaturated, about 12, 13 years ago. And over the course of time, what ended up happening was that it became more mainstream, more people got into it, and now once it becomes oversaturated, once there's so many people doing something, now the shitheads come in and realize now it's time for us to get away with being toxic.
Wouldn't it be harder for toxic people to get away with it since there's so many people? Wouldn't the positivity drown out the negativity, Phil?
Right? So now, wow, we can create a groupthink mentality of basically cultists who just shit on content creators constantly. If you don't believe me, there's entire websites to this shit.
Wait, what?
Wow, we can create a groupthink mentality of basically cultists who just...
I don't understand this fucking logic. So, we had a few people uploading videos of Let's Plays. And then, over time, more people did it. And since more people did it, then toxic people came in and was like, oh, we can... I guess it's the idea that... oh my god, like, holy shit. This sounds like a cult, because it's kind of like... It's not necessarily a DSP cult, like, you know, on that side. It's more of like a cult of Let's Plays. Because he's making it sound as if, since, let's say that there was 4 people doing Let's Plays, if people were going after one of them, the other 3 would run to that guy's defense. So in DSP land, 13 years ago, if people were making fun of DSP, the other content creators would defend Phil. They would be like, no man, that's fucked up! But since all these people were doing content now, in that time frame, the toxic people are like, oh, we can target Phil since everyone else is distracted. I guess that's what he means, but that makes no fucking sense because I don't think anyone would give a shit, even back then, because people were doing that shit even, like, dude, DSP talks as if trolling was invented specifically for him. That's what it sounds like. It just acts like DSP's acting as if like people invented trolling specifically for him. And that's not the case. Trolling happened even before he started doing videos. And he's like, I mean, everything was positive. Dude, Christian shit was going on even before DSP became a lolcow.
Shit on content creators constantly. If you don't believe me, there's entire websites to this shit. You're talking hundreds of people.
It's the same shit that he thinks Kiwi Farms was designed specifically for him. Kiwi Farms is just for DSP, ignoring the whole story of how Kiwi Farms was made in the first place.
Thousands of people who all just participate in this really disgusting behavior. It's certainly not healthy, and it's certainly not normal behavior, but it exists, and I've had to very, very sadly accept that this is kind of going to exist as long as I'm a content creator, as long as I'm someone who's on the internet, putting myself out here in a public way and putting out content for you guys to digest.
Exactly.
There's going to be people who are
yeah,
going to be toxic
it's hard
and negative,
because
and they're going to attack said content, and are going to attack me and my family personally. There's going to be people who are going to leave negative comments on my streams, my videos. They're going to try to flood every avenue of stuff.
It blows my mind if, like, I kind of would love to see DSP watch that Christian comprehensive Christian video series. I would love for DSP to watch that, and then after that, tell us how he's the most persecuted person on YouTube. Because I mean, you watch that video, it's a roller coaster ride. Christian is probably way more like fucked up than DSP was because of trolling, and it's a roller coaster ride.
That they could do. I mean, don't even get me started on fucking social media and Twitter. All right. Um, I don't know what else to say. Anyone who has a life that's positive and productive and has actual things in their life that are positive and productive, they focus on that. They don't focus on bringing others down. They focus on propping up the things in their life that are good. So the only thing that I can surmise is that number one, in their life that are positive and productive, they focus on negative comments on my streams, my videos. They're going to try to flood every avenue of stuff that they could do. I mean, don't even get me started on fucking social media and Twitter. All right.
Those bug eyes.
I don't know what else to say. Anyone who has a life that's positive and productive.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was watching the bacon sweat video, and yeah, Ludwig, that's a good point. That's a good point. That he was shitting on and he's been doing the LTG gag for a year, if not longer, because I think he joked about him even in 2018 about turning on the face cam, and I'm just sitting there thinking his chat is so dumb that even the people who try to criticize him for the hypocrisy fail to bring up. So Phil, does that mean you can wear the vest for free? Why do we wear the vest for free? Why do you have to pay to see the vest? Because he used to put on the vest for free. And then some dude in his chat one night said, why not make the vest a part of the tips goal?" And then he said, "Okay, let's do it." He used to wear the vest for free. And then his chat decided, "Wait a second, Phil. Why give us the vest for free? Why don't you charge us for it?"
And has actual things in their life that are positive and productive, they focus on that. They don't focus on bringing others down. They focus on propping up the things in their life that are good. So the only thing that I can surmise is that number one, so much content started getting thrown on the internet that people decided that it wasn't anything to celebrate anymore. It's nothing special. And number two, people realized is that actual things in their life that are positive and productive, they focus on that. They don't focus on bringing others down. They focus on propping up the things in their life that are good.
But isn't that kind of... It might not be all the way toxic, but isn't it kind of shitty, like annoying? Like you see someone, like it's one thing to be proud of what you're putting out, and you're proud of the content you make. That's one thing, but I mean, are you really gonna go out of your way every day to be like, "Look what I did! I did this! Look at me! Oh my god, I did this, guys!" It's kind of like it's kind of why people do, like. There was a few posts about this in regards to Butch Hartman. Where they're saying, like, if you look at how many artists draw their self-portraits, it's always like exhausted, tired, like it's always just like exhausted, like a general sense of exhaustion that artists kind of put out or whatever. It's always some stylistic thing. And then you look at Butch Hartman's avatar, and it's always him like a Chad. And it's like no artist makes themselves look like a Chad. That's not to say that artists don't make themselves look happy when they do their self portrait either. It's not that. It's just like it's just kind of like they draw themselves in whatever way. But Butch Hartman goes out of his way to make himself look like a Chad. And then in his videos he's like, "I invented your childhood," and it's like that's not really. And no one has praised Butch Hartman for saying those things. It's always been like, this dude is so full of himself by saying that he invented our childhood. Butch is a piece of shit in his self-portraits. So yeah, like I did a video on, oh my god, I'm sorry if you heard that. I did a video on Butch Hartman because that dude is so much like a fucking Persona 5 villain. It is funny. I showed my friend this video of Butch Hartman as the Persona 5 villain, like the cutscenes of Persona 5 where they read the calling card and like, "Oh, you think it whatever," right? And and someone did that for one of Butch Hartman's videos. I showed him that and he tells me, "I can't take this guy anymore. This guy's annoying." And I was like, yeah, pretty much. Oh my god, dude, I keep banging into this. Sorry.
So the only thing that I can surmise is that number one, so much content started getting thrown on the internet that people decided that it wasn't anything to celebrate anymore. It's nothing special. And number two, people realized
Every villain, Oathkeeper, because in Persona 5, every villain gets a segment where, like, they read the calling card and they kind of, like, have a monologue, how they're, like, the hot shit, whatever. It's pretty much every Persona 5 villain you can kind of see, because all Persona 5 deals with is distorted desires and corrupted people and people who, like, take their desires to the furthest toxic extreme.
that they were miserable and they could share that miserableness with other people across the globe in an anonymous way by trying to ruin their lives through online harassment and being able to get away with it with absolutely zero repercussions. I mean,
Zero repercussions. I mean, it depends on what you're doing, I guess.
all the disgusting stuff that's happened to me over the years, and websites like Twitter, YouTube, they don't really give a shit. They don't really do anything about it. You can mass report someone till the cows come home, and 9 times out of 10, they just don't care. It's only if, like, something truly harmful happens. Like if someone actually posts up real private information about me or an actual death threat.
So, I like how it's like, oh, they only care if it's something serious and, like, deadly. So then, he just kind of admitted that all the trolls do online is not really harmful. Okay.
Then these websites and things will take action.
I mean, technically, DSP should be glad that this is the case, because if he wants Twitter to go after people's accounts and YouTube to go after people's accounts for just being mean, then DSP would also be punished. Because that's kind of what got him off Twitch, if you think about it. Because more and more people have gone harassed on Twitch for, for many reasons, and Twitch is, is attempting to kind of go after these kind of like harmful people, whatever. And he kind of falls under that umbrella because he happens to have these little segments in his streams where he goes off the rails sometimes. So if DSP doesn't want that to keep going on, then he shouldn't be really caring about this. Like, it's all it is just, what? Man, they only care about if I do something harmless. They don't care about these other things that are fucked up. But then it's like, well, then if you want them to cover that, then if you make a tweet, DSP, that says that, oh, look at how toxic these assholes are, they could go after that saying, this, see, DSP's harassing them. Whatever.
But outside of that, they just don't care. It just becomes a way for people. It becomes a harassment avenue. I could go to YouTube and just fucking make fun of someone constantly and make their lives miserable. Let me do it. I could do it because I can get away with it, right?
How is my video making your life miserable, DSP? I guess what it is, it's making his life miserable in the sense that he has to put up with people coming into his stream chat, bringing it up in his chat all the time. But that's not really that bad. It's just annoying. You just ban them then, DSP. I mean, there are things that are just annoying. I was watching an old Tevin video, and Tevin was talking about like the Banjo-Kazooie playthrough where he was getting handheld through the email. He was like saying like he would get annoyed if people were to email him walkthroughs on how to beat a game he's playing, and it's like that would annoy me, etc. And all this stuff, like things just happen on the internet that just annoy you. You just ban them. That's why like I don't get why like these websites give you the tools to either like block someone or to silence them, to mute them, whatever. If you find something annoying, just get it out of your life. You don't need to deal with it. Like, if there's someone on Twitter that's just annoying the shit out of me, and it's like, and it's going over the, like, it's reaching a level, I just block them. like I had a person who would keep making jokes about eating Cleo, and it's like, I don't need to see this anymore. Okay, alright, block. And I moved on with it. There you go, you just deal with it. Like, I don't have to sit there and be like, oh my god, guys, someone's is making jokes about eating Cleo, oh my god, oh. Like, you just block him. And he has these tools and he doesn't use it. He's blocked most of us yet still knows what we say. Yeah. But I mean, man. Yeah, he got eradicated, and then he. Well, it's a whole other thing. We don't need to get into that.
It is what it is.
I
Now,
did what I
again,
did.
someone who has a positive life, someone who has things in their life that they love, positive hobbies, positive friends, family members, significant others, they don't have time for that shit. They don't have time to sit on the internet and hate
Wait, what?
life. Someone who has things in their life that they love, positive hobbies, positive friends, family members,
Positive hobbies. What are negative hobbies?
significant others.
Positive friends, positive families. Okay.
They don't have time for that shit.
How
They
do you
don't have
know?
time to sit on the internet and hate on someone. And
How does he know people don't have time to do that though? People don't have time to hate? Okay.
let me tell you, it's been an eye-opening experience.
I mean, literally, just because someone doesn't make a video doesn't mean that they don't hate people. Like, okay.
Over the last several years, when I actually deal with people who are not from the internet, people who are like in real life, all right, and I meet them in real life and we have conversations about who I am and what I do, they cannot believe the stories I tell them. They just can't. They think I'm fucking with them. They think I'm lying when I say stuff like, "Oh, this person actually did this messed up thing to me or whatever." They actually don't believe me. They actually refuse to believe me. They say, "No, there's no way that that's true.
No, no way.
You're making that up." No, it's real. I have evidence of it. It's documented that this person did a messed up thing.
He's telling people who don't frequent the internet. Of course they're gonna be surprised. Like if I told my mom about Christian shit, she's gonna be like, she'd be confused. Like, and I think I tried to describe it to her in the past, and she was like, "Wow, Theo, it sounds like this kid needs help. I mean, why are people like being mean to him? He needs help, dude." And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. It happens. It's interesting. Whatever. So of course, these people who don't go online, who don't frequent anything, would be confused. They're not gonna know.
And and then they'll be like, "Oh, really?" By the way, shout out to Stray Bullet who just became a member to the channel. There it is. There's the pop-up right there. Sadly, oh man, that kind of sucks. You can't really read it, right? All right, hold on a second. Just for the purposes of this stream, I'm gonna move that pop-up because you can't read that shit at all. I couldn't
Whoa,
read
he
that,
can
right?
move. Guys, he never moved the pop-ups in his career ever in his life. But now he can move them. Wow, guys. He can now move pop-ups. He's slowly learning OBS, kinda.
I'll move it here. I'll move it to the upper right-hand corner. That way you'll be able to read the name. That was bad. I couldn't read a thing on that one. And in fact, I'll probably do the same thing for the tips as well. Where is it? Yeah. I'll move them all to the upper corners. That way you guys can actually read the text.
He used to
Thank
be
you,
able
Stray
to
Bullet,
move
for the
him,
channel
and then he
membership.
stopped
Sorry we
moving
couldn't
him
read
for
your
no
name.
reason.
I
Like, it makes
botched it.
no
It's the first
sense.
time I'm doing this stuff, so apologies there. Okay. So anyway, guys, yeah, people who aren't part of this internet culture, when you tell them the shit that goes down on the internet, they don't believe you. Because they're like, nah, there's no way that people are that bunch of losers. They have no lives. They just sit there on the internet doing this shit all day. Yes. And they can't believe it.
They can't believe there's
To
losers,
tell
dude.
someone that during my bankruptcy process last year, that someone actually called into a phone hearing that I was involved in and impersonated one of my creditors to try to troll me during a stream.
How does he know he impersonated them, though? Because didn't a dude, like, buy his debt? I don't know. It's whatever, I guess.
But they can't believe it. No, there's no way that happened. It's on the internet, dude. Just bring up the video. Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
Really?
Whoa, they picked up a phone and called? Whoa, and then Nancy and Rochelle, whatever the fuck, dismissed it? Wow, man, that's really fucked up, dude. Holy shit. I can't believe someone called in and then their inquiries got thrown out the window. Unbelievable, man. He almost got killed on that phone call that none of the people involved gave a shit about. I can't believe it. Holy shit.
They can't believe it. So anyway, the point I'm making, Trev Slayer, is this happens with everything, though. Like, this is when people realize they can get away with something, and people who just don't have anything productive in their lives to do, they'll fuck around with people. And it's becoming more and more, sadly, more and more apparent that there's a lot of people on this planet who up here they're not they're not aligned like others. You know what I'm saying? Like people who have a busy life
Oh,
that's productive
oh,
don't have
Phil, what? Why are you saying mentally ill? Why are you saying that? Man, he used to say that all the time. Now it's they're not mentally aligned.
on this planet who up here they're not they're not aligned like others. You know what I'm saying?
Are
Like people
they?
who have a busy life.
Are they? Are they? I don't know, Phil. Do they have like a an illness of some sort that deals in the mind? Why are you using different words now? I thought you could say that. I thought that wasn't insulting, Phil. Why are you changing your speech on us all of a sudden? I thought it didn't matter.
That's productive don't have time for that shit. But there's people out there who literally have nothing to do with their lives but just sit on the internet and troll people. And that's fucked up when you think about it. Literally, all you do is sit on the internet and troll people. You don't have a job. You don't have any friends, any family members, no significant other. All you do is sit there on the internet and troll people. Yes.
How does he know their personal life so well that they don't have a family? They don't talk to their family at all. And then like he goes on and on about this. But oh, like Christian had a fake girlfriend for 6 months. And he's acting as if people doing a video is so bad. It's such a bad thing, but I mean, oh man, dude.
And there's thousands of these people. It's not like, oh, there's a couple. There's like thousands upon thousands of these people. They just don't have a life.
Thousands of people. Now, I love that once the SOK went away, and years later, DSP and even after the fucking debunk stream, DSP said that the amount of haters and trolling has decreased. It has been more positive and all this stuff, and now he's saying that there's thousands of haters, and now we're a big army again. I thought we were diminishing. I thought people stopped caring about you, DSP, and in reality, people have moved on. There's been so many people who have moved on from the DSP sphere. It is just whatever now. And now you have people who go into the DSP sphere that don't know what the fuck they're talking about now. Well, in some cases, I mean, I don't want to say all because at least some of them make the effort to try to get the lore correct.
So what's happened is over the last decade, that's actually become common knowledge now. And I think a lot of us didn't know that. A lot of us we all had busy lives. We didn't realize there were this many people with nothing to do. But now we realize that. And now you're
How do they just now realize that when he has been saying this for years? Okay.
to realize, see, if I was going a content creator today was the day when I started being a content creator. I would not tell you my full name. I would not tell you anything about myself, so that way you wouldn't know where I am, where I live. But you know, that's water under the bridge. It's been so long. All my information is public, and people can just fuck with me however they want. You know, but who knew? 13 years ago when I started posting.
This dude in 2008 didn't think there was anything wrong with telling people on the internet his full name. I mean, I can understand making a Facebook account with your full name. I can understand that because that's like at least like a closed network and you're not really thinking much about it. Whatever. I can understand that. But YouTube, forums, Twitch, whatever, and then just putting out your full name when you're doing a YouTube video? I mean, that's insane. Okay.
Posting videos on YouTube that these toxic ass people would attach themselves to me over the time and just be so nasty. You know, I never would have thought that, right? Who the fuck would have thought that?
I guess my dad must have been a fucking, like, future seer, because, dude, I said this in the past before, I still think about it. So, I think I was, what, 10? Maybe I was, like, a teenager, maybe I was even younger, but my dad would just literally told me, Theo, it's great you want to use the internet, but be careful who you talk to. You don't know who's on the other side. They could come over to our house, tie us up, and shoot us with a double-barrel shotgun, Theo. Be careful. And I was like, okay, Dad. Got it. And after that, I was like, yeah, whatever. Like he fucking made sure I was paranoid. But man, this is why he has those dad like. But like, I guess DSP needed my dad to help him. I guess to understand. I mean, he know that back in like 2000, like in the 90s, 2000, whenever like dial up was a thing. And AOL Instant Messenger was a thing. Was when my dad was telling me all these things. I was like, okay, dad, good point, good idea, good thinking.
It's just insane. So anyway, I hope that kind of answers your question. Like, if I were to turn on YouTube comments today, pretty much out of, let's say, 100 comments were on a new video, 98 of them would be negative trolls trying to basically get into a negative video by saying the nastiest thing. They're all in competition to say the nastiest thing and get into a negative video about me. Stream chat's the same way. You got people in here right now.
How does he know people are all in a competition to be noticed? I mean, okay.
Are just sitting here, right? And say all they're doing is they're here to shit. They're just here to pull down their pants and relieve their bowels on my stream. This is all they do.
Now, in Danganronpa, there was a scene where Miyu made a poop joke and DSP groaned and hated it and was like, oh, this is stupid. And look at him now, making fucking Miyu-style humor, guys. He has made... Dude, I'm surprised he didn't laugh when Miyu mentioned poop. I mean, come on, DSP. You make poop jokes, too. This is Miyu-style humor right now.
They literally sit on people's streams and shit all day. That's all they do. All right. No, Chad. Thank you for the super chat, but I'm not going to sue them. That's not how it works. And again, that's the problem with the internet. There's no way. By the way, there's a cool super chat animation. There's no way to do anything. There's no repercussions for anything that they do. You can't hold them accountable for it. They just get away with it. It sucks.
You know, someone brought this up. Almost all of his notifications are from Project 7. The only ones that aren't are some of the tip notifications. Because most of those tip notifications are from the green screen videos he used to do. All the time. But no one makes a GIF that is genuinely creative. And all of them are just DSP's face. Like, all of them are DSP's face. I mean, I have some that have my face in it, but I have others that are like, you know, other stuff. You know, if you tip $6.90, or you know, any variation of 69, you get a notification from for that. I don't know if I made that for a super chat yet though. No, I couldn't because. Yeah, I didn't do that. I need to do some stuff with super chats.
Okay, let's continue on. The next patron question is from Legits, and Legits asks the following: the new Zelda Skyward Sword HD remake has a new fast travel option that is paywalled behind an amiibo. It is already being scalped and sold out everywhere. How do you feel about Nintendo locking critical quality of life in-game features behind having to buy a $25 or more action figure in addition to the full price of the game?
I thought it was $12, but it is $25, which is pretty funny to me, but...
And do you think they will ever stop doing this stuff?
I don't think they'll ever stop. I kind of think whatever management's there now is actually kind of worse because they're making these bad decisions but at the same time, Skyward Sword is a piece of shit game, so I don't really care. I'm not even mad at the amiibo shit. Sure, you could say the amiibo thing is pretty dumb that they put a huge quality of life improvement behind an amiibo. I agree with that, but I'm more annoyed that they're charging $60. Is it 60 or is it 50? I think it's 60 for Skyward Sword on the Switch. And that is just a trash fucking price. Why charge $60? And the game isn't even that good. It's fucking bullshit. I want I paid $60 for a Wind Waker. Give me that. I don't give it. Skyward Sword is ass. The only thing I liked about it was like the story was kind of cool, but other than that, fuck that game. That game is garbage. And people are like, "Oh, the amiibo." Nah, $60 for a trash game is pretty bad.
I mean, honestly, how do you think I'm going to respond to this? Oh, I think it's a great idea. It's just, it's just a great way to show the customer that you really appreciate that they're going out there and
Oh, thanks
rebuying
for
the
the
game from 10
$3
plus years
super
ago
chat, JB.
and
Great
supporting
streaming,
your
great
content, even
chat.
though you haven't put out
Oh,
a
thanks
new
for the $2
Zelda
super
game in
chat,
like 4 or
Zero.
5 years. It's just a great way to
Hey,
show
Cleo,
the
bless
consumer that
this
there's
move to our
value
new
behind
house.
everything. You know, whenever there's on disc content that's locked behind a paywall, that's
The only thing with the Wii U Skyward Sword is that you have to use the Wii Motion, which sucks ass. I hated the Wii Motion. So I'm glad that they kind of improved it for the Switch version, but it's just that game has a lot of issues, and the motion controls were like the final nail in that coffin.
definitely customer appreciation. Let me tell you, it really worked for Capcom 10 years ago when they made Street Fighter Cross Tekken, a game where Street Fighter characters and Capcom characters fought with characters from the Tekken franchise, and they locked like 4 to 6 DLC characters already in the game's code behind a paywall for DLCs. Like, it worked so well that it was the beginning of the end for Ono, the game developer behind, or the lead of the studio behind the fighting games, and it led to eventually his downfall. You know, it was such a great idea. Ooh.
It's okay, Theo. I finally get my Skyward Sword game remastered to enjoy for the modern era, and I can finally waggle my paddles and pretend I am Green Fairy Man. Also 69.
Thanks for the $6.90 tip, and yeah. But yeah, see, that's the animation. It's pretty cool. But what was I gonna say? Shit.
And for Ono, the game developer behind, or the lead of the studio behind the fighting games, and it.
Oh, DSP keeps thinking this was all Ono's decision to put all this DLC behind a paywall, put the DLC on the disc, whatever. It wasn't even Ono's fucking decision. It was Capcom's. How was Capcom's decision the fault of Ono? Ono didn't decide to do this. It was Capcom's. Because, like, this was a decision that was made in Resident Evil 5. Was Ono behind Resident Evil 5 as well? Okay.
Led to eventually his downfall. You know, it was such a great idea. No,
well,
obviously.
Well, Ludwig, I think they were done. I don't think they were. I'm not sure if they were balanced though. But they were finished in the sense that they were on the disc, ready to like be released. It's just that they were locked. I think what would happen is either, or was it like maybe it was patch? Oh no, I think it was. I think they were done. I mean, the versus mode, for example, for Resident Evil 5 was also done. It's just you had to buy that. I mean, but it just wouldn't. But it's not even Ono's fault. I mean, it was Capcom's fault. It was their decision to do it because they wanted to make money.
This is really stupid. Obviously, this is Nintendo saying, once again, we know that we have this cultish following. We know that we have a group of people.
How does he know if they have a cultish fan base? A lot of Nintendo fans called this out immediately when it was announced. Like, I don't think I've seen a lot of people on Twitter praising Nintendo for the Skyloft amiibo. The only thing I've been hearing is that people wanted the Skyloft amiibo because it's a cool ass amiibo. But that's pretty much it.
Who will buy anything we put out. We could put out a turd on a disc, and we could actually call it like Super Smash Duties. Super Smash Duties. And people would buy it. Because for some reason, people put up with abuse from Nintendo, and
Oh yeah, it worked with ARMS, right? Everyone loved ARMS. Everyone bought ARMS. Can't wait for ARMS 2, dude. No, it's gonna be... I got it. The sequel to ARMS will be called Legs.
I don't understand why. Now, it's gotten better in recent years. If you guys didn't know, finally people started holding people accountable. By the way, shout out to Sir Ignatius, who just became a supporter of the channel. Thank you, Sir Ignatius. I appreciate that. Okay.
I think people liked ARMS. It's just that I don't think it did well enough for Nintendo to invest more into that game. So
In recent years, people have finally started holding Nintendo accountable for their mess ups. For example, the Nintendo Switch. The Joy-Cons on the Switch are trash. I'm sorry, some people love it and they're fanboys. They are terrible. They have drift. They are not durable whatsoever.
The people who like the Joy-Cons don't ignore the faults of the Joy-Cons. People like the Joy-Cons for the concept of them being able to like to remove them from the Switch, and they could like relax, like have their arms like more relaxed instead of like this. They can carry the Switch around. I mean, people like they understand it has fundamental flaws in the controllers. They just like the controllers. They probably would want them to be improved. That's probably why they hold them accountable for that. Like, I like the color scheme that the Joy-Cons offer, but they do need to fix the drift and all that, which I don't know if they are going to do it at this point. I don't know. Who knows?
The fact that they sold that as part of the console is a joke. The Joy-Cons are crap. You need to actually buy a third.
Now, I like how he says this, but the PS5 controller has the same issue where it also has drift. And now he's like, oh, well, see, Nintendo has drift. Fuck them. Cleo's going to town on whatever she's eating. Yeah, it's fairly easy to install new thumbsticks and cheap too. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I need to get good
Party
at it.
Controller for your Switch if you're going to play anything seriously on it. The Joy-Cons are meant to be a little gimmick for motion control.
Thanks for subbing to the
if you actually
channel.
try to play a good game
Frank
on the Switch, you need a better controller. It's just a matter of fact. Those Joy-Cons suck. People actually sued Nintendo in a class action lawsuit, and now something is being done by Nintendo screwing over the customers. Finally, after so many years of Nintendo just getting away with it.
How are they getting away with it? Does DSP how long does DSP think lawsuits take? This lawsuit was like a thing since like what, 2018? I think that's when it started getting momentum. And it was an ongoing thing because they kept having these updates about this fucking lawsuit. Like they haven't been getting away with it. It's just these lawsuits take a long time to get to happen and then to like for the end game of it.
Finally, people are starting to hold them accountable. So you would think maybe Nintendo learned, over the past few years, Nintendo actually did a complete 180 on certain things that used to be terrible practices that people put up with. They canceled the Nintendo partnership program on YouTube and just said anyone can upload Nintendo content now, we won't claim it anymore. That was like a huge step forward positive for Nintendo. They finally understood the gaming community and said, okay, we're going to come out and do something that people can share their experiences with our content and we're not going to steal their revenue from it, right? So you thought Nintendo was doing better, and now all of a sudden this story comes out, and you're like, what?
I like how this is the eye-opening moment that Nintendo still does bad business decisions. Why no one should be buddy with fucking corporations. They don't fucking give a shit. They still shut down fan projects. If you want to they want to shut down emulators. They don't give a shit about fans. And I'm thinking about the fan art shit because I think they also don't want people making risque fan art of their characters. So Nintendo still makes bad decisions. They also made the Mario Collection a limited release kind of thing. You can't even buy Super Mario All-Stars anymore unless you find some spare copies at your game store. Other than that, you're not gonna find them anymore. But yeah, now we know Nintendo makes bad decisions, man. Now we know. This is brand new information.
Are you like I just can't believe it. Like, what do they do? How do you
I can't believe
go so far in one direction and say, okay, we're actually learning, and then completely turn around and go back, right? Like, listen, Nintendo really screwed up during.
I like how Disney does this, but he has done this too. Look how his opinions on YouTube streaming and Twitch streaming over the years. But okay.
During the era of the Wii U. The Wii U undersold monstrously to what Nintendo had expected it to sell based on the sales of the Wii. They lost a lot of money on the Wii U. In fact, they lost so much money on the Wii U that most of the games that were released as Wii U exclusives ended up being re-released on the Switch, so the people who didn't buy a Wii
I love that he's toxifying porting games to the Switch. DSP, every console on the planet that's out now all have remasters. They have remastered Resident Evil 4 many times. Do you think Resident Evil 4 was a sleeper hit that no one bought? No one bought Resident Evil 4 when it came on the GameCube and PS2? No. Did Devil May Cry 3 not sell at all? No, they kept re-releasing it. And DSP is sitting there telling us, like, the Wii U version didn't sell so much, so they're porting all the games to the Switch. They've been porting games on every console. Nintendo is not the first to do this. And of course, he toxifies it because he fucking hates Nintendo.
U were able to experience those games on a console people actually bought. Okay?
Is he gonna experience Tokyo Mirage Sessions? No, fucking idiot. Oh my god, he should play Tokyo Mirage Sessions. Oh, whenever you can do JRPGs again in Viewer's Choice, that should win. Because that game... It's gonna get memed in his chat, probably, because I feel his chat would meme fucking vagina bones. Oh man, I still think about that about vagina bones, dude. It's kind of ironic. It says all this with the teacher. Yeah, it's like he does it specifically for this reason.
The first-party titles for the Switch are re-releases of games that were on the Wii U. Okay, the reason that Nintendo actually kind of didn't have a crash during the era of the Wii U was this. This right here.
They didn't have a crash because of an amiibo. Holy shit, dude. He's so delusional. Nintendo is a big fucking company. They could tank one console and they could still make out. Dude, Sony was also a company that was bombing in the TV department. Their TVs were not selling. I think that's not the same now. I think their TVs are doing better now, but I remember in the PS3, PS4 era, their TVs were not selling. Did you see Sony going away? Was Sony going out of business? No, dude. See, their gaming studio was propping them up. They're losing money with the PS3, and their TVs are bombing on top of that. Why do you think Sony's still around, DSP? They're a big company. Nintendo's a big fucking company. They had so many consoles. Holy shit. Whoa. Was this a... I don't think that's a pen I use. It's fine. It's a big fun company, but guys, these things, man, they saved Nintendo single-handedly.
Here, amiibos, because people are such rabid fans of Nintendo that they ran out and they bought these little figurines by the hundreds.
By the hundreds, dude. Yes, I bought 100 of these. I have Urbosa, Joker, Lucy. I had to buy Lucina. I had to. Okay. I think I have more somewhere else, but I had all these amiibos. They're all cool. I mean, I got this. This is a pretty cool one, and I like how he dunks on these. But a lot of times, you know, what's great about amiibos is that these are figures for characters that would not normally get a figure most of the time. I mean, sure, Peach would probably get a fucking figure. She's fucking Peach, but you could probably find amiibos of characters that would never get a figure proper.
In some cases, by the thousands. They obsessed over them. They turned them into collector's items. They purchased so many of them, okay, that Nintendo actually posted profits during quarters when they weren't selling any games significantly.
He says this, but this dude has posted profits for wearing a vest. during parts of the end of the time of his career that are supposed to be dead. This summer is supposed to be a dead time, and he's getting money to put on a vest? A vest! Like, dude, he was getting the vest streak during times when things were slow. He was doing the vest streak. So imagine if someone said, "Wow, Phil, during the summer, this is times when it's slow, you don't make a lot of money, and you only survive because of the vest streak. That's so stupid, man. What the fuck? He'd shit on you and ban you." But man, Nintendo making a figurine for people to buy to make money off? Wow, they're stupid. I can't believe them. They're making content. Ew.
Because people bought these little fucking things. Okay? During those years, I was highly critical of Nintendo and said, why are you rewarding Nintendo for being a bad game developer by buying a little collectible toy? How does this make
the toys do more to the person who buys them than a vest? Think about what you get out of a fucking amiibo for like a second and compare that to what you get from $100 vest. What do you think is a better deal? By paying $12 to $25 for this, or spending $100 to have DSP wear a vest?
any sense? It doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? Why reward the bad behaviors? But people did. All right? So, now here we are, 2021. And in 2021, Nintendo is going to say, we're going to take a feature that was highly recommended and highly requested from gamers in Skyward Sword. The ability to, at any time, go from where you are in the game, whether it's a town or a dungeon, and go to the overworld, because the overworld in Skyward Sword is actually the sky, flying around on your bird.
Now, I can understand the town, like you wanting that for that, but if you're in a dungeon, wouldn't that be kind of fucking stupid? Dungeons can be underground in this game. How would it make sense for Link to go through roofs? I mean, I guess you could argue magic and all that mumbo jumbo, but I mean, all the abilities in Zelda, even before Skyward Sword, they would only teleport you back to the beginning of the dungeon. They wouldn't teleport you back to your fucking horse, or your boat, or whatever. But okay.
Okay? At any moment, you could just do that. Saves you tons of time. You don't have to be busying around, walking around, and wasting your time to get back to the overworld. Great. Great quality of life feature. Thank you for putting that into the re-release coming out later this year. Oh, by the way, you have to buy this $25 amiibo to use it. Like, what the fuck?
Clown mode.
What the fuck?
What the fuck,
Like,
man?
seriously. What the fuck? What is the wrong with I just don't
Stupid
understand
Nintendo trying
I
to make
don't
money.
understand how you can go that far forward.
Yeah, it is. I checked. It is $25. Feels bad, man.
And then go back. I just don't. I don't.
This was $12.
What
by
Nintendo
the way.
was thinking, but
So, big
the
ups.
fact that Legit's literally just said, "Oh, by the way, were you aware that people are scalping those on the internet right now and they're worth a ton of money and people are buying them up and they're sold out everywhere?" You are rewarding the bad behavior, right? Right now,
But who's this? But did they even say the Skyward Sword amiibo was limited? Because I don't think the game is. So why would the amiibo be limited? That'd be kind of dumb. I was only mad about this because he sees 25. Yeah.
worldwide, there's a shortage of consoles that people want the PS5, they want the Xbox Series X, more so the PS5 than the Xbox Series X. The numbers actually show that it's sold at like a 2-to-1 ratio, which is pretty insane when you think about it. But anyway,
What? But
there is a worldwide shortage,
okay.
all right? Scalpers have found ways to buy up all of the consoles, which sucks. Admittedly, that's terrible. Scalpers
no,
should not be able
guys.
to buy consoles.
They're buying product that can be made at any time. Like, do people just think that Nintendo's just not gonna make more? Like, and they've also been reprinting amiibos too. Like, they discontinued Lucina for the longest time, and then they reprinted Lucina, and now I don't think they print her anymore. But they're gonna probably print her again at some point
and keep them out of the hands of actual gamers. Okay, but they have. If you go and you buy a console from a scalper because you're so desperate to have it, you can't get it any other way, and you can't wait to get it legit, you are promoting and actively supporting the bad behavior that you don't want to continue to happen. If you buy from a
This was about Nintendo, and now it's about scalpers. Holy shit, dude.
scalper, you have now enabled that scalper to make money and continue to do what they do. Do you understand? If you, oh, well, it's the lesser of two evils. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because you're
Oh, I forgot to answer this question. My answer to, like, my thought on Nintendo doing this. Oh, I guess I did kind of answer it. I don't really care because the game sucks anyway. Like, I do not like Skyward Sword, and I think people should be more upset about the price of Skyward Sword than the amiibo, because, like, sure, you could say the amiibo is bullshit, but I mean amiibos also always have offered content like that, whatever. But I just think I'm just more upset that Skyward Sword is $60. It's not even like it's not like they remade the game, and it's just kind of bullshit.
rabid Nintendo fanboy, if you go out and you buy the fucking Skyward Sword amiibo to get the fat shout, you are part of the problem. You have enabled Nintendo.
And since he's highlighting the Wolf Link amiibo, it's fair to point out that they gave that amiibo with the game. If you bought Twilight Princess HD physically, you got the amiibo pretty much for free. I think the game was like, what? I think it was $50 because it came with the amiibo. Because I think the game by itself sold for like, what, $40? I think, I don't even know. It's been so long. But they gave that amiibo for free pretty much, which makes more sense. They should kind of bundle the game with the Skyward Sword amiibo. But you know, Nintendo, right?
To do the wrong thing again. What people should collectively do is tell Nintendo to go fuck themselves and not buy the fucking amiibo.
But what if I like the amiibo? I mean, in reality, guys, I kind of like that amiibo. I'm not gonna lie. I like the amiibo. Like I don't like Skyward Sword, but I kind of like Zelda's design in Skyward Sword. I also like Link's design in Skyward Sword. I like some of the designs in that game. Like, I kind of would want that amiibo, kinda, but I mean, if I can't get it, I can't get it. I'm not gonna fucking care. But what if I just want the amiibo, DSP? Should I like? Am I dumb? Am I dumb for just wanting the amiibo?
Say no. We're not going to do that bad behavior. We're going to play the game for what it is. We like the game. We'll support the re-release. We're not going to spend money on a piece of shit that you're ripping us off for because
I think the game's a bigger ripoff than the amiibo, if you ask me. I think the game, the remaster, is the fucking ripoff, dude.
You want to just basically nickel and dime the customer. You don't deserve that, Nintendo. We are rabid supporters of your content. We buy all your games. We promote your games all over the internet.
Nice entitlement, by the way.
Nintendo Directs. These.
We are fans, so we're entitled to get better deals. Why? Why are you entitled to the better deals, DSP? Just because you're a fan, like. And you know what's even funny about this? If you go to like one of the old vlogs of either State of the Stream address or whatever in 2016, DSP describes it. It was whatever, one of the I think it was in October, the vlog where he has the black shirt on, which is a lot of vlogs, but he mentions that he shat on Twitch subs for feeling entitled to get better emotes. He was like, oh, you know, on Twitch, when you sub, these subs would feel entitled that they should get better emotes because they've been paying for the sub, and they've been paying so they should get attention, and they feel so entitled. But here he is saying that, oh, you know what? People should be entitled because we're fans of Nintendo. We bought their games. We should be entitled for better deals. DSP, this is a behavior you shat on in the past. and now he's saying that it's okay to feel entitled. Okay, cool.
Nintendo fanboys go crazy whenever there's a new Smash Brothers character that's going to be revealed and shit.
Whoa.
You see what I'm saying? Like, you could do all these good things. That's all fun. But the moment you buy that amiibo, you have supported the bad behavior and you're part of the problem. Nintendo would not be doing this if they didn't make money hand over fist on amiibos. They wouldn't. Okay? So I'm just saying, you know.
They wouldn't milk you for money at all. No, they wouldn't. Even though they have made bad business decisions to milk money in the past. Did amiibos cause the their virtual console to die? Why? Like, he's like, well, they wouldn't make money hand over fist. They wouldn't be doing this. But then, why do we have to pay a $20 subscription service to have access to old games? And we don't even have access to, like, Earthbound. We can't buy N64 games on the Switch. We can't do all these things on the Switch. But man, the amiibos are the problem. Okay.
You know, that's my take on it. Yes, Nintendo's completely in the wrong. They should not be doing it. But how would Nintendo not know to do that? Because they've been conditioned to think at any moment they can abuse the customer base and the people will just accept it and give them more money. That's how
Nintendo's been abusing the fan base for years. This isn't the first time they abused the fan base, DSP. This isn't new for Nintendo. Nintendo's been doing this for, like, as long as they've been around.
They've been conditioned to think that this is acceptable behavior, so they'll just support it. I don't know. Have you, what is it? Like, is it Stockholm Syndrome? Like, you're abused so much by someone that it becomes, you like it? I just don't understand Nintendo fans these days. I just don't get it. By the way, I am a Nintendo fan, but I'm not one of these people who's going to support this kind of behavior. It's insane. I would never support that.
I'm not a Nintendo fan. I wouldn't support it. That's why I'm buying Skyward Sword at full price day one. Because I don't support Nintendo.
So, it's terrible Nintendo's doing it. It's completely anti-consumer. People should not support it. That's my take on it. That's my opinion. Okay? Okay. Now we move on. Thank you to the patrons. Thank you to everyone who pledged to my Patreon in the last month to help me out with the whole Twitch situation that happened. Thank you to Trev Slayer and Legits for your questions. Now we move on to the forum questions. These are people who posted up on my forums over the course of the last couple of months. Okay?
It's the guy. He's a fan.
Okay. So, Beautiful Butterfly.
But you know what? You know what, Ryan, though? To be kind of fair, they do offer this thing called Game Pass Ultimate that gives you Xbox Live Gold and gives you a huge selection of games. So, sure, Live is kind of a scam, but Game Pass Ultimate is pretty good. I kind of like that. I like that service. It's pretty good, if you ask me. What is this 30 FPS Forbidden West news? Oh, so apparently I didn't even know about this. I guess I only heard it through DSP. So I mean, I guess take it with a grain of salt. But apparently, it's gonna get two modes. It's gonna have like a frame rate mode, which will be like, oh, it's gonna try to aim for 60, but the resolution won't be 4K. I think it's gonna have like it's gonna be like 1080p, but like high frame rate. While there's another mode that prioritizes resolution. So if you want 4K visuals and all that shit, you could do that, but the frame rate will be locked at 30. And DSP, who fucking skip and the reason why I brought this up on Discord last night, Ludwig, was because DSP literally skipped a game on the PS5 specifically for running at 30 frames per second, and he's not gonna skip Horizon because, oh my god, guys, who cares about frame rate, man? It's gonna be a fun game. But he skipped the game for running at 30. I kind of don't care about frame rate. I mean, I know people like want a good performance and good visuals and all this stuff. And to me, I just sit there as like, then you're gonna be having a PC. You're not gonna be buying a console. I mean, it's a console. Like, they want cheap parts so that they don't sell you like a fucking like whatever. I don't know. It is what it is. But I don't know if anybody don't need 4K. Yeah, like I played Resident Evil 8 on frame rate, so I had 60 frames or so, and I like the game a lot for that. So I think I'm just gonna do like the frame rate mode too. 60 should be standard. It should be, but it is what it is.
Asks the following. Hey Phil, in your opinion, what game did you feel didn't deserve the hate that it received? Well, there's a few games over the years. There was two that I had in mind. Now, one I'm remembering and one I can't remember. Oh, I remember now. There's a few games over the
Well,
years
MGS4 is a special case. I mean, that can't be ported even if they wanted to port it.
that sadly, there was this bandwagon mentality to like.
Wait, what was
now,
the question?
one I'm remembering. In your opinion, what game did you feel didn't deserve the hate that it received?
Oh man. I mean, I have a few answers because like I'll give you two games. I'll give you two games. Uh to 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 answer this. You have to bear with me for this one. Okay, bear with me here, guys. The Last of Us 2. Now, of course, I'm not saying the game is great. I'm not gonna say that it didn't deserve the criticisms, but I think the amount of hate that it got, I thought it was a little too much. I don't think the game deserved the amount of hate that Last of Us 2 got. I agree that it's generally not a great game. I don't think it's as good as the first game, but I think that it just got the amount of hate. The fact that you could just seriously just jump on a bandwagon and not even know what you're talking about and just hate on the game is kind of like the amount of hate I think is the whole clown world. That and I guess there's gonna be three games. Ludwig brings up a good point. Death Stranding is another one, but that one Death Stranding, Last of Us 2 to a degree. I could see why those two games got hated on. So I mean with Death Stranding, I think the just writing it off as just a walking sim, I think is a little bit unfair for the game. So I think those two games are that. And then this one is a little personal for me. This one is a little thing that I did a video on it. Persona 3: The Answer. I have seen so many people shit on the answer. I think the answer is great. I love the answer. It is such a good mode. Sure, the challenge is a little ridiculous and it's mean, but I enjoyed the story. Everyone shat on the story saying, "Oh, it's fucking stupid." They I think someone said like, "Oh, they make the main character like not die at the end of the answer." I'm like, "No, he's still dead. He's a fucking door. Is that really living? You're a door? I mean, come on. Come on. You're a fucking door." So, those are my games that I think that don't deserve the hate that they get. I mean, if I were to boil it to one game, I would say Persona 3: The Answer. I dropped the answer, but loved Fez. I love FES. I think Persona 3 is the best Persona game. I like it way more than 5. I like it way more than 4. 3 is the best one. Now, I watched a video of this guy who was analyzing Persona 3, and I didn't even know this. So, in Persona 3, there's a character named Chidori who is girlfriends with Junpei. Junpei and Chidori, they form a relationship, they become buddy and all that stuff. Chidori dies halfway to the end of the game. Chidori dies, and she gives her life to Junpei, so Junpei lives on, etc., etc. I didn't know this. They added this in FES. If you talk to Junpei on specific days and give him correct answers, Chidori will live. She gets brought back to life. And this person I was watching this video saying this is an optional thing, but it kind of ruins the story for Chidori, and I kind of agree with in that regard. But since it's optional, I kind of didn't care. It's like whatever. It's an optional thing, and I didn't get it, so it is what it is. I didn't even know about that. I kept hearing about it. I was like, I didn't see Chidori come to life. I guess this is just a meme. I guess I thought it was something importable, but it's an FES. I didn't know I could save her. I'm glad I didn't because it made the game way better. I think it's kind of BS to bring her back to life, in my opinion. Yeah, I heard about that too, about Shinji too. Ludwig, it made Junpei a better character. That's why, like, Junpei, like, I felt that it made him a better character when she died because he felt it made him a stronger person at the end because he got over it and became a better person because he realized he's not fighting just for him anymore. He's fighting for himself and for Chidori for giving her life to him, and he's going on to fight Nyx and all this stuff. Like, it gave him a better motivation to see the whole game through to the end. Reviving her kind of just like it's just like what's the point? Like, I don't know. I liked that it made Junpei a better character. It made him like a way more like dedicated character throughout.
Well, there's a few games over the
And I
years.
like
There's two
Junpei
that I
too.
had in mind.
Junpei's a
Now,
good
one I'm
character.
remembering and one I can't remember. Oh, I remember now. There's a few games over the years that I feel that sadly there was this bandwagon mentality to like railroad these games in a certain way, and I don't feel that it was fair to do so because when I actually played the games, at least from a perspective of someone who was approaching them from a way that maybe a mainstream reviewer wasn't, I actually really liked the game.
You're
all right.
holding.
The first game is Resident Evil 6. Okay. Now listen. Admittedly, as a fan of the Resident Evil franchise, Resident Evil 6 does not play like Resident Evil at all. It's an action game. It's a third-person co-op action game where you run around. Yes, by the way, BattleDuck, OBS is running properly. Apparently, one of my browser windows is...
Now, I played Resident Evil 6. I'm starting to play that now, again, because I'm playing with my friend. We beat 5 and we're playing 6. I do like the melee system in Resident Evil 6. I think Resident Evil 6 is a good action game. It's kind of a fun action game, but it is such a bizarre fucking game. Like, I don't understand why the fuck did they like. I don't know why Resident Evil 6 is made the way it is. It's a pretty bad game. I think the thing that's kind of shitty about it is that it's way too bloated for its own good. There's too many campaigns. All the campaigns just kind of like repeat themselves, and it's just. I think Chris's and Jake's campaign both get harmed by them being so identical that no matter which one you choose to play first, it ruins the other because you're doing the same shit. I think what Resident Evil 6 kind of does better is the mercenary mode. If Resident Evil 6 was just the mercenaries, it would have been a better game. Like, remember that 3DS game, Resident Evil Mercenaries, whatever? Like, they made a game dedicated for mercenaries. If they did that with the Resident Evil 6 gameplay, it would have been way better. It would have just been way better. I want to play a co-op, but you both have to be so patient with it. And that's a lot to ask. Yeah, like, especially with Leon's campaign. Leon's campaign is so drawn out. It's so slow. It's like, okay.
Up a ton of RAM, and I don't know which one it is. So what I'm going to probably do here, I'm going to close a couple of browser windows and attempt to try to save RAM, because I'm being told that it's all fucked up. I'm like, oh shit. I guess I got to close a few windows here to try to save some RAM, and hopefully nothing, crashes on me. But that was not OBS error. That was actually a RAM alert from my computer saying that my RAM was low. Figure that one out. Okay? So anyway, thank you for that heads up, BattleDuck. He tipped me $1.30. He was concerned that, the stream was going to crash or something. When it's it's fine. The stream's running fine. All right. So anyway, let me get to a, there we go. Get to a dark screen so it doesn't kill my eyes. Okay. So thank you, BattleDuck, for the tip as well. Yeah, Resident Evil 6, okay, was not a good Resident Evil game. In fact, I would go as far to say it really wasn't a Resident Evil game. It didn't play anything like Resident Evil. It basically took that third-person gameplay from Resident Evil 4 and 5 and turned it into an action shooter that was a co-op game. So therefore, any element
Yeah, Battletoads been
Any
been
element
like a
of
cheap bitch
actual
lately, dude.
scariness was pretty much removed. Obviously, the only scary part of Resident Evil 6 was when you were playing as Leon. In the early stages, remember, Leon's at like a university, and all of a sudden all the students were infected
Oh,
and
that part
became
kind of
zombies and
sucked.
shit, and they're coming out of the ground and shit. That's pretty scary. But outside of that one
No.
segment, the rest of the game is just shoot everything. There's no scare, just shoot a monster. Shoot, shoot, shoot. And it really doesn't feel like Resident Evil.
It's not Revelations. It's there's specifically a game just dedicated for mercenaries. The cover of it was Chris from Resident Evil 5 aiming at the butcher guy from Resident Evil 5. It was a launch title. Revelations was way later in the 3DS life cycle. It was like in the halfway point, I think. But the launch title was Resident Evil Mercenaries. Yeah, that's what it was called. Resident Evil Mercenaries 3D. That was the name of it.
Evil 6. Excuse me, it doesn't feel like Resident Evil. But the game itself is out.
I think it was, but you could also play it by yourself. I had the game. I played it by myself, and it was pretty cool. I liked it. I kind of wish I didn't get rid of it. No, I don't think I got rid of it. I think I lost it. I kind of want to play that. I wish they just made that game again. It was so cool. You get to go to a specific map. You can like, oh my god, it was so rad. I just don't know why they didn't want to make it. They should have just done that. Fuck Resident Evil 3 Resistance multiplayer. The new one that's coming out, fuck that too. Just make the mercenaries. Oh shit, this is quite the face.
Outstanding. It's incredibly long for a Resident Evil game. It's got 3.
It's long because it has bloated bullshit you don't need. The campaigns repeat themselves.
3 actual differing campaigns that intersect at times. It's got amazing graphics for the time on those consoles. That game really pushed the limit of what the graphical engines could do. The gameplay was actually refined and good. The gunplay was really well done. And I remember doing a full playthrough of this game when it released. And
these people do not remember how shitty the fucking healing system is in that game. Resident Evil 6's healing system is so fucking ass. It is so convoluted. Oh, you have an herb. Oh, you have to combine the herb. Oh, you have to put the herb in the attaché case. But it's not in the same menu as your inventory. You have to go to another menu. It's so fucking bad. Like, I hate it so much. It just gets in the way. It bogs you down.
Blown away at how fun it was. I loved it, and everyone panned it and said the game sucked shit. I'm like, for Resident Evil, yeah, maybe, but you can't just say the whole game sucks. Like, it doesn't. Like, factually wrong. The game...
How is it factually wrong? The game sucks, DSP. I played it. It's... Like, sure, it's not the worst game ever made, but it's not a good game.
Performs well, it looks good, there's tons of content. Just because it didn't have the survival horror aspects you were looking for doesn't mean it's a bad game.
Oh my god, this dude is sitting there saying this, but he hated 8 for having action. We're talking about 6. 5, I kind of liked 5. 5 is kind of fun, but 5 really relies on you playing with a friend. 6 at least is kind of decent on your own, but yeah, 6 is mostly shooting. What the fuck? Oh, this is a stray cloth. Do I have scissors here? This is gonna bother me all day, I bet. I don't have scissors. Damn it. Guess I'll just have to deal with it.
Isn't really a Resident Evil game. Alright? So that's definitely one game that over the years I have always kind of defended and said I really felt that people gave it a hard time. Alright? Murdered Soul Suspect. Now, I talk about this one, and a lot of people say Phil's completely wrong on this one, and you can disagree with me. That's fine. But Murdered Soul Suspect.
That's fine, but just remember,
where I felt the story was actually
I played the game, so it's
outstanding, and the gameplay was kind of meh. It wasn't terrible. It just wasn't good. But the story was enough to hook me that I liked the game and wanted to keep playing it to the end.
Does he remember the story?
A lot of people said, "Oh, the gameplay was just terrible. I don't want to play the game ever." And I played it for.
You should. I wish Murder Soul Suspect won the fucking viewer's choice. Whatever, the retro playthrough. That should have won.
hour and I got bored or I hated it. I played through the whole thing and actually really enjoyed it because the story was well written. It was a cool supernatural, thriller. And I liked it because of that. You were a detective who could see like ghosts and shit. You could see the other side, you were interacting with them, and it was really cool in that regard. But a lot of people hated that game, so that's another one. Now, the one that overall, over the entirety of my content creation history, that I feel was ridiculously mistreated was Duke Nukem Forever. All right? Duke Nukem Forever is a game that was supposed to come out in the 1990s and was stuck in development hell for over a decade.
Oh, boy.
By the time it came out in the early 2010s, right, I think it was like 2011 or something when it finally came out, the game played like a game from the 1990s. All right? If you liked the original Duke Nukem games, you probably liked Duke Nukem Forever because it played almost identical to those games from the 1990s.
I don't necessarily think that's the case, though, because, doesn't, like, the game have a lot of issues where, like, each part of the game feels like it's a different part of the game? What if the game gets delayed? You don't want this to be No More Heroes Forever. I love that line, Zombie. I love that cutscene so much. But man,
for a modernized game, it sucked ass. It didn't have any like the modern gameplay mechanics. The few things that they did modernize didn't really work very well. And the graphics were definitely not good and up to snuff with modern games. But if you were playing it as a nostalgia check, if you were playing it
what? What? Oh, shit, these people
Long
call
time
center.
no see. GoDaddy took down my tech support site. It was not fair, dude. Apparently it was flagged as a scam site. This is not true. I am a legit businessman. All I wanted was those gift cards, dude. Snort T-pose feels bad, man.
Thanks for the dollar tip, DSP in a call center. Man. That does suck. Fucking GoDaddy piece of shit.
A game that you were a fan of the original Duke Nukem.
But what if the fans didn't like it?
And you wanted to get a nostalgic feel, like this is a new version of an old game. That's exactly what that game did. But when that game came out, it's almost like every single media outlet went out of their way to review it poorly on purpose to create a fervor so people would check out their content.
A fervor. Dude. And he's telling us that the trolls make conspiracy theories. This is a conspiracy theory. He thinks oh my god.
One gaming service had a girl who was like 21 years old who couldn't possibly have even played the classics in the 90s.
A 21-year-old girl. What year did Duke Nukem Forever come out in? I just want to just check the year. I want to see. 2012. Yeah, I think she would be able to play Duke Nukem because if she was 21, she's like a year younger than me. Oh, 2011. So she's exactly my age. Duke Nukem was a thing when I was a kid. Like, she could have played that. I mean, I could have played it too. I didn't play it because I didn't have a PC, dude. But this is so. Oh my god, they had a 21-year-old girl.
So people would check out their content. One gaming service had a girl who was like 21 years old who couldn't possibly.
Man, DSP prolonging the meme of Gamergate, dude.
Have even played the classics in the 90s, review the game.
What would a girl know about Duke Nukem?
And of course she's like, oh, I don't like the gore, I don't like the sexual humor, I don't like this. It's like, did you...
Yeah, because the reviews of her experience of the game. And then he's like, she didn't play the first game, so how would she like it? And the best irony of this whole thing is DSP, The dude who literally hates sexualized content. He can't even handle a scene in a game where a mother's breastfeeding her child, her baby. He can't even handle that. Is crying about a girl not liking sexual humor. Do you see? Maybe she's married. Maybe she was married. Maybe she was an adult. Maybe she was mature and she was like, this game is not mature. This is pretty juvenile, dude. This dude, like what? Avoids Code Vein because it has sexualized content somehow. Somehow that game has sexualized content. But man, fucking this girl saying the same shit I say now? Wow, what an idiot, right?
Did you play the original games? That's exactly what they're going for. So if you like the original games, they hit it dead on what you're looking for. Why'd you have a 21-year-old woman review the game who never played the original and is offended by sexualized content? Like, gee, you think you maybe picked the wrong fucking person to review the game? And that was the mainstream review that they actually put out for the game. It wasn't like, oh, this is one take, here's a different take. That was their official review, was like, terrible game because of these reasons. So, this has happened many times over the years where I feel that gaming media, sadly, just don't do their jobs well. They're not responsible for what they put out. They just feel that because it's a review, it's an opinion, it could be as right or wrong, as negative or positive as we feel. If one day I wake up and I got the runs.
Oh my god, dude, does he thinks that...
So I'm in a real bad mood, and I'm reviewing a game, the runs really piss me off, so I just say the game sucks. That's fine, that's just journalistic integrity. Because
does he think that when people review games negatively, they're like, they had a bad day? This really does project a lot of what he does. Because he has told us in the past that if he's feeling stressed or pissed off, he might take it out on his viewers. And him saying this is kind of projecting that. Yikes.
Because, I'm a journalist and it's protected because it's just an opinion, man. Like, what are you talking about? No. Just like everyone else, all right? Just like everyone else. Basically, what should happen is these companies should be held accountable for what they're doing. They should be held accountable for what they're doing. Not, oh, we're protected.
What does that mean? You have to be held accountable. Does he want people to kill them? Like, you gave this game a low review. You're gonna die. Is it like, dude? There's a video. I like this video so much. I want to watch it. We're gonna watch this video. It's a good video. It's a great video. One of the best. I fucking love this video. It might be cropped for you, but
he was once the greatest.
You're the best reviewer there is. Your game reviews help people decide on what to buy.
You've written a lot of good reviews of a lot of great games. People trust you.
He was once their leader.
Dude, he gave it a 9 out of 10?
He gave the game a 10 out of 10. I trust this guy.
Until one day.
Reviews are in. A lot of 9s and 10s. Of course, we don't want to know what you think.
He said the wrong thing.
Uncharted 3. 8.5.
He gave it an 8.5? That's too low.
8.5? That's it? Do you even know what you did to the Metascore?
Who does this son of a bitch think he is?
You reviewed it lower than the original BioShock!
What score did you want?
That review was an obvious cry for attention. You must have been joking.
He reviewed it lower than Ocarina of Time.
That's just not possible.
What about the Metascore?
You ruined the Metascore. You broke my heart.
I've never played the game before, but I know you're full of shit.
Now the whole internet's pissed off at you!
Look who it is, boys! Old Mr. Deduct a point and a half. 5 is a great score!
Not great enough.
It's almost like the video game companies didn't even pay for your review.
Almost like you're being honest. I don't like that.
Just wait until I tweet about this.
We don't need to give every game a 9 or a 10. Sometimes the game's just okay. Sometimes it's alright. We gave Final Fantasy XIII a perfect score. Why?
I remember Final Fantasy XIII. I bought that piece of shit because the reviews were so good. That's why I want to kill you.
But that's like how, that's like kind of how DSP like views this. Like that's what he wants. He wants all those people who are like, you gave this game this score, that's it. Like that kind of shit. He wants that to happen. He wants that to be a reality.
The guys that it's a fucking opinion piece. That's bullshit. That's complete bullshit. All right. All right. Anyway, that's my take on it. Those are some games that I thought over the years were treated unfairly. Okay. So some people are saying that my stream lagged. From my perspective, looking at it, it didn't. From my perspective, the stream's running beautifully. I'm not seeing any issues.
Perfectly. Tremendously.
I don't know why people are saying that, except maybe something did. I don't know. I don't see anything on my end saying that the stream had any issues. It may be a YouTube issue.
It had issues.
People are saying, yeah, it lagged. They had to refresh. It sounds like a YouTube issue to me. Because everything on my end is still going smooth. I didn't get a warning, nothing. It's still going. That sounds like YouTube screwed up. So.
Fucking YouTube.
That's fine. You may have to refresh your streams or whatever. I apologize for that. It buffered
What the
for 20
fuck was
seconds.
that?
Yeah, and so.
He drinks the water.
That's fine. You may have to refresh your streams or whatever. I apologize for that. It buffered for 20 seconds. Yeah, and you see, I'm looking.
Rubs his
I don't
mouth
think
with his
was,
hand.
it doesn't look like it was something on my end. What I could do, all right, give me a second. I'll double check. I got to go to the PC, obviously. Let me just double check, but I'm pretty sure that I'm good.
Has to go to the PC.
Windows have been open for a long time, and that tends to eat up memory in the background. So, okay. Local Nomad took me $4. He says, I agree with you on Resident Evil 6, but I thought Capcom owes everyone who beat the game on a professional a new controller. Some of the QuickTime events during Sherry's segment require you to violently spin the joystick to complete. Yeah, that was basically the tail end of the era of every game had insane QuickTime events. Remember that?
Remember
there
that?
was this weird era of like 5 years where every single game that was action-based had to have like a million QuickTime events in it. And Resident Evil was definitely one of those franchises for some odd reason. And I can imagine if you're playing it on the hardest difficulty that they probably ramped it up to annoy you, right? So, all right. Thank you very much, Local Nomad, for the tip. Okay. Let's continue.
Oh, now he's
The next
making money
question
off
is
the
from
glasses. Oh my god.
Muffler
If you
Barry.
support him wearing
And
glasses,
they said,
you're part of the
if
problem.
you ever join a role-playing server for content creators, the popular one right now is NoPixel 3.0, a Grand Theft Auto 5 role-playing server.
Role-playing?
You must be whitelisted to...
Bruh. You think DSP is capable of role-fucking-playing? The dude can't even be creative. He has to make himself in every game.
play it. Many streamers who average less than 1,000 viewers have actually joined. The server is regulated. Someone named XQC who averages 85,000 viewers received a 2-week ban for breaking the rules, so there's no trolls. See, here's the thing. I don't think it would work. Even if I was interested, all right? Even if I was interested in playing it, I don't think it would work because I think the trolls would ruin it for me. Like,
How? They
I
ban
think
trolls.
They would find a way to flood the server and kind of fuck it over. You know what I'm saying?
What?
I feel that
they'll ban them.
They would do something to ruin it for me. Even if I did nothing wrong. If I was obeying
Oh
by the
my
rules,
God.
I went on the server role-playing a character or whatever, they would try to do something to ruin it for me. You know?
You know what's
Do
really
something
weird?
in
I
my
just
name or
noticed
just
this.
attack the server.
For some reason, his eyebrows are so on point today. Oh, when he recorded this. Like, usually his eyebrows are, like, faded. you don't really see them, and now it's like, did Cat paint eyebrows on him?
Server because I'm on it, and
Whatever.
then what's going to happen? Even if I'm not doing the thing that's wrong, if enough people do something that's wrong, the people responsible for that server are going to kick me off and say, well, you're just too much trouble, right? I don't feel that it would be something that would work. Now, in reality, I don't know anything about role-playing servers. I don't even know how that would work. What do you have to actually, like, impersonate or play a character? Is there voice acting?
How would role-playing work? Would I have to play a character?
That it would be something that would work. Now, in reality, I don't know anything about role-playing servers. I don't even know how that would work. What do you have to actually, like, impersonate or play a character? Is there voice acting involved? Like, because there's voice communication over GTA 5 Online, right? So you actually have to, like, pretend you're the real character. Like, is it like D&D in Grand Theft Auto, where you're pretending to be the character the whole time and stuff? I don't know how that would work. I don't know anything about
Oh my
role-playing
god.
in a game like that.
Did he just turn off his brain when he was
in
talking
anything like that? But I just feel like even if I tried it, even though you're saying, oh, don't worry, there's all these protections in place and shit, I just feel like they would find a way around it. You know what I mean? I do. I feel like they would find a way around it and fuck it up. If this guy, who apparently is a streamer, gets 85,000 viewers, if he fucks it up, there's got, you know what I mean? I just get the feeling they would get fucked up somehow.
Oh my god.
Not that I have any evidence or anything of that, because I don't know anything about it. All right.
What?
If you guys would,
this stream. So in a pre-stream, he mentioned how there was a question on the forums for Ask the King. Now get this. He said it's not pertinent to Ask the King. Asking questions is not pertinent to Ask the King. And he says, oh, it's a string of consciousness. He wasn't really thinking, whatever. But what was this?
not that I have any evidence or anything of that.
Of what?
Because I don't know anything about it. All right. If you guys would ever be interested in seeing me do something like that, obviously let me know and send that desire my way, and I will look into it. But this is the first I've really ever heard anyone even mentioning it. I didn't even know those servers existed. I didn't know anything about it. Now,
okay, but why would he want to do this? This would eat time into his time with his wife, probably. Because I don't think these people are probably gonna want him to have a life. Nah.
Thank you to Local Nomad. I forgot to call out Gunner Glasses. We raised $50 in tips so far on the stream so far today, so I put on the Gunner Glasses. That's the first tier reward. Remember, tier 2 is $100 I put on a vest, so I forgot. Thank you guys for that support, and that's why I put on the glasses, all right? Moving on, the next question is from Cisco.
Had a drum on his little chicken legs.
Cisco says the following. Social media has proven to be a useful tool when used in a positive way. However, it also has become a very dark place because of bullying.
Oh my god, another toxic question.
Certified. And Cisco says the following.
Holy
Social
shit.
media has proven to be a useful tool when used in a positive way. However, it also has become a very dark place because of bullying, racism, fraud, and other kinds of negativity that many of its users are victims of, with very little to no accountability or punishment for the perpetrators.
You could block the account, and then if the account keeps coming or whatever the fuck, you can report the account. There is consequences. They have fucking a report feature. But you could just block them. That's like that's why they have a block button.
If every social media account required verification with higher level ID credentials, such as passports, rather than just phone numbers and email addresses.
No, not yet.
Do you believe that that would make users think twice before abusing or violating fellow users due to accountability?
No, they'll just make fake driver's license. But then no one would want to use it because, like, this is just really, really dumb. Like, sure, you could say, well, cyberbullying sucks and all this stuff, but then just block the people. Sure, it sucks. Whatever. There's, like, methods to handle it. But I don't think having everyone's personal information is gonna really change anything. And it could also be worse because people know they have that information and still go after you. It doesn't... The people who bully you aren't gonna give a fuck. But that's why, like, you have to, like, fucking... so it's better to have anonymity as it is. Just block people. Like, come on. Like, I don't even think that people who are even, like, who get harassed online are this sensitive. Like, they may just say, like, oh, this really sucks, and, I wish people were to stop, whatever, but I don't even think these people would be so sensitive that they'd want people to post their driver's license to Twitter. I don't even think that they would want that.
Punishment and shame that they would have to face as a result. It's an interesting premise. If you're being allowed to post on a social media site, number one, should you have to provide more information to prove you are in real life who you're actually saying you are? Can you just not make one of these crazy throwaway burner accounts? Instead, you actually have to have a verified identity in order to have a social media account. In addition, would people be held accountable for their actions on social media rather than just how it is now, which is literally, oh, it's the Wild West. If someone does something wrong, just block that person and don't deal with them ever again. But that person never gets any kind of consequence, you see? And by the way, even today, let's say, for example, you're on Twitter. Someone harasses you on Twitter. Someone says nasty shit to you. And you report them to Twitter, and Twitter says, okay, that's a violation of our rules, and they shut down their account. Within 2 seconds, they can just make a new account. Because you don't have to give any real-life information to prove who you are, so you can just make bullshit up and get a new account within minutes. Same thing here on YouTube. Why do you think, since I came...
so then just just block them. Like, the thing is that, like, I can understand, like, in the idea of streaming, like, some streamers might get harassed by someone in their chat, but they usually just block them, they move on, whatever, they don't really try to bring attention to it. But when it comes to, like, Twitter, for example, people just block them. If someone is just giving you shit, just block them if it's really that bad. Like, that's why they give you the option to block. Like, that's why I don't really quite get, like, it's one thing to block for dumb bullshit, but it's another to, like, okay, this guy's doing the same shit every day. I had enough. Fuck it, I'm gonna block this person. And then you move on. If that dude makes another account and he does the same shit, block them again. Like, that's kind of why it exists. And eventually they're just gonna give up because they'll just keep blocking their socks. But, I mean, it's different than just being like, oh, this guy says that he likes Street Fighter 5, block that guy. Like, that's a little different, but...
from Twitch to YouTube, that the YouTube chat is such a mess. Because people can just keep making these crappy burner accounts that don't mean anything and have no verification of who they really are within minutes. So, it's an interesting take, since this is a rampant problem now, and since we're now seeing...
But I honestly wouldn't... But even I, like I wouldn't want people's personal information to be stored on a corporate data server like Twitter, Facebook, what have you. I just think that, sure, if someone's being bad, I mean, block them if it's like... I mean, these websites have their terms of service for a reason. If they're doing stuff that is warranting of an account suspension, they'll get their account suspended. But if they're just being, like, a dick, just block them and move on. Like, I don't think that these websites should have the right to get personal information. And I also don't even think that these websites should be held accountable for what's going on their sites. For the most part, I think they can they can have their own policies, and they can have their own terms of service that they can suspend accounts for, etc., etc. But I don't think they need any more power than that. I think they have enough power as it is. They don't need to have more access to more information on their users. I mean, they have enough information as it is. We shouldn't be giving these websites more information like that.
People who are being actually abused online. It's a difference between, oh, it was just someone making a few jokes versus someone's being systematically abused online. Their identity is being stolen. They're being treated like shit. You know what I mean?
Identity being stolen is a crime, DSP, and they could get in trouble for that, but it's probably... people probably wouldn't care unless it's, like, legit identity theft. Then, oh, a dude made a Twitter account that has my name. Like, slightly different.
they go, they're getting harassed. Should there be accountability for that? Obviously, as someone who's been through that for the greater part of, like, you know, I'd say argue 6 to 7 years now straight that this has happened to me. Yeah. Obviously, I feel that there should be accountability. The problem is, it goes both ways, and there's a slippery slope here that we have to be careful of, right? When you're giving your personal information to every fucking website you go to, that's your personal information, and if that leaks on the internet, you don't want it out there. Someone could then use that information to harass you even further, right? So let's say, for example, to go on Twitter, you have to actually show them your driver's license and prove that that's you. And if someone tries to make a duplicate account, it's the same person, they don't let you make duplicate accounts. So in essence, you'd only ever be able to make one Twitter account. And therefore, if it ever gets banned, you're shot. You can't use Twitter anymore, right? Of course, this is all hypothetical because you know...
But isn't that the point of having, like, a cell phone number associated with your account so they'll text you to, like, get verified and all this stuff? Like,
people would find a way around it. You know, people would have a fake driver's license and this and that. How on earth would the staff of fucking Twitter be able to figure out who's real and who's not? They probably wouldn't be able to with any degree of accuracy. All right? But at the very least, a level of security there that doesn't exist right now, do you think that would deter people? No. I don't think it would deter people at all. I just think you'd have people acting like assholes and getting banned and then not being able to continue that inappropriate behavior.
Yeah, that'll be the new meme. Do you have a license to be here? Where's your license? Show me your license, buddy. Do you know what you just did? You know what you just tweeted? Let me see your license. Okay, sir, I'm gonna give you a warning. You posted some risque content, but I'll lay off with a warning this time. So, but I see it again, I'm gonna write a full-on ticket.
But my concern would be these companies, as is today, are not secure. How many times do you hear about a data breach? This company had a data breach. That company had a data breach. Oops, our database was accessed by someone on the outside who shouldn't have had access. And even though we don't have any concrete evidence that any personal information could have been leaked, there's a possibility. And therefore, we're going to provide you with a year of free identity theft protection service right here at this link. I'm not, over the course of me being an adult.
Okay.
I think that's happened to me like 5-6 times. Like, I remember a long time ago, I can't remember what it was, but one of the schools that I went to contacted me over the years and said they had a data breach. It wasn't my main university. I guess there was like another school that I'd gone to, I think for like my master's degree at one point.
Oh, this is good.
And
good
they said they had a data
us.
breach. The internet, all the shit was on the internet. You get this all the time with forum dumps, like old ass forums that don't exist anymore or went out of business, but you registered for the forum and somehow your information, your email, your old password from the forum gets dumped on the internet, right?
Yeah, that's how. By the way, that's how he got hacked in 2017, I believe. Wait, when did Agents of Mayhem come out? Well, that year when Agents of Mayhem came out, he used the same password for everything. Everything, like it's ridiculous. Thanks for the YouTube sub, Jen Mogi.
Tends to happen. Hell, I got it from a bank that I had a credit card with once. Oh, sorry, all the information got leaked. And the thing is, like, there's really no recourse for that. When you sign up for those companies, in their terms of service and shit, it always says we're not responsible for a data breach and shit like that. That's just a risk you're taking by giving them your personal info. That's a risk you're taking. And it's just one that you're expected to take. I don't see how that works because I think that if a company is given your personal information, it should be under their responsibility to protect that information and make sure it doesn't get into the wrong hands. And if it does, you should be able to sue the fuck out of them. But apparently all these...
It's so hard to, like, protect... If a hacker wants to get in, they're gonna get in. So what would suing Twitter do? Oh my god, you got outsmarted by a hacker, Twitter. Fuck you. Like, you're gonna probably want to sue the hacker than Twitter. I mean, whatever. Okay, I mean, even the government can be hacked, but I guess their responsibility, but I don't like. I get it. I get that is their responsibility, but I think it's a little much to be like, well, fuck them. I mean, it's, I don't know, maybe not too that. Well, you guys know what I mean. Maybe if they got confidential DSP, if they got, oh, we get sued. I guess I just think in the long term, like long scope of things, like sure, yeah, you can say, well, Twitter's responsible for the data that they collect, but like they can't really control. Like they could have the best server right now. Let's say that in an ideal world, they have the best IT security. If someone wants to break in, they'll find a way in. So I just think it just would have been better to not have this thing happen in the first place. If they don't collect personal information, this wouldn't be an issue. I guess is what I'm saying. Isn't necessarily like, oh, if you can't sue them. It's more like we shouldn't be put in a situation where this could be a thing.
Companies have these weird agreements, arbitration agreements and shit that say you can't do that. Okay? But I'm not kidding. Like maybe 6 times since I've been an adult, that's happened to me with various accounts and things all over the internet. I get a random letter in the mail. Data breach. Your data may be out there, and therefore here's free identity theft protection for a year. Okay? So what's to say that you go to, say, Twitter or Facebook or YouTube or, you know what I mean? And you create an account. Oh, you need to verify your identity. Okay, here's my driver's license. Oops, data breach. Your driver's license is now on the internet. Right? So, I don't know. Like, that's what I mean. Like, it's kind of a double-edged sword here. Would there be more protections? Possibly. Maybe you could actually get some of these assholes off the internet and not able to harass people systematically anymore. At the same time, if someone's that dedicated to having no life and harassing someone on the internet, likely they're going to find a way to make fake accounts anyway. And now your real-life information is out there, and what if one of these companies fucks up, and now your information gets accessed by someone, right? Like, it's kind of like, I can see both ways. I can see there could be some good things to it, but there could be some very, 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 very bad things.
Very bad things.
Resulting
bad
from that.
stuff.
You see what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Like, I would need to be convinced by a company. I would need to be convinced by a company that they are responsible enough to handle my personal info, to give them that info. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know if that would add a layer of protection or not. What's to stop someone from just making shit up? I mean, there have been people making fake driver's licenses forever, right? So what's to say that someone wouldn't be able to just do that easily and send that information and do fake stuff? You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean?
So,
okay.
Let's see here. Baby Vaso to me $3 said, it's all about embracing the trolls. They'll never go away. Have you not entertained the idea of requiring a $25 minimum to answer questions about trolls? Ban personal and sexual questions, but if you require $25 or more, everyone wins. What?
What?
So you're saying monetize the troll content?
Monetize the troll content. DSP never monetized troll content. Do not go to KO Gaming and search up "this is how you don't play." Don't fucking do it. Okay? Secondly, he already does it. Just by, if you cheer him bits every day and all that stuff, and you troll him through money, he'll keep you around until you're not useful to him anymore. Then he'll ban you. So, for example, Lies for Soul, everyone's favorite chatter, always gives them money to say some bullshit nonsense. And then, if he were to ever, let's say, stop donating completely, and then says something that DSP doesn't like, alright, enough of you, Buster, you're out of here. Don't bother coming back. And then he bans him. Or unless you make fun of autistic people, then he'll ban you. But totally different.
Anything that's negative about me, a negative question or a negative about trolls, I should monetize that content. Wow.
That is true. That was, like, he kind of worded it in a weasel way, because he was like, well, I didn't ask them if they would do that. They offered it, so it's different. So, since it offered them, it doesn't count, guys, because he didn't demand it. They offered it. Totally different. He wouldn't want to do that, but since it was offered, it's just a bonus. As Sammy Samosa would say, shouts out if you know who Sammy Samosa is, It's just a bonus. It's just a bonus, Freddy. Oh man, remember Sammy Samosa?
About trying to benefit from negativity.
DSP,
Monetize
I
the
am
negativity,
back.
right?
I
No,
was a long
Baby
time
Boss, I'll be very
fan.
honest with you here. I don't think that's ever occurred to me to monetize the negativity. I prefer to try to ignore the negativity or focus on the positivity. If there's a random question I get during Ask the King that has to do with trolls or whatever, you know, I'll try to answer it as matter-of-factly as I can. But I would prefer not to focus in on a big deal. Like, and you know what I mean? Like, here's the thing. I understand what you're saying, but do you want an entire show of toxic questions to be answered? And you know what would happen is people would just say that they're not satisfied with the answers because the whole reason that they asked the question was to troll me anyway. So they'd constantly be trying to bring up problems. Whenever there's money involved, that's when big problems arise. You see what I'm saying? Like right now, these questions were posted on my forum, and people, if I answer your question or not, it's of no consequence, right? People who pledge to my Patreon, I fully answer their questions in a big amount of detail because these are positive people who are supporters of mine and want their questions answered.
Oh, yeah, positive
but now,
people.
let's say, it's $25 to get a question answered that's a
the first question really
right?
wasn't positive.
Not only do we have an entire segment of this show that would be arguably really negative and real fans wouldn't like, but in addition to that, the trolls would just fucking try to hurt me anyway. So, for example, they would say, oh, well, I pledged to Phil's Patreon. He didn't answer my question the way that I wanted. And therefore, I'm going to complain to Patreon and say he doesn't go through his pledges properly.
But couldn't they do that now? Okay.
To try to get him out of the program. You see what I'm saying?
Wouldn't they try to do that back when you took money for Project 7 and didn't deliver? Couldn't they done that anyway as it is? They could literally, if they would weasel around that, they'll just tip for the... Actually, no, let's go to his Patreon for a second. So also we've been to his Patreon. Dude, they could do that right now with this. Patrons who donate $5 or more a month will receive exclusive forum title and section to post on my website. Okay, this part is accurate. Okay. In addition, you'll be included in the nominating voting process when Twitch channel subscriber milestones are hit. You will be a part of the discussion process on what gets played during multiple events in the past. These have included Patron's Choice, which he doesn't do anymore, which game I play during mini marathons, and much more. This is a recurring perk. He doesn't even do this anymore. He doesn't do Patron's Choice. So someone, I guess in DSP land, could pledge $5, report to Patreon. He doesn't do this, and then they'll remove him from the site supposedly. And then this one says he'll get a verbal thank you shout out during the ongoing vlog series, including Ask the King. Hate Live doesn't do Hate Live anymore. Is a recurring. 20 is what? You get Ask the King. Priority section. Okay, so I guess he does do $20, but the $5 one, people could say that he doesn't do. So...
So it doesn't matter.
He's not going to change it anymore, Ludwig. He announced it, I think, sometime this week, that now that he's doing membership goals again, he's not going to do anything with Patreon ever again. So that's going to die again, which makes no sense. But you know what? Less money for him, I guess. No, he's still debating it.
It doesn't matter if you're trying to monetize or not. They're just going to try to spin it in a negative way. So I would just rather not do that and not open the can of worms. You know what I mean? Why hit the hornet's nest with that big stick? Fuck that. Stay away from the hornet's nest, right? Okay. Let's do one more question, then we'll take our first break for the show. So this question is from Hans Sala, and he says, what are your thoughts on games being announced way too early? Do you think that a game will lose its hype and people lose interest as time passes? Why do you think that they do it? One example would be Elden Ring. It was announced before 700 days.
Elden Ring, this dude. Oh my god. These Elden Ring fans are pathetic. Just watch this. Watch. They think waiting for Elden Ring is bad. Oh, let me give you a number, alright. I'm gonna give you a fucking big-ass number. Look at this. Let's see. Bayonetta 3 has no updates since 1,267 days. But these Elden Ring fans are gonna keep crying about, oh man, they announced Elden Ring and it's been 700 days. Oh man, get to Bayonetta 3's level, then we'll talk. Elden Ring's probably gonna come out way before Bayonetta 3. Guarantee. Never heard of Star Citizen? Is that the name? Star Citizen, isn't the Bethesda game? That was not announced. That was, a few years ago. I mean, Bayonetta 3 is gonna hold the world record at this point.
Days have now passed, and there's still no information on that game according to the rumors. It won't even be shown at the upcoming E3. Yeah, here's the thing. When it comes to games promotion.
But in my opinion, I don't. It's really hard to tell. I think in game development, they don't want. I think the idea is that they don't want to announce a game too early, but they have a time frame in mind, so they think it's not going to be that bad, and then things happen that are unforeseen to these developers, and then it just kind of it goes on and on. So I don't think it's necessarily easy for these developers to really put a finger on when they can announce something, because they'll never know how the development's gonna go. Now the idea could be also being said like, oh well, they should have like a proof of concept or like a gameplay video or something before they announce it, whatever, and not just a logo. But they could but that still doesn't really change that anything can still change the development course as well. So you never know.
And when it comes to building hype for a game, all right, I think now these game studios are realizing that there's a way to go about it not to create unreasonable expectations, all right? For example, a game like Cyberpunk 2077. That game was announced so long ago, and then no information for an extended period of time. Then you'd be given a piece of information that promised something, and then they start showing gameplay of it years later, and that's
game trailers never promise stuff that doesn't show up in the game. That never happens.
Representative of what the final game's going to be. It's just an idea. Okay.
Idea. That was a weird way to say that.
You see what I'm saying? Like, Cyberpunk is the textbook way not to do it. They built up so much hype for their own game through promises they couldn't keep, through showing the game over the years in ways that wasn't even the real game. It was actual fake. They were claiming it was in-game content. It wasn't. It was all pre-rendered shit that was not really game engine stuff. It was bullshit. They lied.
Whoa. I've never seen that happen in games at all.
When you hype a game up so much, you have such high expectations by the time it comes out, there's no way you're ever going to live up to them. Now, by the way, I'm not defending CD Projekt Red because they fucked that game up royally. Everyone knows how bad that game is. And still is. Even after how many months now? 6-7 months? It's not a good game. Still now, it's a piece of shit. Okay?
Whatever.
There's got to be a way to balance...
I mean, I enjoy the game, but it is what it is.
Hype and anticipation for a game with actual knowledge or information of the development cycle of said game to a final product. And I don't know if it's 2 years, I don't know if it's 3 years, if it's 1 year. Like, for example, I don't know if there's a sweet spot or if there's an exact direct formula yet. But I think what these game developers are now realizing is if you announce a game way too early, you will create this air of anticipation that you then can never live up to, because people have been waiting for this game for so long. No matter what you put out, it will not be good enough, you see? Dying Light 2 was announced how many years ago? I want to say 4, 5. I remember, at least 2 E3s ago. Now, last year there was no E3. So it's not E3 2019. We're probably talking E3 2018, where they announced the game and there was gameplay footage of it and everything, right? And this game has just been stuck in development hell for like 4 years. It's crazy how long it's been in development, and still We don't have information about this game. Finally, today we got it. It's coming out in December, right? Now, after waiting 4 or 5 years for the game, do you really think that whatever comes out in December, that people are going to be super happy with it? Because they waited for so long, you see? Elden Ring is a game that's being developed by From Software, arguably one of the biggest AAA studios now in the world, because they put out a special kind of game that people really enjoy. All right, the ultra difficult, unforgiving kind of game, and full of lore, great graphics, usually great gameplay elements, right?
Gameplay.
But Elden Ring's been in development now for, like he just said, over 2 years. We knew about it. All we knew is that the maker of Game of Thrones would be involved in it. We didn't know to what capacity, but that just built up more hype for it. But the fact that we haven't seen any significant gameplay out of this game at all, in how long, right? In how effing long? It's just like out of control. And what happens is this is going to build up resentment. This is going to build up feelings of being upset, because this is a fan base that's now become so into the From Software formula. They want those games. There's entire streamers that all they do is stream From Software games. And there's not that many. There's not that many. You know, the Soulsborne games, there's not that many of them. So how you make...
Well, From Software made other games too, DSP. They didn't just make that. I mean, it's... Like, if I want to be a full-time Atlas streamer, Atlas made a lot of games. I mean, there's the SMT games, there's Devil Summoner, is it Devil Revolver? There's like 2 Devil games that have such, like, oddly similar names. The Persona franchise, like, I got games, dude.
Content out of that constantly.
They should become Atlas streamers. Ooh, Catherine, I want to stream that. Catherine's pretty good. I like that game.
You know, I hear, oh, a game's coming out. I'm like, that's great. Is there any information about the game? Do we have any idea when it's coming out or anything? I don't get...
They did Trauma Center? I played that game. I did not like that game at all. I like the characters, though, but I just couldn't get into it.
Hype for a gameplay trailer anymore. I just don't. When I see a first trailer...
Wait, they published a Double Dragon game? I know, like, Way Forward and Arc System did. But maybe it's a different Double Dragon game.
Announcement for a game, I don't get hyped at all. I'm happy to know a game's being developed, but I don't get hyped for it anymore. Because just because there was a gameplay trailer today doesn't mean you're going to see that in the next 5 years. Why get hyped over something that you're going to...
He was hyped for E3 earlier this week. He was like, oh man, E3's coming, it's got a lot of new game releases, can't wait, it's gonna be great gaming news. Oh my god, they showed Horizon Zero Dawn, oh my god! And now it's like, I don't get hyped, man.
Wait that long for? That anticipation is just gonna gnaw away at you and make you feel awful, you know?
He says this while he's hyped for the new God of War game.
I actually feel now that we're seeing certain games like Cyberpunk flop completely, you know CD Projekt Red is very, very remorseful that they did what they did with that game, and that they announced it so early.
Oh my god, these
that
words.
They had to redesign it multiple times during its life cycle, and they weren't transparent with the stuff they were putting out to the public about it. You know. They're like, fuck, man, we can never do that again. In fact, if they're working on a new Witcher or they're working on another project, I would guarantee you're not going to hear anything about it until like a year before it's ready. Because they don't want to make that same mistake again. You see? And the same thing with Elden Ring.
That's like, a little silly.
If From Software wasn't ready to start putting out information about Elden Ring, why even tell anyone about it? I don't understand that. Why did they even bother announcing it if they weren't ready to give any kind of info at all? Like, and then we get a leak. Remember earlier this year, what was it, 2-3 months ago? There was an actual leak, what it appears to be a legitimate gameplay trailer for the game that they were probably going to be releasing around Summer Games Fest, E3 time. They likely were going to be releasing that around now. That leaked.
The leak claimed that it was going to show up at the end of March. And it never showed up. And now he's claiming that it was going to be now. I think it was a fake leak and people fell for it because, you know.
They were silent. Completely radio silent. No response, nothing about if it's legit or not. And now the rumor is they're not even going to present anything at E3 or Games Fest. It's like, wait, what?
Oh, now there's
a trailer ready, so obviously you were going to. You see? So
now there's a rumor, dude.
For me.
And he doesn't, and then he forgets again that there's a whole pandemic. I don't think they want to travel to America just yet, DSP, to show this game.
I feel that, yes, there has to be like a newly established way to go about game promotion, and it can't be announce your game way before it's ready. Beyond Good and Evil 2, are you kidding me? Is that game even still being made? That game was announced how many years ago, and we have nothing. We
What about
haven't
Bayonetta 3?
a single piece of gameplay yet.
Metroid Prime 4.
So why do we care? Why did we get hype about it 4 or 5 years ago, right? So yeah, I think game companies are going to be a lot more skeptical about when they announce things. They basically need to have a game ready and in the pipeline. So if you can release your game within the next year, announce it and hype it up and promote it. But if you can't, don't bother, because all you're going to do is get people that are overhyped and disappointed by the time it finally comes out. That's my take on it. Okay. All right, really quickly. Only Ice Coffee tipped me $1.30 saying he accidentally forgot to post up his Patreon question. But
very quickly, let me just answer his
he's
question.
wondering, do I have any regrets in my life about his streaming career? And if so, what would be the biggest regret for life in my career?
Wow, I thought you'd... Wow. Oh, I see. He paid for a question and then paid again to ask a question. Great job there, buddy. Oh man. I do not have any regrets. Okay, so I'm a perfect being. I don't know how to answer that because I don't really think a lot about that kind of stuff. I have more regrets about other stuff, but that's another deal.
I mean, my regret is that my personal life, sadly,
oh
gets
my
affected by
god,
this. Like, I love what I do for a living, but my personal life should not be affected by things that happen. And it.
You know what's funny? Back in the day, back in what, like when he first went to Twitch and all this stuff, he went out of his way to say, you know, I regret I didn't come to Twitch earlier. You guys were trying to tell me that Twitch was cool and I never listened. I really wish he would have these like little segments where he regret not listening to his fans, and now it's I regret not being you know, for being too open or whatever.
Does all the time, you know, it does. My ability to make to provide for my family shouldn't be affected by, oh, today some dumb fuck over at Twitch decided to cancel my partnership and not tell me why and not legitimize it at all. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean?
And then I go, and my wife is crying because she feels like I've been mistreated awfully, and she's hoping that everything's gonna be okay.
Oh, my wife
Fucked
is
up stuff.
crying.
It shouldn't happen. It just shouldn't happen at all.
Dude, people like have it way worse than just being kicked off of Twitch.
I shouldn't have anything behind the scenes in my personal life affected by what I'm doing on a stream, but it happens all the time. And it's fucked up in that regard.
So, wait. Holy shit. This dude took time to tell us, oh, well, people should be held accountable for the things they do online. They can't just do whatever they want. And now he's telling us, I shouldn't be held accountable for the things I do online. DSP, what do you want? Do you want people to be held accountable or not? Oh, I know. You want other people to be held accountable, but not you, because you're a special boy. Oh, so oh no, it's his livelihood. See, it's his livelihood. Because apparently no one uses the internet for whatever reason. Like, people might use the internet to post their art, post whatever, but if they do negativity, they should not be allowed to use the internet. But DSP, since it's his livelihood, he should be able to say whatever he wants because he needs the internet to live. Because apparently no one else needs the internet for any other reason. Okay, there.
I wish that at some point in my life I had found a way to separate my personal life completely from my professional life. That didn't happen. When I started on YouTube, this was a new thing. I didn't realize that information that I had given out years and years ago would turn into a way to stalk me and basically ruin shit for me behind the scenes constantly. I didn't know that. Okay, I just didn't. And it's fucked up to the lengths that some people go to try to ruin things for me and my family. Being honest here without going to any specifics, there's been some really fucked up, messed up things that have happened to me over the years that I don't talk about on stream because you don't want to give that kind of shit attention. You just don't. Okay? And it's just really messed up that
this isn't giving you
even
attention.
Though I will take personal responsibility for a lot of the things that have happened to me over the years, that a lot of the times it's at least because of the actions of some fucking troll on the internet. You know, how stupid is that? Some dumb fucking troll, some no-life loser
But see, it's very easy to say that the trolls did cause this because the trolls is such a general fucking statement, and anything that happens online, you could just write it off as that. It's such a convenient scapegoat. So of course he's never gonna accept responsibility because why should he? He could just say it's the trolls because he knows they exist. So
actually concretely hurt me, and that's what they want to hear. That's exactly why they do it.
then why are you telling us this then?
But if I don't tell you guys about it and tell you the truth, then I won't even be able to get through half the shit that they do to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just fucked up. And my regret is I wish over the years I would have been able to separate this content from things that affect my personal life. If I could have had it completely separate.
Like, it just blows my mind he says this, and it's just like, you never thought about that? Like, there's a pig, there's, like, come on.
No overcrossing pain, that would have been amazing. Don't get me wrong. The way that I now perform my personal life, separate from my content, has been tremendously helpful. My wife and I love our life right now and want it to continue this way. We don't want to have that overlap right now. Everything that we say and do outside of my streams somehow spills onto the fucking internet. We don't want that. We want to have our own personal life behind the scenes that is not affected by things that I do on my streams, okay? But there's crossovers and there's not much I can do about it. You know, that's probably my biggest regret, I would say.
Yeah, you know, Ian, that is a good point. People have told him in the past to about that, and he made fun of them. He shat on them, said that shut up, I know what I'm doing, etc., etc. Who cares?
I wish that I could have done something differently in that regard, but when I started, I had no idea that anything that I said or did on the internet would result in the amazing amount of negativity and negative influence on my life that it has. Okay?
Oh man, you don't have to go for it to make it be patty right
about
now.
Nintendo. Surely you're not going to play Skyward Sword HD and enable Nintendo's bad behavior for your money. There's no reason to not buy the game. Just don't buy the amiibo. There's nothing wrong with Nintendo over 10 years later re-releasing.
There's nothing wrong with Nintendo overpricing a game that came out on the Wii. No way. There's nothing wrong with that.
Game that a lot of people liked a decade ago. And by the way, my major concern and criticism of the game a decade ago was that the Wii forced you to use motion controls when you played it, and the motion controls were absolutely fucking terrible, and it made the game annoying as shit. Everything about that game I liked except the motion controls. So now that they're re-releasing
is it worth 60
yes,
bucks?
I'm going to replay it, and yes, I'm going to play it without motion controls, so I can actually enjoy what the game was supposed to be before they added in the shitty gimmick. Okay?
Oh, but the game was supposed to be a motion control based game. What does that even mean? He literally just said like, "Oh, I get to play the game the way it was supposed to be until they added motion controls." The game was designed around it. The whole game was based on it. Okay.
That doesn't promote the bad behavior. What promotes the bad behavior is then going out and buying a $25 amiibo. That's the bad behavior that you should not be
I'm buying the
spending,
amiibo,
okay?
by the way. Fuck the game, I'm buying the amiibo. The amiibo is better than the game.
Murdoch has tipped me $50. Says, did you ever get into a physical fight because of a Street Fighter match? No. Not once in my life did I actually have to physically fight anyone as a result of a Street Fighter match. I have resulted people fight. I have witnessed people fight in real life as a result of a Street Fighter match. But I have never myself gotten to that point. I think that's incredibly stupid. If you're letting yourself get
I mean, it's fine. Like, I agree that it's great that you don't have to experience it with the motion controls. I do like that. I do genuinely like that. And I probably would have bought it, but the $60 price tag is just too steep. Too steep for that.
Over a video game, I think you missed the point of the video game and you're an idiot. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really dumb that you would get yourself so worked up over a match in a video game that you're now going to physically fight someone. You're going to.
I mean, I don't hate motion controls, but I just didn't like the motion controls in Zelda.
If you get into a fight over a video game, the answer is yes, you're an idiot. Okay? All right. Thank you, Murdoch. Biggest tip of the day. There will be a vest, but
Cleo with the K.
It's actually time for break. So we're going to take a quick break here. If you're watching live on stream, give me about 10 minutes to take a little break.
I think people's, like,
if you're watching on demand
device
on YouTube,
autocorrects
then
it
there
to
will actually be another part coming up. All right, and I'll have a vest on.
I let it slide sometimes.
I mean, the last vest I wore recently was the camo, the platinum.
Okay, we don't need to hear his vest thinking. Let's think about the vest I'm gonna wear, okay?
Vested. I have indeed been vested. Thank you to everyone who has supported the show so far. Appreciate that very much. If you have not watched part 1 yet,
Respect
on
the
YouTube, I
K,
recommend
get
you
it
do that
right,
first, since
or
a lot
pay
of
the
questions were
price.
answered in part 1. We're now going to be finishing up the forum
Yeah,
questions.
you know what? There were 2 rabbits. Okay, guys, get this. This is a spooky. Usually, I see only 1 rabbit on my lawn. One wild rabbit, just chilling. I'm like, oh, it's Cleo's boyfriend coming to visit. What do? You better know his place. The day before yesterday, I see 2 rabbits just chilling in the front yard, just chilling. And I was like, holy shit, it's happening, guys. It's fucking happening. And I tried. I know. But this 2 of them were chilling. One got really close to the door. It was fucking crazy. I never seen 2 rabbits here. And then across the street, I think I saw a baby rabbit hopping around. I was like, holy shit, the whole family's here.
Into Twitter questions on this part, okay? So, welcome back, everyone, to Ask the King, episode 86 for May 27th, 2021. Thank you so much, everyone who's chilling with me so far today. See you later, Habib Gaming. He's taking off.
See you later, Habib. Shouts out.
All right, are we ready for the next part? I hope so. All right, so first of all, what I would like to do is take a segment here to say thank you to my patrons, because this particular month, with the fact that Twitch basically ridiculously mistreated me in the way that they did.
No, I don't.
And
I
kicked me
didn't
out of the
adopt them
partnership with no
because if I did adopt them, the Cleo, the big bun, probably would have killed them. Rabbits are very, very territorial, so I appreciate them too visiting, but I can't adopt them because then the big bun wouldn't have it.
no justification whatsoever. I needed help, and people stepped up and said, we're going to pledge to Phil's Patreon for the first time in many, many years, just to help him out in this time of need, and I appreciate everyone that did. So what I want to do is give a shout out, and there's a lot of people who pledged who normally wouldn't have.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
And I want to give them some credit and say thank you very much for that. So thank you to the following people who were patrons in this last month, okay? Kevin
And now they're all
Styles,
gonna leave.
Legits, Only Iced Coffee, Big Jeff, over the place. Pollen. I start sneezing.
Oh, shit.
During the break, by the way, I started Player, LM, Maya the Bees, Planet Jeff, Rashed Bash, excuse me.
Oh.
During the break, by the way, I step out of my office, I go into the bathroom,
Cleo protecting
use
the
it,
family
and
unit.
I sneeze all over the place. Pollen. I start sneezing everywhere. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. So now, my post-nasal drip is going crazy. It's going down my throat.
I mean, it's her
bothering me. I'm like,
mansion.
you gotta be kidding me. I was fine. And then the
That
moment I
cage is
stepped
her
out of this
mansion.
office, there was pollen, and it affected me. I'm like, this really sucks. Anyway, let's continue. Tilikum, Trey House. Thank you all for your support. In particular, this last month, it really helped me out a lot at a time when I was getting no income from Twitch because they screwed me over. As you guys know, I was attempting to stay on Twitch. That was my intention. My intention was, hey, it may be rough, but I built a community over there and I wanted to stay there. But the moment that they suspended my account for something I did not do was the moment I said, I got to get out of here. It's one thing if it was a false DMCA claim. They were trying to say that I said the N-word, and I never said the N-word. And that was the end of that for me. If you're going to tell me I'm doing something I did not do and punish me for it, I don't even care that in an hour they took a look at it and realized I didn't do it.
No, he says this. What's great about this is that if, let's say, they never lifted the ban for saying the N for that. No, he's talking about the Returnal stream where he said stationary, and he got banned for thinking that was the N word, and they lifted the ban from that. Unless it's another instance, but it was because of that, of that incident. But let's say Twitch never lifted that ban, his channel was still banned, whatever. I guarantee you, this dude would be coming on stream saying, "Okay, if Twitch lifted the ban and apologized, say, hey Phil, we're sorry we messed up. Fine, I go back there right now. But they did apologize. But now that they apologize, he still doesn't want to go back. Fuck him, that was it. But in reality, he didn't want to go back because he was done with Twitch because he got his paycheck on the 15th like he wanted, and that was it. That's why he went back to YouTube. What I'm saying is he's thinking the partnership ban. No, he wasn't talking about the partnership ban in this. He's talking about the channel ban, not the partnership for this.
I don't even care about that. Okay, I really don't. What I care about is that they did the wrong thing to begin with. Someone there, whether it was an automated system, whether it was an actual someone reviewing it out of context and being stupid, whoever it was that suspended Darkside Phil on Twitch, that was the end of it for me. Like, I don't want to be at a place where I can be actually concretely punished for something I did not do.
But he was already punished for things he did not do last year during the DMCAs. If you remember those streams, he kept giving Twitch fun ultimatums about, you're gonna reinstate my stream or I'm gone. And then they would not do it on the day he wanted, and he still streamed on Twitch. But now it's a big deal.
I'm just not gonna do it. You know, the DMCA shit last year was annoying because, yes, it's false, and it takes a little bit to clear up. In that case, you can kind of at least defend Twitch and say, well, if you take a look at the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, it's very strict, and if Twitch didn't uphold every claim, they could be sued by someone who's actually legitimately claiming something, and that's why they do it. I completely disagree with that. I think that what they're doing in case of DMCA is completely illegal. By you actually taking down content before reviewing it to make sure there was a violation, you are actually violating DMCA law. You're doing something illegal in the name of a law before you verified the law was broken. Therefore, you're breaking the law.
But maybe them taking down the stream is them verifying the claim.
Right? That's like saying, well, I was walking down the street and I tackled the guy and punched him out. When the cops came, I said, oh, well, I did it because that guy robbed the bank. I had no evidence that he robbed the bank, but, you know, I thought he robbed the bank, so I tackled him, I punched him out. Citizen's arrest, right?
Citizen's
arrest. You can't
arrest.
do that. You need legal evidence or else you're breaking the law. You can't fucking do that. So, to me, to be told you're being punished for something you didn't do is bullshit. With the MCA, I completely disagree with the way they enforce it,
really
but at least
good.
you could say, well, there's a reason why they do it. They don't want to get sued. In the case of taking down my channel, saying I said the N-word when I never did, there's literally no defense.
Ryoko gang.
There's nothing they can say that justifies the action.
Wait. Ryoko. Wait. Pro Farah. Talking about Tenchi Ryoko or Kill Ryoko? Which one you're siding with? I mean, I like both, but this is an important question.
Actions they did, they just did the wrong thing outright, and then an hour later said, "Oh, we messed up. We're gonna fix it." No.
Both nice.
Sorry. The moment that you do that to me and you say that I did something wrong that I didn't do, everyone watching the stream knew I didn't do it, right? That's the end of it for me. I'm not gonna continue to do business on a place where you're gonna
said
punish me
the
for
R
things I
word
didn't
multiple
do.
times.
And then at the same time that's happening, they came out and emailed me and told me the reason that you lost your partnership was because of hate speech or hateful speech. Hateful slurs, I think, actually was the actual proper wording they said. Hateful slurs. I don't use hateful slurs.
I don't,
I
except
have,
the times I did.
I never will. Every once in a while over the 13 years that I've made content, out of the how many thousands and thousands of videos and ridiculous amount of hours of content I put out, probably on two hands, you can count the amount of times that you can say I said something hateful in a slur fashion, right? I'm not a racist. I'm not a bigot. I've been one of the most open-minded.
Okay. The fact that you're telling us you said it like 10 times or whatever, and all that is kind of, you know, it's kind of rough. And I would probably say it's a little more than 10, but it is what it is. It's probably 10 like off the top of his head. I mean, I'll give him that, but you know, it is what it is.
Guys, when it comes to this stuff, and for them to tell me that is absolutely unacceptable. You telling me you actually launched a real investigation into my content. You reviewed hours and hours of content. Okay? Hours and hours of content. And you're telling me that there's enough evidence that I have done overall hateful hours of content.
Holy shit.
And you're telling me that there's enough evidence that I have done overall hateful conduct on Twitch that you would kick me out of your partnership program. But there's no actual evidence. You won't present any. There's no
They don't have to present evidence, but if they did an investigation, they came to the determination that you're a hateful person, DSP. Just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean that it's not that they don't see it that way. Like, people can say I'm a fucking idiot, and that's fine because I might disagree with that. Maybe I don't think I'm an idiot. Maybe I think I'm decently smart. It is what it is.
Occasion you can't. There's nothing to prove what you're saying. You're just saying.
But you gotta prove it, dude. You gotta prove that I'm dumb,
right? That's
obviously.
I'm done, you know, I did my best. I did my absolute best to stay on Twitch. I will not be at a place that's going to abuse me, that's going to treat me like shit. It's going to be completely unprofessional with how they go about enforcing these things. It's one thing if they said, here's the evidence of what you've done wrong. You're now suspended from the partner program for 30 days because you did the wrong thing.
And there you have it. That's what DSP wanted the most, was them to tell him, you'll be banned for X amount of days. But since it wasn't for X amount of days, even though it technically is if you think about it, like, he said, they told him that in 6 months, he'll be eligible for the affiliate. And then, in 2022, in April 2022, he can apply for partnership. So, we will see how much water this holds once he's eligible for affiliate, because you need affiliate to be partner. You can't be partner and skip affiliate. So we'll see how much this weighs, because DSP is the king of being a baby. He throws a temper tantrum all the time, so he's gonna sit there and try to make himself look so cool, and then in 6 months he's gonna say, well guys, you know what, the Twitch management changed, man. They're about the gamers again, and I agree with them now. They're cool. And then he'll get partnership, and then he'll be back on Twitch, and we'll move on from there. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I it's just, that's how he operates.
Don't do it again. Learn from this. Not, you're just out of the partner program. There's no evidence or anything. You'll have to ask us for 3 weeks to get us to even respond to your request. Oh well, goodbye.
Because apparently Twitch is not a website that has multiple people
and I mean that
on it.
Sincerely. From me, Phil Burnell. Just to even respond to your request.
You do this?
Oh well, goodbye. No. Fuck you. And I mean that. Sincerely. From me, Phil Burnell. As a content creator, as a business owner, and as a human being. Dear Twitch bigwigs who treat people like shit, fuck you.
Now, I like how he's like, yeah, fuck you Twitch execs who treat people badly. Yeah, sticking up for all those Twitch streamers that get bodied by Twitch. But when he was a partner and people were telling him that, well, Phil, like, people have been trying to tell him that Twitch really doesn't treat their you know, they don't moderate their website fairly or equally. It's inconsistent. And he always ignores it. He He says, no, they don't. Never mind. Whatever. It is what it is. It's great. I'm going to mind my own business. Whatever. And now he's like, yeah, fuck them. Like, and I feel like he get banned and not know what happened. And they'll either have to wait for the time frame to be up or whatever. They don't even have a person to talk to. They don't talk to anyone. And he's just sitting there like, yeah, fuck them. Like, DSP, you're being treated like everyone else on that site. Like, you're not getting special treatment. He's mad he's not getting the baby treatment.
You don't get the ability to mistreat people like that. That's not something that you should be able to do. You're scum. You don't treat people like scum. Someone who's making a living on your site and you treat them like scum. No, you are a scumbag. And far worse than anything I could have ever done that you're accusing me of but have no evidence of. You are far worse.
How is Twitch far worse? They didn't take money to fund something that they didn't do, and they don't go around being miserable to their audience. Like you can say whatever, but you don't see Twitch people going around being like, yeah, fuck the streamers or whatever. These people are fucking idiots. I mean, whatever.
Than that. By doing what you did and treating me like
And technically, you know what? DSP really shouldn't be this mad at Twitch, because back then, he literally was tweeting at Twitch fucking bullshit at them, like saying, oh, if you're gonna go to Twitch, you might as well get a hooker, you'll get all that kind of shit. He was shitting on Twitch for everything, and Twitch still let him back onto the platform and still allowed him to get his partnership back in 2016, after all the shit he said about them. And he's sitting there like, where's the V, Twitch? You're terrible. This company let you back on their website, Phil. They could have just said no. But they let him back on in 2016. And he's sitting there telling them that they suck now. Okay.
That and treating anyone like that. We're going to kick Dr. Disrespect off of Twitch with no actual evidence of anything or justification. Now, it's funny because when that happened, right? When that actually...
Oh, he says this dude demanded Dr. Disrespect to be banned off the site when he did the bathroom thing. He was like, he broke the law! He should be in jail! He broke the law! You're not allowed to record in bathrooms! And then he gets banned. Well, it is what it is. Twitch has the right. And now, well, now I side with Dr. Disrespect.
It happened. People were very skeptical. They were like, nah, there's no way we could believe that Dr. Disrespect, one of the biggest content creators on Twitch, could be just kicked out of the business and not given any justification. I believe it now 100%. Because it happened to me. It happened to me. It took them 3 weeks to even tell me what I did wrong. No evidence of what I did wrong, and won't respond to my request.
Dr. Disrespect is a big guy, apparently. Why isn't he suing Twitch for banning him without a reason? I don't know. Whatever.
So,
they gave him justification.
To hell with them. There's absolutely, positively, no reason for me to ever go back to Twitch after being mistreated like that. Maybe if there's a shift in management and over there they say, oh, we're completely gutting the place.
The weasel word. If they're changing their management, you know what that means? It means whenever he gets his little purple check mark back is when management will change. Because he's gonna tell us, probably, if management didn't change, I wouldn't have gotten my check mark back, which makes no fucking sense. Because they literally told him he could get his partnership back. They told him he could still get it back.
Because we realize the people who are in charge don't know what they're doing. They're completely unprofessional with the way they've been handling this stuff. We need them out of here, and we're going to come back, and we're going to redo everything properly.
How are they going to redo everything? They have been having these silly streams, like body painting, hot tub, whatever, for years and years, even before the whole meme of it. And in my opinion, like, you don't have to like the hot tub streams. I'm not gonna say that they're great streams, but he was phrasing it in another stream, saying how bad it is to have a hot tub stream, etc. oh, it's awful. It's hurting content creators. But wouldn't it hurt content creators more for them to not have a category? Because now that hot tub streams have a category, they have a place to be, so they're not flooding other categories. So it would actually help content creators get noticed more by these streams having their own categories on that site. But it's whatever. And yeah, like, people have to go to those streams to begin with. They're not given to them. It's on the front page. Let's just go to Twitch's page. This is DSP's page. Let's see. Does he have oh nope, still not verified. Let's go to the front page. Let's see how many hot tub streams we see. Resident Evil 2, World of Warcraft.
No problems here. That's
Slay the Spire, chillin'. Street Fighter 5. Guilty Gear did big ups. Bob Ross shouts out. Oh. One. Okay, we have one hot tub stream, guys. Only one. Unless this is a hot tub stream too, but there's no picture. All right, yeah. Only one. I see only one hot tub stream.
We're gonna get new people in place to actually care about the content.
You got a hype train.
People who make a living don't just get kicked off the site for no reason. You know, that would be nice. Then maybe I would consider going back. There is not a single reason for me.
Wait, you know, he also told us that he wouldn't go back to Twitch because of the hot tub streams and all that shit. But now he's saying he'd go back if they change the moderation. So then you'd be supporting the hot tub streams then, DSP. When is Cleo's debut as a hot tub stream? No.
To try to go back to Twitch at this point. There's none. I've done nothing wrong. They've produced no evidence that I did anything wrong. I'm not going to go stream on a site that treats me like shit. That's a personal insult to me, the way that they treated me. And I
thanks for the YouTube
positively
sub, Green
refuse
Lobster.
to go back and be treated like garbage. That, what is this? That's Stockholm Syndrome.
Stockholm
Back to the
Syndrome.
place where I know that I'm going to be mistreated and just keep getting
Well,
mistreated.
isn't that what you do on
right?
YouTube?
And I want to publicly apologize to all of you here because I know that some of you are people who were viewers on Twitch, and I also want to publicly apologize to those who were my viewers on Twitch who are not going to come over to YouTube.
He's saying this while he's on YouTube making a video for YouTube. But what about the YouTube viewers that watched him stream on YouTube for all these years, for 2 years or whatever? And then when he went to Twitch, he ran there, he yelled at them for not liking Twitch and all that stuff. He's like, things change, this and that. But now he's sad for the Twitch audience. Man, YouTube audience got fucking bodied, man. They got the worst treatment. For a dude who hates being treated like shit, he treats his YouTube audience like fucking garbage. He might as well just tell them they should all just fucking go away. I don't know.
I know. YouTube is different. YouTube chat system is terrible.
Cleo being
There's
Peter
certain
Rabbit
reasons why
3.
some people would not gravitate over to YouTube. And I know that, and I'm sorry for that. Because I didn't want this to happen. I wanted to stay at a place.
Well, you see, Darkman Lord, the reason why they say Theo Theory was because I said it first, because I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny because I had my name in theory, so Theo Theory, and I would make, like, silly theories, like, very dumb theories, like, these, because it was a meme because I kept making theories at every stream, and they would just kind of go off the rails, so I just said Theo Theory because it's like, only I make such silly theories and all that stuff, and then people ran with it, which is whatever. It's all there.
Where we could have this fun community and that we built there for 5 years. But
I should
sadly,
have banned
hate to say it,
Theo Theory.
they don't care. They just want to do things how they want to do it. Apparently, they don't feel they're better than you, that they don't have to justify anything they do. I'm better than you, man. No, I'm not gonna fucking do that. I'm not gonna play that game and be abused by these people. They literally need to apologize to me for the way they treated me for me to go back there and stream on there. And they're not going to. You know they're not going to. They don't care. They're soulless. They become a soulless corporation. Just like
Twitch became a soulless corporation because as we know, corporations all have souls. Except for the ones that don't.
Machinima did, you know, over the years. Machinima started out one way, completely changed into another company over the years to the point where I didn't want to do business with them anymore. And now they don't exist anymore. So if they keep down the road that they're going, they may not go out of business because they're backed by Amazon. So I don't feel like Twitch is going to go out of business. But what's going to end up happening is it's going to become a place where only a certain kind of person wants to put out content, and it ain't going to be someone like me. Not someone who's taking it seriously, who wants to be...
Yeah, it's going to be people like me. I do Twitch streams, guys. I don't know if you know this. I've been playing SMT3 Nocturne. Pretty cool game. Gonna be grinding for a Matador at some point, someday, maybe. So get hyped for that.
Professional who cares about their community. Those people.
Twitch is just kicking off the toxic streamers, guys. You know, Twitch just saw the toxic shit DSP's been doing and said, no way, not on our site, and they banned him. So there you go. That's why they did it. Twitch is just cleaning the house.
Are not going to stick around on Twitch. Not when the front page of Twitch promoted is a bunch of half-naked women in fucking pools splashing water on their bodies.
Yeah, only one stream. I literally only saw one stream of a hot tub stream, but it's the whole site. Apparently, the whole site. We just went to twitch.tv at home, and we only saw one hot tub stream.
And taking in donations. That's not...
But, okay. But, you know what? Let's go to that hot tub stream. Let's see what it's all about. Let's see the hype. Let's see the hype. I want to see the hype with this hot tub stream. I'm gonna join in the hype stream, the hype train. If it still even has the hype. Oh, it's gone. I can't join it now. Oh man. Oh shit. Never mind. Can't do it. It's not on the front page anymore. Oh well, it is what it is.
Not gonna fly for people who actually want to do something professional and real and meaningful. Okay? There's plenty of other places on the internet you can get softcore porn from. You don't need to go to Twitch for it.
Man, imagine thinking hot tubs is softcore porn. Holy shit, are we in the fucking 1920s? Going to the beach is fucking porn, guys. If you go to the beach, that's softcore porn. So, just so you know.
Legitimate content creators off the site who did nothing wrong, but they're promoting that. That should be a sign that they're going down the wrong way, and I want nothing to do with it.
Okay,
right?
see you there in 2022.
So I apologize to all of you who wanted to have that community continue on Twitch. There's a reason why I'm gone. It's a very good reason, and I ain't going back. Because some people were asking, oh, Phil, you said you were going to give them a week. Did they respond? They never responded. They're not going to respond. They're not. They know they don't have to, and they know that there's no skin off their back.
Well, that's
cares,
anime.
Right? So if they don't care about
that's
me,
anime,
I don't care
Ryan.
about them.
Come on.
Those people who made the decision to mistreat me can go fuck themselves. They're fucked up people. They did far worse to me than I've ever did anything on Twitch. That's for sure. And I'm done with that. Let them have their fucking porn site. And
I mean, I would argue that he has done worse on Twitch than what they accused him of, but I mean, he's out of there, Buster.
Content for you guys that I care about and you guys care about.
Okay? I mean, I kind of think it's pretty bad to have a streamer literally like go into his chat, shit on them, and tell them that they have to deal with it and they have to accept that. Fuck you and all this stuff. But okay.
Okay. Okay. Now, let's continue. So, our next question is from Kill Bill 2016, and he says the following. Recently, a Days Gone actor suggested some reviewers did not finish or rushed through the game, creating misleading reviews.
Yeah, DSP never rushes through games, guys. He never does.
Do you think that reviewers should be obligated to track their time and state in their review readers can judge how accurate their opinion may actually be? Do you think that you always have to finish a story to be able to truly review a game? Just a side note, I love that you are on YouTube now. I can finally watch you live on my TV instead of on my iPad. Well, Kill Bill,
There's
I
a
have been
Twitch
one of
app
the
for
people
the TV though.
over the years who has been incredibly
Okay.
critical of these mainstream reviewers and the way that they go about their business. I have,
In my opinion, I don't really care how reviewers review their games. Like, if they didn't beat the game, to me, that says a lot about the game. Like, if they didn't beat it, that just says something about the game. Now, of course, some games, like, if no one beat the Matador, for example, for SMT3, does that mean that the game's bad? It just means that if you can't stomach that Matador fight, that the game's probably not for you. If you can't beat him, that game ain't gonna be for you, because there are probably harder bosses than the Matador. I've been hearing about Dante being one of them, or Rado, if you don't get the Maniacs DLC, but it just kind of tells you either the game's gonna be really hard at one point where it stops, or it's just really boring and you just don't want to continue it, because why would you want to play a game that's boring to get to the good part at the very end?
always argued.
Oh, thanks for the $5 super chat, Jay. Big ups, Bun. Yeah, big ups to the Bun.
That there needs to be accountability.
Oh, thanks for the YouTube sub, Darkman Lord.
By the way, shout out to In Dead, who just became a channel member. I will have to check, because I know we got a bunch of channel members this stream. By the end of this stream, I'll have to check and update the total members. I wish that it was easy to do like it is on Twitch. It's not. I have to go to a menu. I have to do math. It's really.
He has to do math.
To
Counting is math, guys.
Okay.
Adding is math. Well, actually, no, it is
I've
math.
been a person who's been very critical of reviewers.
Yeah,
adding
is
math.
math.
These mainstream reviewers, there's the dancing animation. The mainstream reviewers are not held accountable, and that's not good. They should be held accountable for what they say and do in their reviews. They should be absolutely.
But what should the punishment be?
Be saying I played this much.
Going to jail.
I did in my
Go to
playthrough,
jail,
it took me
Buster.
this long
You
to
didn't
beat the
tell
game.
us anything.
I'm this kind of a person. Yada yada yada. How do you know? You're just reading a random review.
So now reviews have to be like, hey guys, I'm Billy. I'm reviewing Biomutant. I like long walks on the beach. I have brown hair, and I love gaming. I am a PS4 pleb, and I don't believe in PS5. And you know what? I like long drawn out RPGs. So here's my Biomutant review. Like, is that what he wants them to do? That'd be ridiculous.
Someone's name on it. Does that person usually play that kind of game? Have they played previous games in the franchise to have a background if this game is better or worse than previous games in said franchise? Did they just play another first-person
Man,
shooter
this
that
is
they can
like
compare this one to?
You know, he wants to gatekeep game reviewing so bad. Only people who play the genre, but you know what? It's really fucking stupid. The more, if you think about it, this idea that if people who played RPGs review RPG games alone is pretty dumb, because if you never played an RPG, let's say you've never played an RPG game in the past, why, like, wouldn't it be more useful for you to listen to an opinion of someone who never played an RPG before, who, like, I mean, a lot of people like dunk on Donkey for playing RPGs since he doesn't like them, which I get, but at the same time, he is giving an opinion, and I'm fine with that, because he played Persona 5 and liked Persona 5. So that would tell someone who would not usually play an RPG who doesn't like it, hey, you know what, this guy who doesn't like RPGs liked Persona 5. Maybe I'll like Persona 5 too. And then they'll play Persona 5, and then they might say in their head, you know what? Maybe I will like the genre, and then try another game in the RPG genre, and then they'll like that game, and then they'll be like, okay, now I'm into the genre, because that is what happened to me, not in the sense of Donkey, but I did not like RPGs at all, because I didn't like turn-based combat, thought it was dumb, whatever. I bought Persona 5 because the game case looked pretty cool, and some of the game looked interesting, whatever. Bought the game, played it, loved the game, and now I'm playing all these RPGs now that I never usually would play. And in general, it is better to have like a whole scope of reviewers to go to. I'm not saying you have to listen to one guy, but it's better to have a whole scope of people who are talking about it. Maybe listen to someone who has played an RPG before to review an RPG. Listen to someone who has never played an RPG to talk about that RPG. You know, get all these opinions and seeing which one you kind of see yourself sway to. DSP just wants, like, only one kind of reviewer to exist, which wouldn't be good because you're not going to get a genuine opinion. You're not going to get, like, you're not going to get a good idea of a game if you listen to someone who really loves that franchise. Like, someone could love Resident Evil and say Resident Evil 8's great, but that maybe someone who doesn't like Resident Evil is not going to get it. I mean, we could go on and on. This makes too much sense to me. I'm going to jail. Where is Nocturne HD? He's not playing Nocturne, okay? Because he's playing Divinity.
How long did they play the game? I played the multiplayer for 2 hours, 5 hours, or 50 hours. Those are going to be 3 completely different perspectives on a game. You see? None of that is done in most mainstream game reviews.
And Days Gone, I'm sorry, that game is fucking dull as fuck. I really don't get why people have such an investment in that game, because the game was, like, I played it and the beginning of it was just really dull. I have no desire to go back to it. The only reason I'd probably play it, if I were to play it, would just to see if the good part is as good as people are saying it, but I just don't have any fucking desire. And it not getting a sequel is just like, okay, like, I am more bummed out that we're not gonna give the Order 1886 another chance, because I did like some of the stuff that the Order 1886 had. I just kind of wish it was better. I wish that game had a sequel that fixed the issues that the game did. But it not getting a sequel, I understand why it's not getting a sequel, and I'm not really mad about it. But it's like, man, it would be kind of cool to see this game have another shot and it improving what it didn't do.
There are a few out there. I don't want to say no, none. That's kind of overgeneralizing. In general, okay.
Let's get like Days Gone. I'm happy that you like it.
These game review sites don't do that.
Thanks for the YouTube sub, still ran.
Irresponsible, and they act like just because.
No, I didn't say Nocturne was dull. No. I'm loving Nocturne. I'm gonna grind that game to beat the Matador, damn it. I gotta beat the Matador, I gotta beat him. I'm gonna beat this dude one way or the other. You know what, so usually, there's games where, like, Dark Souls 2. I tried that game because it was on sale. I was like, I'll try it, maybe I'll get good, maybe I'll have the patience for that game. And it's like, it's fun, but I have no desire to play that game again. However, I'm playing SMT3 Nocturne, and, you know, I was thinking, you know, I'm gonna meet the Matador, I'm gonna probably stop playing the game there. That's gonna be the wall, and I'm gonna stop playing. I have found myself like this saying, no, I want to persevere. I want to keep playing this game and try to beat it. And I think the challenge in SMT3 is much more rewarding than it feels like in Dark Souls for me.
Their opinion is protected no matter what, so they can say and do whatever they want about a game, and they're fine. That is completely and utterly bullshit. That is called you don't take your job seriously, you're not a professional, and you don't deserve a paycheck for it. Because if you're just going to game, and they're fine.
Okay.
Irresponsible, and they act like just because they're journalists with an opinion, that their opinion is protected no matter what, so they can say and do whatever they want about a game, and they're fine.
But then how can you say, oh, well, this is my opinion of Last of Us 2. I give it a 5 out of 10. If you don't like that, that's okay. It's okay to disagree. But if it's not an opinion, then why is it okay to disagree? You're disagreeing with facts.
That is completely and utterly bullshit. That is called you don't take your job seriously, you're not a professional, and you don't deserve a paycheck for it.
Man, him telling reviewers that they're not professional and they're not taking their job seriously, this dude would get so fucking mad if you told him, you don't take your job seriously enough, DSP. Wow, you're wearing a vest during a Q&A show? Wow, you're not taking your job seriously. Oh, your camera's 480p? Oh, you're not taking your job seriously enough, DSP. Wow.
Because if you're just going to say anything you want about a game without any justification, you did not do the service of putting out a real review. That's not a review. A review has certain criteria associated with it to give it merit. There's a difference between a stupid off-the-cuff opinion and a review. But for some reason, gaming media don't understand the difference between a opinion and a review. They think they're the same. They're not. They're completely different. A review is supposed to have all these other factors involved so that you know that someone was being professional when they actually get.
What is this hard on with being professional? Who reads a review and says, is this guy professional? This dude is acting as if he's reading, like, reviews for, like, plumbers. Like, he's trying to find a plumber in his area, and he's, like, trying to read a review of it. It's like, is this guy legit? Did this guy really get this plumber to come into his house to fix these pipes? Did this really happen? Is this a real person?
Gave that said review, okay? So, for example, in the case of Days Gone, this is a very unique case, I feel.
Days Gone is a unique
case. In the case of Days Gone, this is a game that if you only play it for the first 5 to 10 hours, you haven't even gotten into the real game. The intro segment of Days Gone, which is arguably about 10 hours long, you're learning gameplay mechanics that are repetitive and boring. You're learning the basic combat. You're learning about how to take out the zombie camps that are set around the map. And you're doing some basic interactions with people, fetch quests, etc. That's the first 10 hours, all right?
10 hours of a fucking tutorial? Oh my god. That sounds awful.
After you get past that segment and you leave the early areas of the game and you go to the new settlements, you're going to open up branching story arcs. You're going to open up meaningful side content, character development that wasn't present in the first 10 hours, and tons of new gameplay
man, the characters are unlikable. I really could not give a I did not care for the fucking main character. Just a biker dude. Like, I don't even remember his name. Was it like Dyson? Or was it something else? His name, he's such a boring character, and all it was, I love my wife. I need to save my wife. I need to find her.
That also was not
sounds like
present in the
Persona
intro
4.
segment. So if you play past the first 10 hours, the game actually completely changes. And my opinion on the game changed too. When I was first playing it, my
Skyward
first 2-3 streams, I was like, man, I don't even know if I'm going to finish this.
Oh
It's
my
boring.
god.
And then once I got to that segment, I was like, whoa, I was hooked.
I
was
forgot
really-
about the intro of
I was
Skyward
like,
Sword.
wow, I
Oh my
definitely wanna beat
god.
this game. The story
Deacon.
picked up in a big way.
Oh my
Now
god.
you're fighting
Sounds like a
giant
fucking
mobs
town.
of zombies and using these cool traps and things to defeat them. Okay? And so, to me, I can definitely see, as someone who did not like the first 10 hours, but then was blown away by the rest of the game, why someone who is a reviewer and only played the intro to the game doesn't even know that the game is good. All right? Now, what's funny about this?
How is the game good if 10 hours suck?
There seems to be this inclusive community of game reviewers, developers, and journalists who all know each other. They're all buddy-buddy. And they
they're friends? Ew. What? So fucking stupid. How dare they have friends? Oh,
try to defend each other constantly. I've seen it. On Twitter, I've seen game journalists actually post up a tweet that says something like, you got to realize that we're within time constraints and we can't always rush through a game and beat it in a certain amount of time. So we're just doing our best, man.
I like how he's mocking this, but DSP is kind of holding the reviewers responsible for time restraints that people above them put them under. So it's the reviewers' fault that they have the time constraints that are placed upon them. That makes no sense. That's like blaming the student for the amount of assignments that are assigned to them. Like, wow, you have a lot of homework? Wow, dude, what the fuck? Oh, you don't have time to do your homework? You have like 10 assignments. What the fuck, man?
We're doing our best, man. Okay, so let me get this straight. You work for IGN. You're given a game to review. You're expected to do a professional, dignified review of that game that thousands of people, maybe even
within a time constraint DSP, they don't give them endless time
to purchase that game based on your review. Oh, well, I didn't have enough time, man, so I just kind of rushed through it and then I reviewed. No. If that's the case, don't put out your review in a rush. Because the truth is, if people...
But if they don't put up the review, they might lose their job, DSP. They probably don't want to lose their job. They probably want to have a job to pay their bills. They have responsibilities.
Their time to play these games. and actually did these respectful reviews and just justifiable reviews, they would actually post up everything that they're doing. Today's the first day I'm playing the game. I'm playing it for 5 to 6 hours. Here's my initial impressions. I will take this as a running log of things that I'm doing in the game, and by the time that I'm done with this game in a week, then I'll post up my review. The problem is, these 6 hours, here's my initial reviews and just justifiable reviews, they would actually post up everything that they're doing. Today's the first day I'm playing the game. I'm playing it for 5 to 6 hours. Here's my initial impressions. I will take this as a running log of things that I'm doing in the game, and by the time that I'm done with this game in a week, then I'll post up my review. The problem is, these companies are so desperate for your...
Oh. Didn't they do that for Days Gone and he hated them for that? Okay.
Day one attention. For the ad revenue they get on their websites.
Thanks to the
day
YouTube
one video
Tyler.
reviews that they put out. That they need to rush through and put out completely half-finished reviews in order to make money. That is a terrible business model, okay? Back in the day, these companies used to get games ahead of time by 1 to 2 months. They would play the games, review them. The review would be out weeks before the game even came out because it was a print medium. There was no online websites. It was EGM, GamePro, Game Informer had to make a print medium, a magazine. Had to come out early so that people would have a game review and know if a game was good or not. Those people played the games in a rushed setting, all right? Admittedly, sometimes those reviews weren't the best, all right? But that's why we had that practice. That's why, okay? Today, we don't need that practice anymore. Today...
But there's still competition. There's still competition. Whoever puts the review up first gets the most clicks. So all these websites are competing amongst themselves.
No one needs to get a game early. Whether it's a mainstream site like IGN, GameSpot, Game Informer, or an independent game reviewer, someone who's just a content creator. No one needs to get a game early.
Wait, what?
Whether it's a mainstream site like IGN, GameSpot, Game Informer, or an independent game reviewer, someone who's just a content creator. No one needs...
Why shouldn't content creators get early copies? Okay.
To get a game early. Here's what really should be happening. The game releases, everyone buys the fucking game.
So he wants reviewers to buy every single game. DSP, how much money do you think reviewers make? Like, does he think that they're all like fucking millionaires? Like, sure, they could probably afford a game and all that, but look how many games come out in a year. They have to pay that. They have to pay for their bills. Like, this dude lives in a house and tells us every day, oh, how hard it is to pay for bills and all this stuff. And now he wants reviewers to go through that too. Do you think reviewers are making hand over fist? Like, they're making fucking bank? Reviewers are under time crunch. They can't have early copies. Yeah, like...
Now everyone gets it for free because you're some special selected golden content creator or reviewer, and so you get treated buddy-buddy. And so, oh, because I got the game free, now I'm probably going to review it positively because I want to have a good relationship with that company moving forward. It's completely illegitimate. There's no way that you can have this trust system with journalists.
Exactly, and then like you have these, and that's kind of where the pre-order bonuses scam comes in, because you don't want to pay for pre-order DLC for a game you're gonna buy. Obviously, you want to get it for free. So early reviews would probably help you make a determination to buy a game early, so you could get the pre-order bonus on top of that. But I mean, I guess you could argue that it's kind of silly to base it all on pre-order bonuses, but I mean, it's an added bonus. I mean, if you're gonna buy the game anyway, you might as well get like the bonus that comes with it.
Shit for free, and they're having this ongoing positive relationship with a game publishing company that they're going to legitimately review things fairly. There's no way that can happen. When you have the possibility of having further benefit by reviewing things in one way, you will tend to review things that way. Even if you don't know it or intend it, it's still going to happen, okay? Now, in the case, by the way, shout out to Babu, who did a super chat. Thank you, Babu.
Babu.
In the case of Days Gone, I don't know what the situation was, But the funny part was, it seemed like no one was kissing this game's butt. It was the opposite situation. Everyone was criticizing the game for the first 10 hours,
I'm the same
and
way.
very few reviewers.
Like, I don't even trust Metacritic that much either, because there's always like review bombing, either up or down, whatever. I just kind of listen to like the general consensus. I look at the game and see if I like it. So
we're actually talking about.
Ironically, the other reason why I bought Persona 5 was I kind of saw DSP play Persona 5, and I kind of liked the UI in that game a lot, and I liked the music, and that did kind of get me to buy the game. So to a degree, DSP kind of helped make me a Persona 5 fan. Nah.
Of the stuff that happened after the first 10 hours. I know. I read some of these reviews and I was like, how did it's like they didn't even pay attention to the game after the first 10 hours. But I would go as far to say I would probably think most of them didn't play past 10 hours. They played the 10 hours, they thought that's representative of the whole game, and they put out a game review that wasn't actually representative of the real game because they didn't bother putting time into it. I mean, it was actually a very long game.
I kind of want to get back into that game. I want to grind to do the end game stuff because I beat the game, but my only complaint with Strikers is that you can only get New Game Plus once you beat all of the secret bosses, pretty much, and those are, I would argue, that's where the grind mostly is. The main game, you could kind of play the story and beat it without much grind, but if you want to do the whole thing, it becomes a grind. Because you have to like grind up your character level, you have to grind up your bond level, you have to grind up so much shit to get things going the way you want. And I'm not a huge fan of the fusion system in Strikers, but it's not the worst. But it's I can't remember what method it is, but the grinding, one of the few issues of Persona 5 was it didn't. True, but but I mean, it's grinding in the sense like you're just gonna be mashing and going through older levels. Like there's no centralized place. Like there's no mementos in Strikers to go to, so you're gonna have to go through all these other jails to kind of get to. But it's a fun game. I think it's a very clever Dynasty Warrior spinoff. Like it does a better job kind of integrating Persona stuff in the formula.
Remember my playthrough was like 40 hours or something like that? So if you've only played the intro,
I didn't do Merciless in Strikers yet. I'm afraid
you're receiving a paycheck to put out a review on only 25% of the game, but you're not being transparent in your review to say you've only played 25% of the game. So some person who doesn't know that goes to IGN, goes to GameSpot, goes to Game Informer, goes to wherever. Oh, it's a 6 out of 10. I guess that's a skip for me, man. And that's not fair. That's definitely not fair.
4 Pillars waiting for a sale.
It's ridiculous. Yes,
that's what I did. I waited for that game to be on sale, and then they put it on free for PS Plus, and that pissed me off.
You're getting paid for it. You need to be held by professional criteria.
But who's to say?
By which everyone is graded.
But who's to say that this criteria is professional or not? Who's to say? Who's to make this determination?
To prove that you actually did the work. Because I don't believe it. I don't. When I see some of these game reviews and shit, I don't believe it.
Well, I watched your Let's Us 2 playthrough and didn't sound like you played the game,
that these
so I don't know.
Who don't seem to know about things that happen later on in the game don't talk about that shit in their review. I just don't get it. I don't. I think these people.
I kind of like Age of Calamity, then I dropped it,
rushing
and I didn't have any desire to go back to it.
Half-finished review, so that at least they have something to put out in time for release embargo, or wherever the embargo was lifted, they can put out the review, so they can get the day one views, the day one ad revenue, and then their job is done. They don't care if the game sells or not. They don't realize that there are direct repercussions for them being irresponsible with what they're doing. Okay? Now, I'm not saying it's everyone. I don't want anyone to get the wrong impression. It's not every single reviewer. It's not every single major site. But I have definitely seen shit like this over the years that I'm like, how on earth can you say that this is a legit review? I just don't understand it. Okay? And it's disgusting in a way because this industry of gaming is the biggest entertainment industry in the world. It's bigger than movies. It's bigger than television. It's bigger than music. It's bigger than all that combined. But it's not treated.
He says this, but I don't even think that's true anymore. Like, I don't even think that's true anymore. I don't think it's bigger than those things. I think it's now equivalent. Maybe even maybe not even that anymore, but I don't know. I don't know. I mean,
like that. It's actually treated like it's something brand new. A brand new medium out of nowhere has appeared that now we don't have to be professional about it. Why not? If everything else has to be professional, why doesn't
how are
gaming
movie?
have to be?
Oh, so he says this and insinuating that movie reviews are professional. How are movie reviews professional, DSP? Everyone has a different opinion. Everyone has a different opinion on Joker. People like Joker, people hate Joker. Like that's a divisive movie, dude. Uh, there's all these different opinions. So what's professional? Explain.
To be professional. Why do we have people who it's your job to put out a review and you do a half-assed review, but it's an opinion. Defend it. No. Bullshit. It's bullshit. I'm so tired of it. And I also hate this bandwagon mentality that it just seems collectively, all of a sudden, the media community, the gaming media, gaming journalist community decides what games are good and what games aren't with no justification. The Last of Us 2, again, not
Oh
gonna
my
go into
god,
a big
Last
rant
of Us
about
2,
this.
oh boy.
I have actual, factual reasons. I'm not opinions, but factual reasons why The Last of Us 2 is not a great game. Actual narrative faux pas that they use in the way the game panned out. I'm not.
What does faux pas mean? I've heard this word before, and I keep forgetting the definition. Oh, let's see. Mistakes? Oh my god, really? Embarrassing or tactless act or remark in a social situation. An embarrassing or tactless act or remark in a social situation. I mean, that doesn't really sound like that accurate, honestly. The way he's using it.
I'm not saying the graphics or the gameplay, the accessibility. I'm saying the story itself is monstrously flawed. If a writing teacher or a professional high-level writer who writes for a living were to grade the story of Last of Us 2, they would give it a fucking D-.
But
the game is poorly written.
Oh.
Incredibly poorly written. That's really the only major problem I have with the game, too. Like, I like the game overall, except the story is badly done. So, why do no game reviewers call that out?
But, like, the story is pretty bad, but he's his complaints forget a lot of detail that the game goes out of its way to show you. He's saying like, well, why is Ellie in a relationship? Why does she care about girlfriends now? Why is she lovey-dovey all of a sudden? She wasn't like that in the first game, even though in the first game she was like 13 and she probably wouldn't have she didn't have any experience with a relationship, so she just kind of closed off any relationship like that and didn't trust anyone. Through the course of the first game, she learns to trust people. She trusts Joel, and they're also traveling place to place. In the second game, she's in a fucking camped area that has electricity, running water. It's the most privileged area because it has all these commodities that are sought after. So of course, over time, because this is years after the first game, obviously, she would get accustomed to this lifestyle and then get a relationship because there's no risk. She doesn't have to worry about going to a different area. She's not having to worry about leaving this well-fortified area that's walled in. And DSP that whole thing, the most bare minimum of world building in that game goes right over his head, and he's like, why is this happening? So then when he sees actual issues with the story, that also goes over his head because he's so hung up on basic shit that's already been explained.
It's a fact. It's not an opinion. If you actually have someone who knows what the fuck they're talking about, watch that game or play that game. They will tell you that story is shit. They'll say, no, you don't have the story start here, jump back here, then go here, then go here, then go here.
Then go here. Oh my god, dude, this dude would despise Pulp Fiction. I don't know if Reservoir Dogs is the same, but Pulp Fiction is not told in sequence. That story is completely out of order. Like, I think that I don't know if there's a canonical order in that movie, because I think I don't know if it has like a debate on like what order is what, but that movie is completely out of order. He would hate that movie, I guess. But then like there's also games and stories that do start in the middle, and then you go back to the beginning, like Uncharted 2, a game he liked. It starts at the midpoint, and then you have to go all the way through the beginning of the game to get to that point again. And yeah, they were doing like episode gimmicks in Last of Us 2, which is whatever.
Disjointed. It's jarring. It's annoying to the player.
It wasn't that disjointed.
You don't have characters completely act out of character from how they were in the previous installment. Then what was the investment of even playing the first game? You might as well only play Last of Us 2 and never played the first game, because if you did, you're going to get pissed off with how these characters behave in the sequel, because they're not the same characters. Anyone could factually point this out.
Yeah.
Not one single mainstream game reviewer pointed that shit out. A lot of independent guys did. There were independent content creators who pointed the flaws out with the narrative of the game, but not the main guys. Why not? I want to know. I want to know why there was this collective agreement that The Last of Us 2 instantly was the best game ever made. What was this collusion? Because that's exactly what I feel it was. It was collusion among games journalists that they wanted this game that was ultra progressive, right? The game that pushed certain agendas to become the quintessential.
This bullshit, dude. He doesn't even believe what he just said. And because if you go down this thought DSP's thought process on it pushing progressive agendas, and you say it doesn't have it. Because there's a Twitter thread about it somewhere, and he was like saying like, well, no, like, Phil, it doesn't have progressive agendas, okay? It's just this. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's progressive in that way. It's progressive in this way. Phil, it's not progressive in that way. Oh, no, man, it's progressive in this way. So, like, he doesn't really know what the fuck he's talking about when it comes to progressive agendas. He doesn't know what he means. Progressive agendas one day could mean reviewers. It's ridiculous. It's so hard to even follow his train of thought.
Face of gaming. And that's bullshit. Because the game by its own merits is a great game, but it's not the best game ever made. It has essential flaws in the narrative that should have been pointed out that were completely ignored. And I want to know why that is. If we had a grading system like Kill Bill is suggesting here, an actual grading system for how journalists have to put out their reviews, we would have an answer. But instead, it's ignore it. Ignore the flaws. The game's 10 out of 10.
There's so many reviewers out there. So why do you care about reviewers you don't like? If you don't agree with someone, you just watch someone you agree with. Not that hard.
Talking about?
What are you talking about?
You can't do that. That's irresponsible. And that's the system we have. Well, it's just our opinion. Best game ever, 10 out of 10. Okay. Okay, whatever you say. Anyway,
the phone rings.
That's my take on the situation. You guys know always how I feel.
Oh, now I'm fucking hungry, but...
All right. We got about 30 minutes left before we take another break. I got a couple quick shout-outs to do.
Finish this.
Anshang Forever tipped me $1.30. Says, I enjoy your Ask the King streams. Thank you, Anshang Forever. I enjoy doing them. Thank you for the support. Snow Carl tipped me $1.30. Says, why should the gaming industry act different towards any other industry in terms of product reviews, early access, movies, clothing, coffee brewers, cars, send out free samples to reviewers because the public want X to review before buying. So what you're saying is
this is a good question, because listen to how he responds to this.
Because everyone else does something wrong, that it's okay for games to do it wrong too. No.
But you just said that everyone does it professionally except for games. He said in the same fucking video not too long ago, how come games are treated this way? Everything else is professional except for this. And now he's saying, well, no, not everyone is wrong. What?
We should hold everyone to a standard. We should hold everyone to a respectable, professional, and moral standard. Okay? By the way, I hate to say this, when you're talking about what you're talking about, all right? Well, for example, let's say you see a celebrity on TV.
Wrong. Snowcurl mentioned reviewers get early copies. Reviewers. And now DSP is saying, well, when you see a celebrity, he's not talking about commercials, DSP. He's talking about reviewers, not commercials, dumbass.
And a celebrity is pushing a brand of coffee. Okay? It will actually say, in the bottom of the screen and tiny ant-like text, it'll actually say, this is a paid promotion. This is not representative of the actual opinion of said celebrity. It says right on that ad, that celebrity was paid to promote the product. That's not, oh, we gave the celebrity the coffee and they legitimately tested it and said it's the best coffee ever. That's why they're saying that in this commercial.
But he's not talking about commercials. Snowcurl literally was saying, how come, like, reviewers get early copies and this is blah, blah, blah. And DSP is talking about commercials. Oh my god, DSP, where did you learn to read? Holy shit. Cleo has a better fucking... can read better than DSP.
No, they were directly paid to say that. When you go to IGN, do you see that text at the bottom of the review?
Because it's not a promotion, it's a review, dumbass.
That's the difference.
What?
The difference is, we have an industry in the games industry, games journalism, where we have an entire group of people who are supposed to be respectable, and they're not. They're being dishonest, they're not doing due diligence in their reviews, they're not even revealing the methods they're using to play these games and review them. They're just pumping out...
If they're not revealing... Okay. If they're not revealing the methods of how they review, then how did you know they didn't beat Days Gone, DSP? How would you know that if they don't tell you?
A number score. And it becomes this groupthink mentality to believe that's the game. And don't believe anything else. That's the number score, man. And games are selling or not selling based on this thing. And there's nothing there to say that it's a paid advertisement, you know? If someone's putting out a stream of a game early, okay, let's say, I don't know, PewDiePie gets a copy of Biomutant. I'm just completely making this up. He gets a copy of Biomutant a week early, and he's playing it on his stream, and he puts in the description of his stream, FYI, this is a free copy, it's a paid promotion.
It's DSP, it's a stream, not a review. Holy
and he's
shit.
Kissing the game's butt in his stream. That's the fault of the viewer for not doing their due diligence to realize that was a paid promotion advertising the game, and that's why he's being so positive about it. Okay? If you go to IGN or you go to Game Informer or you go to GameSpot,
what world does he live in?
And the review says 6 out of 10. But it doesn't disclose that they never played past the first 10 hours of the 40-hour game. That's fucked up. That's them lying to you, being dishonest.
How do you know they're lying to you, DSP?
What you're saying, Snow Carl, and what I'm saying. All right?
Holy shit.
It's a different situation. Yes, in other industries, absolutely, there is paid promotion, but these websites, these gaming journalist websites should not be paid promotion. They're being interpreted as actual reviews when
how is
a
it
lot
promotion?
of the times
What the
in a
fuck
case
are you
like a game like Days Gone, some of them were not. Some of them were complete bullshit. That's the point I'm making. Okay? Okay.
Can we please move on?
So, an anonymous $1.30 tipper says, first of all, didn't I just use game reviews to judge if I was going to skip Biomutant? Yes. Because the consensus was every single person playing the game had the same exact criticisms of the game.
But maybe they didn't beat it.
One game site said this, one game site said that. The majority, and not only just the main ones, but even independent guys had...
Independent guys. Can he name these independent guys?
General criticisms of the game that were all common. And if that's the case, that's the difference that you know that's probably resoundingly true overall. In the case of The Last of Us 2, there were a lot of people who were independent who said this story sucks, and they were all ignored and called bigots and brushed under the rug. In the case of Biomutant,
the people who were criticizing the story for Last of Us 2 were not being called bigots. The thing is that the people they were criticizing as bigots were the people who were being bigots. That's the thing. If you're criticizing the story, they're not talking about you. So if you get offended by being called a bigot, that says something about you, I guess. But whatever. I mean, That's not to say, by the way, that I agree with Neil Druckmann's tweet. I'm not gonna side with that. But I'm just saying, most of the time, it's talking about people who were saying nasty shit, dude. Okay, but they're not dismissing every review. That's a little ridiculous to say on its own.
It's boring as dirt after about 3 hours. That's the difference. Very different situation. It's not apples to apples comparison. Now, this anonymous tipper also says the majority of people 10 hours is too much to slog through to get to a good part of a game. That's true. That's absolutely true. I'm not saying to ignore that. Absolutely, a game reviewer who reviewed Days Gone 6 out of 10, if their review says, oh, this game is 6 out of 10 because the first 10 hours are terrible, and after that it gets really good, but you don't want to waste 10 hours of time, that's fine. My point is they didn't say that. My point is
Didn't they pretty much say that when they didn't beat the game because the first 10 hours sucked ass? I mean, DSP, maybe you could use your big boy brain to kind of figure some stuff out. Maybe.
Read reviews that said the whole game was like that and they were wrong. They lie because they didn't play it. There's a big difference. Again, it's not an apples to apples comparison, but nice try. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to Twitter questions. So let us progress, shall we? A lot of Twitter questions today. HDMI Best is our first Twitter submitter.
Yeah, exactly.
Why are you so emphatic about
You know, it's funny. It's the same criticism people had with Final Fantasy 13. Oh, the game sucks in the beginning and then the game gets really good like at the very end. Why would you want to sit through this game? Like I heard that a lot when that game was new.
Doing a cooking show.
Oh boy. Oh man, listen to that giggle.
HDMI Best is our first Twitter submitter. He says, why are you so emphatic about not doing a cooking show? Oh boy. Alright. I can seriously give you, like, the easy answer, and then I can give you the complex answer. Alright, here's the easy answer. I'm not a cook. Phil Burnell, DSP Gaming, whatever you want to call me, asshole. I'm not a cook. Why would I do a cooking show if I'm not a cook?
Why not do a cooking show where, get this, you learn how to cook? The show could be about you learning. Can't do that. He's a gamer, man.
Right? Now I can give you the more advanced answer, which I'm sure is what you're really going for, all right? The reason that people have been asking questions like this is because many years ago, I'm talking roughly 10 years ago, if not even longer, I don't know because I didn't go back to my old vlogging channels to actually see the dates and times of when I was doing this stuff. But many years ago, I was looking to diversify my content on YouTube for good reason. In the years of 2008 through early 2011, I was not doing YouTube for my job. Okay, it was a hobby. I had a full-time job in an office.
Okay, where did it?
Back then,
I'm not gonna listen to his origin story. We've heard it
before people realized
many
Let's
times.
Plays could be monetized. Well, if that's the case, I need to kind of try to make money another way to pay for all these games that I'm buying. Because some weeks I was buying, and this channel was meant for everything not gaming. So it was making jokes, doing like little skit videos, game reviews I started doing, and I don't remember 100% if I started putting them on the King of Hate HD or if that was on my other YouTube channels. But essentially the purpose of that channel was to put out a variety of videos and diversify my content, so if I wanted to monetize my content, I could. I could put ads on those videos because...
It's kind of funny how he considers diversifying himself by just making money on another channel.
Those videos had nothing to do with gaming at all, you see? So, in my search to create a variety of content for YouTube, I started a series called Poorly Cooking with the King. It wasn't called Cooking with the King. It wasn't an actual real cooking show. It was called Poorly Cooking with the King. It was meant to be a joke of cooking shows, because I knew there were people on YouTube who were doing cooking shows, and I also knew there was a whole channel, Food Network. The whole fucking channel is people showing you recipes and how to cook stuff live, right? So what I wanted to do was kind of a parody spin-off of that, all right? And so the show was meant to be funny rather than instructional. I said ridiculously stupid things in the show. Like, what was it? I don't have time to do
No, it says
something
that, oh,
was
this
like
is
a
a
basic
joke
thing
and
of
all
cooking
this
'cause I'm a
stuff, but
gamer.
when people were making fun of how he cooked, he got really defensive. How how was it a joke?
I can't even remember what it was. Like, I don't have time to butter my bread or something stupid. You know, it was something ridiculous.
Wasn't
It
Poorly
was
Cooking with
meant
the King made
to
after
be
he had
done
more
like that. Poorly Cooking with the King was the
Maybe.
name of the show.
I don't remember.
All right. You would, if you had never seen the show, you would tune into it thinking it was supposed to be real, and then when you actually watched the show, you would laugh your ass off because I was so bad at what I was doing on purpose. Like, I knew I wasn't a cook, you know? I knew that what I was doing was...
Oh, man.
Excuse me. Stupid allergies. I knew that what I
Fucking
was
clown,
doing
dude.
was not serious, okay? I cooked things that any
Man,
Joe
you
Schmo could make. A grilled cheese
Well, it was being
sandwich.
like a cartoon character.
A bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. I think one time I tried to make tuna salad, and I failed miserably. I made it disgusting. You know, that kind of stuff. Basic stuff. Basic stuff that anyone could do, but it was kind of silly because I was like, oh, I'm a gamer, and I'm going to show you how to do this stuff quickly. And what was funny was people actually, I had such a following back then. Even though the series was obviously supposed to be a joke, it was called Poorly Cooking with the King. People told me they learned how to cook stuff from that series, and I was like, how?
It kind of shows that his audience was kids because the stuff he cooked, the stuff kids can make. He made like a sandwich and all this stuff. This is stuff that kids can make. This isn't like some like elaborate show. A child could make half the no, not half. That's a little too generous. All of the things he could cook.
I wasn't good at doing that. Nothing that I did in that show. Nothing that I did at all in that show. And by the way, thank you to some people who said bless you when I sneezed. Absolutely nothing that I did in that show was valid of like being emulated to learn anything. All right? It was pretty bad. Okay? And I knew that. That's why I was acting up for the camera. I was doing silly things half the time, and this is not a lie.
I was drunk.
I was drunk half the time. Those videos, a lot of the time, were done in the middle of the night. Back then, I used to drink way too much. And I would drink at night, and then after drinking, I would be hungry. I don't want to go to bed drunk with no food in my stomach and wake up with a terrible hangover. So right before I would go to sleep, I would go into the kitchen and cook something. Like an incredibly bad bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. Do you see? Matty Ice did a $5 super chat. Says, he says, you remember when you poured bacon grease down your toilet? Yes, I do. Hold on. I'm going to go blow my nose now because I sneezed. God damn. Oh, okay.
Jeez,
So,
all this wasted time.
the thing is, some people, I guess, didn't get it. They didn't get the joke. Because even though I called it Poorly Cooking with the King, my character back then, the attitude that I basically had in my...
now he's playing a character back then. If you told me he was playing a character, you'd be an idiot. He never played a character. You got the real Phil. But now we got a character back then. That's
content
cool.
Was that like, my shit didn't stink. You know what I'm saying? My content's the best. My
But
shit
you know
doesn't
what's
stink.
well, no,
How dare you
was it-
criticize if I made something in Poorly Cooking with the King and say that it
think
was
it was
bad?
twice it.
No, I was
Never
good,
mind.
right? That's how I was back then. That was kind of like a cocky attitude. That was what I was trying to push on the internet. That was part of the whole thing.
I like how he's...
Some people took...
He says this, oh, I was trying to be cocky and all this stuff. And when the joke wasn't landing and people were like, wow, you're a fucking asshole, he never let up. This dude who's like... This dude, man, he acts like he's such an asshole. And then when people are like, wow, Phil, you're an asshole. No, I'm not, you fucking asshole. It's literally the meme where this guy starts an argument and then says, little do they know I was actually stupid or whatever.
That as me like taking it seriously or whatever. It never was. It was never meant to be a serious show. By the way, that show ran like, what, 10 episodes? If that? I don't even remember how many episodes I did. But very quickly, while doing this show over the course of like a month or two, okay, I actually realized that I had nothing else to do.
Oh.
Like, I didn't know how to cook anything. I didn't know how to cook anything elaborate. I didn't have any real recipes to share with you guys. There's one recipe I have, my homemade Italian sauce and homemade meatballs I can make. That's about it. That's the only thing I'm good at cooking. Outside of that, I'm terrible at cooking. So I didn't have anything to do for the series. And within, however many episodes that it was, I'm sure you guys would probably know better than me because it's been so long ago. I haven't watched it since then, except for our retrospective events that we do every once in a while, right? After doing the show, I stopped doing it completely. I just dropped it, and I focused on other things. And over the years, every once in a while, people ask, well, what happened to the show? Why didn't you continue it? Why didn't you bring it back? And my answer was, because I'm not a good cook. It was a joke. It was meant to be a show.
So why can't you continue the
have
joke?
A variety of content on a vlogging channel, so I could monetize said content and make money on YouTube to pay for the games on the gaming channel.
I like how a show called Poorly Cooking with the King only had dishes he could cook. He doesn't want to do Poorly Cooking with the King of him trying to cook something and it potentially being bad. This dude lacks so much creativity. He couldn't do a show called Poorly Cooking with the King. And then if he makes a dish that's actually good, he could be like, "Whoa, guys, this is actually, it's like a level up. Wow, guys, we leveled up the cooking. We cooked a good dish. Whoa!" And then you can say this dish gets the gamer award for whatever the fuck, level up cooking, whatever, fuck it. And then if he does something bad, he's like, "Whoa, guys, this dish is so bad, I'm gonna call it this is the poorest cooking with the king." That's the award this dish gets. But no, he needs to only cook stuff he knows how to cook, and then call Poorly Cooking with the King, so in case if it sucks, he can hide behind that as a shield. That's literally all it is. Just like everything else in his life. In order for him to do something, he has to have a shield ready to hide behind if it doesn't go well. Otherwise, oh my god, so scary.
In early 2011, when my gameplay channel got partnered with Machinima and I was able to monetize, I didn't want to do that shit anymore. Now, I enjoy doing Ask the King. It's a Q&A show where I answer your questions. That's a good show to continue. I enjoyed...
Is it a good show to continue? You literally just said in the same episode you don't know if you can.
Things like DSP tries it, because every once in a while it would allow me to try a new item, and essentially back then, I would pay like $15 for a meal, $15 for the ton of shit I would buy for the DSP tries it, and I would make like hundreds of dollars on the video.
Tons of shit.
Why would I stop doing that, right?
He could literally just buy one meal for $5 to do a DSP try zone. I don't know why. I don't know how he spent $15 for a meal, but I mean, I don't know that I don't. Wow,
that'd be stupid. But Cooking with the King made no sense, so I stopped doing it entirely, and I focused on gameplay and the vlogs that I wanted to continue. Okay, so it baffles me to this day that there are people who ask me to do Cooking with the King. It's like, what are you talking about? It was never a serious show to begin with. It lasted, what, a few months? Until it was canceled over 10 years ago. Why in the hell would you be asking me to bring back Cooking with the King? Now, in 2018, my wife moved in with me. She wasn't my wife at the time, all right? But she moved in with me, and when she moved in with me, there was an idea, okay? And by the way, this was long before the trolling that happened to her when she was on my streams a few times, then she decided she never wanted to be on a stream ever again. This was before.
Oh boy.
Before
here we go, guys.
So, there was an idea that we had here on the streams that if we hit a subscriber goal over on Twitch for that month, I would do a demo show with Kat where we would try to bring back Cooking with the King. But it wouldn't be a joke show like the original show was. It would basically be a reimagining of the show where now the two of us together would actually try to legitimately cook recipes. And I'm sure some of them would turn out good, and some of them would be terrible. But Kat knows how to cook. I don't. So essentially, I would be filming, she would be cooking, I'd be helping her, and together we'd do these recipes.
Now look at this. People wanted Poorly Cooking with the King. They wanted that. And he's like, well, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this other cooking show that you didn't want, where we just let my wife cook, or my girlfriend at the time cook, and I just eat what she makes. maybe that's why you didn't do so well, DSP, because it was just gonna be her cooking. I don't think people wanted her to cook. I think they wanted you to cook. I think that was the whole point.
Test the food together to see if it was any good, and it would be a new series, okay? Guess what happened? We didn't hit the sub goal.
He was about to do the soundboard. He was.
We test the food together to see if it was any
Look
good.
where his right
and it would
hand
be a new
goes.
series, okay? Guess what happened? We didn't hit the.
He was just about to pick it up and said, "No, never mind." Now, this is ridiculous because that same year, okay, so Cooking with the King had only 1 month, had only one shot of getting hit. The same year, he had a sub goal in May, I believe, or April, one of those 2 months. That was some Street Fighter sub goal. That did not get hit the first time. He does the same goal again the following month. So how come all these other goals get multiple chances to get hit, while the cooking show only had one chance, and it was February, so it was a shorter month already? Like, he kind of set up that cooking show to fail as it is. But yeah, okay, no one wanted, so he dropped it. But that other event that no one wanted, we tried it again and then got hit by, you guessed it, gifted subs.
The sub goal. People literally said, this is nothing for us to subscribe about. We don't care about this. This is not interesting to us in any way, shape, or form. So people didn't sub that month. It wasn't an interesting goal. I said, okay, message received. You guys don't want this content. I get it. I'll just stick to my streaming stuff. You know,
if it's fun, if he doesn't want to do it, that's fine. But he gets so over the top with it. He could just say it was a sub goal. It didn't get hit. So, and since then, I don't really have a desire to do a cooking show. And he could have just leave it at that. But no. That's too simple of an answer. We have to go all in on victim baby mode. We can't just say, I'm not interested. It has to be more dramatic.
Okay? So, I never did it. I never went back to it. Now, over the years,
whoa,
people
Pure
ask for it again.
Ewing
You wanna know
subscribed?
why they
Holy
ask for it? I'll
shit.
tell you exactly why.
Thanks for the
Because
sub,
later that
Pure
year in
Ewing.
2018,
Oh, man.
my wife
I'm a huge fan
decided
of
to show up
Reebok's
in a few videos
clothing, I
of
tell
mine.
you
One or
what.
two, like, Q&A videos we did together where we both answered questions to a live
But
audience.
which Pure Ewing are
Later
you?
on that year, there was a Halloween marathon where she dressed up in a costume along with me. We were dressed up in costume and playing horror games, okay? Both answered questions to a live.
Wait, hold on. Let's see the beginning of this.
Because later that year in 2018, my wife decided to show up in a few videos of mine. There were one or two like Q&A videos we did together.
It was a stream, by the way.
Both answered questions to a live audience. Later on that year, there was a Halloween marathon where she dressed up in a costume along with me. We were dressed up in costume and playing horror games, okay? During those few streams, and then culminating in that Halloween marathon, people were so nasty to my wife.
It is really funny. If you go and watch the reveal video of Kat, she literally tells us, I don't care about the trolls. I know they call me a horse. I don't care. They're trolls. And now all of a sudden she cares about what the trolls think.
Just her glancing at the comments that were going through the stream at the time.
Yeah, because she had nothing to do. Now, okay, fair enough. Sure, there are people in the chat that were trolling her. Wow, so bad. Okay, fair enough. Sure, that sucked. Okay, fine. But the whole marathon, Kat was just existing. She just sat there, did nothing. DSP didn't give her a controller. He didn't talk to her at all. He was just talking to the camera at that point. And all Kat was doing was looking at the chat. She barely said anything. So, like, of course she's gonna probably be depressed. She just sat there reading trolls all day, the whole stream. He didn't even talk to her. He didn't try to keep her mind off it. He didn't say, you know what, Kat? Why don't you try playing? Here you go, play this, and then he gets to look at the chat, and then if he sees all the trolls, he'll just ban them before it happens. All this stuff that he could have been doing, and instead he just kind of had her sit there. Like, it's kind of fucked up, and of course he's gonna say, why are you blaming me? It's the trolls. The trolls shouldn't be there in the first place. It's the fucking internet, and this dude knew. He knew he had trolls. Like, he said months and months how he knew he had shitheads in the stream chat and all this stuff. He said even before the event, we're gonna have to have the mods go in full force and hardcore mode when this event happens. So he knew that they existed. And he didn't sit there and say, well, in case that doesn't happen, I'm gonna have to keep talking to her, and I should talk to her, and all this stuff. No, just let her sit there and read the chat all day, and then act surprised that chat was being mean to her. Like, I'm sorry, DSP, but it's kind of a fucked up situation. I'll say, at the very least, it's a fucked up situation. But I don't think you're an innocent boy in the whole thing, DSP. You kind of did nothing for her. And DSP's been trying to be like, oh man, I feel so bad for. Like, I feel more bad for Kat than I do for DSP. I kind of didn't give a shit, TBH.
She got incredibly upset. It really hurt her deeply to see people say disgusting things about her and insulting things about her. In her mind, she's like, I'm going out of my way.
She was called a horse, by the way. And she was like, yeah, I was called a horse. If being called a raccoon is so bad, then, man, she'd rather be called a horse? Yeesh.
Normal life to be a part of this content, to be a part of this community that Phil has grown on the internet for so many years. And
wait,
in her mind...
And, by the way, she did streams in the past! Okay, so you're telling me Kat never had trolls in her stream chat when she streamed? I mean... Well, maybe she didn't get enough viewers. Maybe she was lucky that she was too small.
She's like, I'm going out of my way, my normal life, to...
Oh, this is a very positive outlook. I went out of my way for these guys, and they treated me like shit. Wow. It really shows that she has a very mean view on her chat, on his chat, just thinking that they're all kids. The other thing is that he told us before the event that she wasn't going to be there for the whole stream. Okay.
Be a part of this content, to be a part of this community that Phil has grown on the internet for so many years. And I'm going out of my way. She had spent money.
Okay. She knew of DSP. How the fuck did she not know he has fucking trolls? Dude, like, DSP, you make Kat sound so fucking stupid. Like, holy shit, the way and I've said this before, the way he talks about Kat, you think there's something wrong with her. Like, it's just so fucking weird. I've never seen anyone talk about anyone in their life as if they're, like, brain dead. She can't go to the supermarket by herself, apparently. She can't shop on her own, because she might get lost in the food aisle, I guess. He can't drive her to work, drop her off, then use the car to go to the ENT, then pick her up. Apparently because she might hop into a stranger's car, apparently. Like, she can't be alone at any point in time. She needs a cat to be with her at all times. I mean, like, what the fuck is wrong with her? Like, and then when you can't even get an idea of what game she plays. Oh, she plays games. Like, he bought her a game that had a cat on the cover and then thought that she'd like it because it had a cat in it. Is she fucking 2? This is logic you would give for a child. Oh, wow, my child likes this because it has the color green, so she might... Like, holy shit, dude.
It was not a cheap costume she was wearing. That was an actual, like, expensive costume that she got to be a part of the Halloween event. And she's trying to just enjoy the game, and she keeps looking at the stream, and it's insult, insult, insult. And by the way, they're all sexist, of course. All sexist, disgusting things people are saying about her. Okay?
It's all sexist, dude.
The moderators did their best.
Making fun of someone's costume is sexist because no one made fun of DSP's costume ever in his career. It's kind of a weird claim for him to claim that it's sexist when people have always made fun of his fucking costume for years. And they've literally gave Kat the same insults that they gave DSP. But it's somehow sexist. DSP, the insults that they flung at Cat are the same insults they flung at you. It's kind of hard to say it's sexist, dude, when it's the same shit. Like, if it was like, I would have believed it more if the whole chat was full of people sucking DSB's dick, like, ah, DSB, you're so cool, yeah, man, amazing. And then Cat shows up, oh, what is this dumb bitch doing here? Oh, what a fucking idiot. Oh, she's so stupid, she's probably a fucking titty streamer. Like, okay, I'd probably believe that more, but instead, it was people bring up her past. People bring up DSP's past all the time. They bring up her costume. People bring up DSP's costume all the time. So, I mean, I don't quite see it, but okay.
But so many assholes flooded in. You want to know why? Because the idiots who illegally restreamed me were restreaming me. They were saying these nasty things on their streams. And
nope. Tevin's stream, I don't think, I don't remember what he said in that stream, to be completely honest, but I know he didn't say, like, oh, guys, go over there and make fun of Cat. Do it. Say this. Like, he didn't really do anything like that. He just kind of sat there and was like, wow, this game sucks, whatever.
And then those viewers were carrying over to my real stream and regurgitating that toxic filth on my stream. It really hurt my wife. She basically told me she could...
And then he says all of this. So, like, it kind of makes it virtually impossible for her to ever come back because he reinforces this all the time. If DSP wants it to stop, he shouldn't be telling us that those comments got to her, because it's just gonna have people do it again. But okay.
Remember, we went on break, and she told me, basically in tears, she never wanted to be on my stream ever again. She's like, I can't believe it. Like,
he literally told us that she wasn't gonna be there for the whole marathon, and now it's all reworded to this.
I went out of my way to do nice things to help you in your content, and these people are so ungrateful.
All right, she did nice things to help the content. All right, let's take a look at these nice things. Oh shit, I have to like think about it now. DSP Halloween 2018. Let's take a look at these nice things that Cat did for the streams.
Okay, I'm going to lock up out back. No point in staying.
Okay, you can see here. You don't need to see DSP. You see him enough.
Best of luck.
Okay. Are you?
All right, so
she gonna say anything?
To take out Harry's
Look at this nice thing she's doing for his chat.
Take photos,
just sitting there.
Or call any numbers
wow.
that you find.
So cool. Wow, this is an amazing, amazing content from Cat.
Really bad.
Oh, she's doing stuff with her lips.
Save while we do that. Camera.
She looks really. She honestly looks really bored. You know what? I've said this before when I covered this whole drama thing. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I don't even think any of what DSP said happened. I think what happened. This is my theory. She was just bored, and she was like, "Phil, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm bored. I'm gonna go to this Halloween party that I was invited to or whatever." She was just bored, so she leaves. Then DSP got mad and couldn't take it out on her because he needs to keep her around so she could cook for him. Decides, I'm gonna take this out on the trolls. I'm gonna blame the trolls for this because it's you know it happened in the stream chat and all this stuff, but you know he can hide it, so it's probably just, you know, she was bored.
Phone book dial. Let's see, phone book. Home. Calling home.
I mean, look how nice this is. Wow.
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Is Cat gonna say something?
Hello?
Oh,
someone there?
Okay. Maybe not that video. Maybe that video is not a good one. Maybe he doesn't do a good job showing Cat's amazing commentary abilities.
I'm already confused the perspectives. You might be able to unlock it using an old key. Yes. I don't.
All right.
It's a whistle, and I need it, but I can't get it yet.
Cat, do something. Say something. Be something nice. this is supposed to be the hyped moment. We've all been waiting for Kat to be on stream, and she went out of her way, dude. She went out of her way for this.
Yeah, books on various
She's
peoples of the earth.
This is really nice of her to do this. It's like,
okay,
this is so unique. We wouldn't have gotten this
So,
if Kat didn't join
I
the
don't
stream.
know where to go or what to do here. I need to grab that item, but I can't because I have no inventory. I don't know what to do. This sucks.
You have any inputs?
Space you have.
Yep, that's the problem with this game. Is I can't because I have no inventory. I don't know what to do. This sucks.
That's all the space you have.
Yep, that's the
It's
problem.
all
with this
Spacey's
game,
house?
especially
What?
on hard. It is really
Spacey?
tough to manage
Uh-oh.
your inventory. It's really difficult. You need to find an item box.
Like, wow. Wow, so that was good content, man. Oh. Now, let's see. Oh, nice way I misspelled. Halloween, but you don't have to talk about that. Now let's take a look at the IRL stream.
Ghostbusters, I guess you were
Gonna
kidding about,
be
like, the
amazing.
Super Mario Brothers movie. No, I mean Super Mario Brothers is the best movie ever made. Everyone knows that. I mean, who wouldn't believe that?
Oh
that
my god.
Oh my
what's his
god.
name? John Hoskins and John Leguizamo.
Okay, you know, I'll be honest, this is at least something, but all it was just baby talk. It was just, it was all sarcasm
Time when every human
and facetious.
will die. How did you figure that shit out? You have how do you even know when every remaining human settlement will die? It doesn't even make sense at its premise. But again, if you're thinking big crazy action movie, that's the silly logic those kind of movies go with all the time. So it was all right. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. It was okay. It was an action movie for me, a typical action.
What about you, Kat? What do you
I'll be
think of
honest,
that
I'm glad
movie?
they're fucking over with because those movies have dragged on way too long.
Yeah, yeah.
How many
Yeah.
are they gonna make? I think that was the 6th one. It's like Jesus, do something different.
Yeah, there were a lot of them.
A lot. There were a lot of them.
Okay.
Wow. Went out of her way, guys, to pretty much be a dry carrot. A wet carrot's too much. A dry carrot.
Well, they're disgusting. Look what they're doing. And I told her, I said, it's always your choice if you want to subject yourself to that shit or not. I know how toxic the internet is. And if you don't want to be doing that, you don't have to. She's got her own life, stresses going on behind the scenes.
Okay, he says this, but she also stopped using social media the second she met DSP. But okay, she didn't. She just found out.
She doesn't need to have extra stresses from a bunch of immature shitheads on the internet. All right? So these people hurt her so much with the way that they acted. She, since that day in 2018, has not been on a stream of mine ever again. Yeah. It's been, what, 8, 9, 10, through 2.5 years?
He by the way, he kind of teased after the Halloween event, should be clear, after that she'd come back for Wolfenstein Youngblood, but then said, well, the game sucks, so she doesn't want to play it, so we're not doing that, and then moved on. So there you go.
And she has absolutely no desire to ever come back.
Do you ask
now,
her?
The funny part about all this is,
but of course not.
Those same people who were toxic, including the restreamers. Oh, I don't know why Kat will never come on a stream again. I don't know why Kat would never be a part of Phil's content again. It must be because Phil's lying and they broke up and she doesn't really live with him. Oh, I don't know why Kat will never come on a stream again. I don't know why Kat would never be a part of Phil's content again. It must be because Phil's lying and they broke up and she doesn't.
Dude, you saw that? You kind of had a little mini stroke when I said broke up. Like, broke up. Oh my god. But that's not even true. That's not even true. None of the trolls have said, why doesn't she show up on stream? We're making fun of you, DSG, when we say, why is the cat on stream? Because it's just, all she is now is fucking a chef. She's just a body that cooks food now. That's all we know of her. We don't hear about what game she plays, or anything. Like, the last game I remember hearing about was that she was gonna play Persona 4 Golden, and then she said it was archaic. And that was enough for me to know that she doesn't have good taste in games if she likes if that's her opinion. And then they're like, well, she's gonna play Persona 5. I was like, okay, so what's her opinion on that? We will never know. but we will definitely know what she cooks. But she doesn't have a PS5. Yeah, but Persona 5 is on a PS4, dude. Come on.
Doesn't really live with him, and this, you know, every
like that's the meme. And then, but none of the trolls were asking, guys, can you do Cooking with the King? The only people who were asking him Cooking with the King are literally fans, like Snow Carl and all these things. So if he's saying that the trolls are saying this, then why is Snow Carl not banned, DSP? If only trolls are asking this, the only people I've seen him asking this are people who are regulars in his chat. But okay,
every little insane conspiracy theory to basically try to spin it to be something that it's not, that they were toxic, disgusting people. They concretely hurt my wife with their actions, and they're responsible for the fact that she'll never be on my streams ever again.
Yeah.
It's not them. It's got to be something I did. That's it.
But I didn't do it. I didn't participate in the chat. I wasn't there for the Halloween stream. I was watching Tevin's restream, but I didn't do anything. So why is it my fault? What did I do, DSP? Wow.
Project their terrible behavior onto me. The evidence is there. People have those streams. They're documented, the things that people said and did on that stream. It was absolutely fucking disgusting. It was some of the worst example of human behavior you'll ever see. The things they said and did to my wife on that stream. Okay?
I wouldn't say it's the worst. I know, you know, I think there are worse things out there than saying you have raccoon makeup on, but it is what it is.
You can't justify that and say that that's because Phil. What are you talking about? I have
you
a
didn't
very
talk to
great
her.
Relationship with my wife. We've lived together now for 3 years. We absolutely.
Just because. Well, I treat her well offline. Okay, good for you. But during the stream, you barely acknowledged her, talked to her, gave her the controller, did nothing to talk to her, but man, they have a good relationship. There was like no chemistry. I have more chemistry with this fucking thermos than they did with fucking each other. Man,
we love the life we have together. We're very positive and happy of the future and the home life that we have, and we're happy that we don't intertwine that with the streams anymore, because like I said, we have our own shit going on. My wife does not need to have people be like that to her. She doesn't deserve it. She has nothing to do whatsoever with the toxic shit these idiots do on the internet. Why should she wrap herself up in that? Okay? So, speaking about all of this, the reason I'm talking about this, over the years now, since that happened, and since Kat has now said, I never want to be a part of Phil's content ever again because it's just going to be the same. It's not going to change. You know, the moment she steps foot into this office and I'm broadcasting, there'll be disgusting things said. We know that. We're not stupid.
But you're cooking.
So she says, I just don't want, unless it changes, which it probably never will, I never want to be a part of that content ever again. Ever since that happened, I wish Phil would do Cooking with the King with his wife, man. I just wish they would do Cooking with the King together. Is that too much to ask? To ask for variety content, Phil and his wife cooking together? Yes, it is too much to ask. Because those shitheads are not going away, and they're not going to not be toxic to her. It's that simple. She's never going to do it, because she wanted to do it at first, until those people asked
I don't know if she wanted to do it at first, because I think I don't remember the necessarily thing, but there was a video on Tevin's channel where he's playing Persona 4, listening to Hate Live, and he brings this up because it kind of was so weird how Cooking with the King was even offered. It was an on-the-spot change. Like, he was debating on what to do for a sub-goal. He was like, I don't know what to do for a sub-goal. You know what? And then someone in chat said, why not do Poorly Cooking with the King? Like, yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. Let's do Poorly Cooking. Okay, guys. The sub-goal is Poorly Cooking with the King. He said that way before he even asked if it would be cool with her. But, man, let me tell you. They wanted to do it, except that he didn't ask her in the past. But okay.
And now she will never do it again.
Oh, man.
So, if you want to look for a reason why there will never be Cooking with the King, the answer is because of what happened with my wife on those few streams. That's the answer. There will never be Cooking with the King ever again. Blame the restreamers.
Why not Cooking with the King with just the King?
Who promote that toxic behavior, and blame the people who left those restreamer streams and came over to mine and did that to my wife. That's the reason you will never see me doing a cooking show with my wife ever. Period. That's the answer. There you go.
Why not Cooking with the King with just the King?
Cats Like Carl took me $1.30. says big ups on a review copy opinions. People who would buy a game day one shouldn't be affected by IGN's early copy review. With patches and DLC, a game can be dramatically changed months later. Completely correct. What really gets me are these games.
Hold
opinions,
on.
People who would buy a game. Answer. There you go.
Hold on.
Okay. Cats Like Carl took me $1.30. Says big ups on a review copy opinions. People who would buy a game day one shouldn't be affected by IGN's early copy review.
Oh my god, dude. People who buy day one shouldn't be affected by IGN's review. Yeah, because they're gonna buy the game. What about the people who don't, who are undecided?
With patches and DLC, a game can be dramatically changed months later. Completely correct. What really gets me are these games that have major online components, yet people read an early review like it knows anything. Right? There's no way that a game reviewer who played the game 1 or 2 weeks early got the actual online experience of what that game's going to be like for you when you buy it on launch day. So the whole review's invalid.
Can you equip the bun armor with
to me
memes?
$1.30
Hell
and
yeah.
says, do you see any hope for BioWare Studios after remaking the Mass Effect franchise? Maybe.
How do they remake it? It's a remaster.
I would like them to make a new Mass Effect game. They are.
Okay.
I just hope it's good. And there's no guarantee that it's going to be good. Okay.
Is it made by the same people or is it new people?
What the?
What the?
Admiral Peaceful Protest, thanks for the $1 tip. There's no way I'm reading that out. Okay, then. Atlas to me $5. He says, charge partitioning has me interested.
Oh my god, no. No, no, no. We're not doing fucking charge partitioning
actually
bullshit.
More difficult, where down.
Oh, new people made it? Oh, that's so it's definitely going to be great. Everyone's going to love it.
Kit of the charge 50 minutes after a break, okay? But all, yeah.
Wait, why did you get up?
Combos, pressing jab from and then games. I think we're about, I can't see. Hold on. I can't see how long this part has been. I have to.
Oh my god, you had to get up.
Of the show after a break, okay? Of it all, yeah. I mean, the things these people say and do.
What the fuck?
Tenacious actually took me $1.30. I'm sorry to hear about what happened to that stream with your wife.
Oh my god, I'm sorry to hear what happened to your wife, man. I'm so sorry. It's like 2018. Come on.
I watched you around 2010, and then I haven't checked back until now. Wow. So I'm not caught up at all. Yeah. I mean, the things these people say and do about my family members.
Does that dude think that he's still with Leanna, by the way? I saw you in 2010. I caught up to you now. Does that guy think that he married Panda Lee?
Just beyond fucked. Like, Kat literally has never done a bad thing to anyone on the
internet.
internet.
No, he says her name.
There's no reason why anyone should treat her badly. Yet they did because they thought that it would get to me. And
well, it kind of did.
Just
by listening to this video.
Get upset that Kat's not in my content because of the way.
I don't think people are upset that she's not on your content. I think they're laughing she's not on your content because the way you made her sound.
Hey, it's like it's your fault. Why would you get angry at me for not having my wife in my videos? You're the reason she's not in my videos and streams because you're a piece of shit. So what did you expect would happen if you were bad to someone? Whoa, shit. What the fuck? That is not what I wanted to happen. Did you see that?
Whoa.
What did you think would happen? People like bad treatment? Oh man, I love it when people rub shit up my nose.
No, that's a rumor, Ludwig. Look, cheating on her, the cheating thing, that's all rumor, speculation, didn't happen. It's a very nuanced situation, okay? Subaru actually, okay, Ludwig, actually, Subaru Man that was in that video that Tevin uploaded wasn't the real guy, actually. Believe it or not, it was some other random guy that just happened to, who also had a girlfriend named Kat. So, you know, it was all bamboozlements and nonsense that happened. So it wasn't his cat, it was someone else's cat, okay? But not the cat that he's with, but the cat that someone else is with that cheated on that guy that's a Subaru Man. But the other Subaru Man is now the same Subaru Man that had that cat that cheated on him with another person, okay? Totally different. Ignore that video, okay?
Turds up my nose. I love it. Let's just keep doing it. No, of course not stupid. But that's the problem. These people are fucking stupid. Let's see here. Cyclone Carl to me $2 says, well, I don't want you to bring the show back with your wife. I want it to be the old style. I just explained to you why I can't do that. I
Why?
have nothing left to cook. I'm not a good cook. I don't know any
Why not
recipes.
learn?
I'm not going to cook. First of all, I'm not going to cook by myself at this point anyway. I live in a house with my wife. I'm not going to cook by myself.
Oh my god.
I'm just not going to have it. It's a waste of time and a waste of money.
Dude, why not get this? He could learn how to cook, so he could cook new foods for his wife. I know, crazy idea.
I don't. If I was going to cook, it would be with my wife. That's number one. Number two,
Oh,
I don't want to
it
cook.
has to be
I'm
with
not
his
a
wife
cook.
because the wife cannot be left alone. If the wife is left alone, you don't know what's gonna happen. DSP knows what happens when she's left alone.
Literally, that's the short answer. I'm not a cook.
You know what? I'm just thinking about this. Holy shit. DSP fucking cucked Subaru Man and did this and then said to himself, she has a tendency to do this. I gotta keep an eye on her. It could happen to me. Wow, this dude is doing like 4D chess on her. Thanks for the YouTube sub, Jack.
Desire to learn how to cook. I don't want to try recipes. It has nothing to do with me or my content at all. You're asking. That's like saying, man, I really like LeBron James. I really wish that we could see him sculpt a statue by hand. And you just keep pelting LeBron James with requests to sculpt a statue by hand. He's like, but I'm not a sculptor. What are you talking about?
But one is like something anyone could cook. There's literally recipes online for anyone to read. Like, you don't have to go to school to learn how to cook. But okay.
Why do you keep asking me to do this? I play basketball. I'm really good at it.
It's like not
Why do you
really
want me to
a
sculpt?
good comparison.
No, you have to sculpt. What are you talking about?
Especially when humans need to eat food.
I'm not a cook. It was a joke. It was a joke I did 10 years ago.
We're not asking you to make like a 5-star meal for a restaurant.
Okay. Now let's get back to Twitter questions. Shouty31 says, how has the move to YouTube been? Thinking face emote.
Oh
well,
my god.
The move to YouTube.
Thinking face emote. The move to YouTube is something alright, I tell you what, even though I never moved.
YouTube certainly has not been super smooth. I would say there's a bunch of things that have happened that are very positive and a few things that have happened that are pretty damn negative. The positive thing is, number one, within just a week, I basically have transitioned fully. Like now I've got pop-ups working for everything. I'm basically in the groove now of how to do it. Setting up the streams and everything really isn't a big deal anymore.
Dude, setting up the streams on YouTube is literally not that hard. Oh my god.
And I would say, in general, the stream quality has increased greatly. If you take a look at the actual visual quality of the streams that I'm putting out now, they have increased dramatically from what I used to do. 1080p 60 frames and a much higher bitrate has allowed me to put out really great quality. And the thing is, when I'm playing on PS5, you want to see that for visual fidelity.
Oh, now he wants to see the visual fidelity. When he was on Twitch and he couldn't do the quality options, he told us that's what we had to deal with. Oh, you don't need to see 1080p. Don't worry about it. It's all good. You're doing 720, buddy.
I'm seeing on the TV is what you want to see on the streams, and you're getting that. Finally. Those years that I was on Twitch, I always was forced to nerf my content to not look so good. Okay?
Forced.
So, that's a bunch of positive things. Also, a lot of people who used to be my regulars over on Twitch have moved over. Wasn't easy. A lot of them were like, oh god, I gotta fucking make an account on YouTube and deal with all this.
You really think it's hard to make it? I like how he tells us it's so easy to make a YouTube account, but then when it comes to his fans making a YouTube account, it's some hard, arduous task. What a positive outlook for his viewers, man. His viewers must be single brain celled organisms, I guess.
This terrible, this terrible shit. I agree with you, but
these people didn't have YouTube accounts in the past. YouTube. You know, the thing that's been around for years before Twitch. Okay.
Many of them have come over. I'm very happy to see how many people transitioned from from Twitch to YouTube in a short period of time. I honestly was afraid that there was going to be issues where some people were going to be very resistant to doing that, but in general, most people have made the transition almost seamlessly. Hasn't been that big of a deal. Okay? I'm happy that I already had everything set up on YouTube for things such as the channel memberships, the super chatting. Like, it was already ready to go. It wasn't like, oh, now I'm starting over. I have to apply for this and do that. Everything was like from the get-go.
Oh yeah, we knew. We all know Super Chat was enabled. You enabled it immediately when you were first banned from Twitch, DSP.
Business as usual. Forget the fact that we're not even on Twitch. Just do it over here.
Yeah, Rip Major Riot.
Well in that
you know what?
regard.
It's so fucking funny to me that if DSP did not beg him to tip, just let him be. It was like, okay, fine, you can't tip, yippee, whatever, and just left him be. And then when he went to YouTube, he could have been super chatting Chef Boyardee. He could have been doing that. But no, DSP had to yell at him. Had to.
Okay. There's been problems. Let's be honest here. The first problem is this chat is terrible. The fucking chat is really bad on YouTube. It's a stream of comments. It's not an actual chat room.
Okay. How is this a string of comments? I don't understand. Like, it says Peel type and then it just scrolls up. I guess on Twitch it goes like here, then here, then here, then here, then here, then here. Then it kind of scrolls from there. But it's really not that different. It's really not that like big of a deal.
So when I turn the stream off, there's no chat. It's gone. It's not like on Twitch where there's always a chat room. I have to create the next stream ahead of time for a chat room to appear so that people can talk early before the stream goes live. Okay? Moderation is nearly impossible on here. You try to see someone who's violating the rules, you try to hide them, and then they make another account within a minute. Another fucking account comes back within a minute that's doing more toxic
Yeah, that
shit.
never happened on
And
Twitch, guys.
People will come on here in person.
That never happened. No one ever made sock accounts on Twitch. Ever.
At this point has been ridiculous. People can make identical accounts to other people on YouTube because you can have a YouTube channel that's like youtube.com/XYZ123 blah 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 blah.
Yeah, you know, it is so fucking weird. I do agree with that. It's so weird. You can make duplicate accounts on YouTube. It's so weird. I do kind of think that they should probably like fix that because that's a little silly. People could just make fake accounts. That's pretty silly.
The name to be whatever you want. So you can, within 5 minutes, make another dummy account and just change the name to be someone you're impersonating, be back on my stream saying nasty stuff and pretending to be someone that you're not. It's terrible, all right? It's really bad in that regard. I'm very annoyed that YouTube has absolutely no solutions for this kind of thing. YouTube also doesn't really have
I mean, that is the bright side. Now, I'm pretty
let's
good.
say I'm moderating the chat and I ban someone, and I misclick on a name and I ban someone by accident. It's like ridiculously difficult to unban the person. You have to go to a menu within a menu. You have to unban them from their own channel, but then you have to go to another menu and add them as an approved user.
I don't even know if that's the case.
It's like the most convoluted, messed up thing ever. It's really bad. And the thing is, YouTube streaming isn't new. YouTube's been having streaming since how long? I mean, I used to stream on YouTube for 2 years before I just did the 4.5 years of streaming I did on Twitch. So YouTube streaming's been around for, what, 7, 8 years? In 8 years, they couldn't figure this out yet. And what that sadly tells me is they just don't care. They don't want to make it better. You know what I'm saying? If they wanted to make it better, they would have. And they haven't yet. So that's a little bit annoying. And let's be honest here. I want them to improve, but you don't know if they ever will. There's a rumor that YouTube is testing certain things. For example, on YouTube, you cannot gift a membership to someone. That was a huge thing over on my Twitch channels.
DSP would love gift memberships. He's like, gift memberships? Oh man, he's hoping.
Wanted to support my channel and my content, they would gift a bunch of subs out to the viewers. You can't do that here on YouTube. But the rumor is that they're working on that, and you may be able to do that later this year. Okay?
Hoping that happens.
The rumor is there's a close.
Please, Susan, let people gift memberships. Oh, I see is here. Please, come on.
Closed beta right now that people have streams that are considered members-only streams, and what that means is that, excuse me, not members only. I misspoke. Sub-only streams. What that means is you would go to my channel, DSP Gaming, subscribe to the channel, so now you're basically following the feeds of content that I put out. You'll get notified when I stream. If you've done that, now when I stream, you can chat. But if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, you can't chat. Now, this is exactly the same way that they had it over on Twitch, but it was called followers only. You had to follow the channel, which is the same as subbing here on YouTube. it was tremendous. If you set up followers only mode for like a day or two, no one could come in with a freshly made troll account and talk, so the streams were clean.
Yeah, they would wait.
But sadly, here on YouTube,
they would wait a day and then troll the next day. Wow, that really stops trolls.
Doesn't exist yet. They're testing it in beta, and the rumor is that hopefully later this year it will be working. Now, here's the thing: if long term, all right, a lot of people sub to this channel. Excuse me, I meant to say if a lot of people become members, the paid membership to this channel, and we got hundreds and hundreds of members, and we do like a late night chill stream, and we notice that there's a lot of trolling, we could potentially do
late night chill streams behind a paywall. Dude, that would lock out Derek. Little Derek wouldn't be able to respond anymore. He'd be locked out. All his buddies would be talking in the chat, having a good time, and little Derek is gonna be outside like this. He's gonna be like, and he can't talk. Poor little Derek is gonna be locked out of the chat if he does this. The MLB streams will be like inaccessible. Think about the Derek, DSP. Wow, this dude, man.
Do a members only stream where only the people who are the paid members can talk.
It's kind of funny to me, semi-unrelated to DSP, how all these people who have been like lolcows, like LTG and DSP, have been, well, LTG committed to it. LTG does member-only streams, but now DSP wants to do members only now. So it's just gonna be poetic. If Wings were to ever come to YouTube, he would also do members only. These guys, man, like, and he mocks LTG for doing this, and he's doing it. And he said he would never do these kind of chats, and now he's like, oh, well, I could do it.
But I don't like doing that in general, because I don't want people to feel like there's a paywall to participate.
Oh, he doesn't like doing that.
I think that everyone should have the right to participate. For example, there are some very frequent stream regulars who never have been able to monetarily contribute to my content. That doesn't mean that they're not appreciated, and I'm not happy to have them here and be.
I don't know. You've been teasing member-only streams
so
around.
I don't want to do that. A lot of people have said, Phil, it's so bad. Why don't you turn on members-only stream? That's why. I don't want to create that paywall-style situation. I'm hoping that they are going to do the sub-only stuff coming forward. Okay? So that's
yeah.
There's
but he's talking about like YouTube, like sub only is members only on YouTube, pretty much. He's talking about like follower only mode that's on Twitch, and since YouTube has subscribe, maybe subscriber only. So
and there's negatives right now. The positives are outweighing the negatives, and I
well, yeah, dude, because you're making more money here than you did on Twitch right now. No shit, the positives outweigh the negatives.
Month of June, when we got things like a members goal, we're going to have the pop-ups for the super chats and all of that. Once I get to the situation where I don't have to focus just on tips constantly, I think it's going to be smooth, and it's going to kind of be how it was back on Twitch. It's just going to take a while to get there, but it's a learning experience for everyone, and I apologize to anyone who maybe has had a bad experience in the last week or two. We're doing our best here, okay?
Oh, okay. Thanks for the
GOTM
sub HBG.
Sent me $1.30 and says, about Virtua Fighter, I don't care if you're skilled at the game. I want to see you play it. I care more about seeing you experience the game from a newcomer's perspective. Fair enough. I don't know exactly when it's coming out for PS Plus this month. I think it's a free for PS Plus game this month.
In June.
Maybe I'll check it out if I have time. We'll see.
We'll see.
I think there's only like 2 or 3 major releases this month that I'm planning on playing, so maybe there would be time for me to check it out because I really don't know how to play that game. I know I would be.
It plays like Shenmue. I think Shenmue's fighting mechanics.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our second break of the stream. After this break, there'll be about 45 minutes left where I'm essentially just gonna.
All right. We're on the final piece.
Should be live, so you should watch it, those parts first. But it's time for the grand finale. The final questions. Hope you guys are
I don't think I watched this part of the stream. So, I saw the first 2 parts, kinda.
Davey Gameray. And he says, hi Phil, greetings from Northern Ireland in the UK. I'm a longtime viewer and always loving your content. Gaming actually has helped me overcome a serious bout with my depression.
Oh boy.
Last year.
Uh-oh.
My question is, what would you say to those who say gaming is a bad or negative influence? I would say it can be.
Yeah, I kind of agree with DSP as a point, guys. I mean, video games can be bad. I mean, they can be addicting. Like, almost anything can be addicting, but it's more of like how you balance it with your responsibilities. That's pretty much it. I mean, it is, not nothing, no great big reveal or revelation on that.
But much like anything, gaming can be a different experience in a different situation for anyone. By the way, shout out to Team Ico Gamer who just did a super chat, and he says, "Why not do last super chat instead of top SC?"
Oh boy,
I don't know what you mean by top SC. There's no SC. There's last tip, top tip's goal.
Last SC, huh?
The reason I haven't done anything with super chats yet is two reasons. Number one, because
oh my god, we're just
last super chat.
I love that he reads a question and then just overwrites it with this stupid ass fucking, oh, why don't you do this?
Maybe next month, okay? All right, getting back to the question. Much like anything, gaming can be a bad thing or a good thing. It all depends about the level and degree that you do it. It depends on how much it affects the rest of your life and in what way it affects the rest of your life. And in reality, it's all about moderation.
Why doesn't he just do last super chat?
Gaming
he
can
doesn't have to
absolutely
like compete.
be a time
He
sink waste of time for certain people who just aren't doing anything productive with their lives. They're just sitting around playing video games all day, and you don't.
Wait, what?
Okay, gaming can absolutely be a time sink waste of time for certain people who just aren't doing anything productive with their lives.
Video games in general are time waste. Generally, I mean, you can enjoy the time you wasted, but it's time going down the drain.
Just sitting around playing video games all day, and you don't have a job, and you don't have any friends, you don't have any family that cares about you anymore.
Wow.
You don't have a significant other, and all you literally do is sit around playing video games all day and do nothing about it. Yeah, that's bad. Yes.
Oh my god.
If you're someone.
Just layer the depression, dude. This dude is like, oh, this helps me with my depression. Oh yeah, well, if this happens to this, it starts listing all this stuff. I mean, this dude is listening to this answer and he's probably like freaking out right now, like, oh my god, oh shit.
And you find yourself getting hooked on stuff.
Hey, he has a soulmate, dude.
Playing an MMO is probably a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, it's probably in general probably going to be a bad idea.
And he has a cat. You guys are being mean. He has a cat, guys.
You spend
Come
way
on.
too much time and can't stop yourself from
playing
over and over and over, right? I mean, that's just kind of like common sense.
Oh, and now it's MMOs are the time.
But for many people, gaming is a legitimate way to sink time into something that's positive, that can make you feel good about yourself, that can feel like you accomplished something, that could end up being something greater than just the sum of its parts. You may think, oh, I'm just sitting here playing a video game. What does that really do? Well, it's my job. Did I ever think about...
What about the people who don't do this as a job, DSP? What about them?
Entire life, did I ever think that I would make a living being a gamer? Hell no. I never thought... Even when I was a top-level competitive Street Fighter player, I never fathomed that I would make a living playing video games. It just wasn't anything that was probable or possible at that time. But that's my job now, and I've been doing this for over 10 years as my job.
On Bonsai Boy sub.
So that's what I mean. Like, it all depends on the life situation of a certain. What works for one person might not necessarily work for another, but there are absolutely ways that gaming could find a way to have a positive impact on your life. Perfect example here. You may be feeling like things in your real life are screwed up, and you're depressed about something that happened that you can't help. Well, maybe playing a good video game can get your mind off of it for a while and make you stop having bad thoughts, right? Or at least take your mind off of the bad things. Not to say that you're trying to avoid facing them, but in general, gaming can be a way to escape from things that are bad. You know what I'm saying?
But what if the depression's so big that it's not a good escape
but
anymore?
Again, it's all about moderation and making sure that you're doing something to a degree that it doesn't hurt other things that are important or essential, right? If you're depressed and you just sit there and play video games for 2 weeks straight and don't move, that's a bad idea. You see? So, but no, I totally agree with you, David Gamer. Video games can absolutely, they could be a way to release. You're at a stressful day of school or work, right? You come home, man, I just want to unwind. Turn on a video game, play it for a couple hours, and now I feel good. Now I feel like I got that stress out of me.
Oh
right?
my god,
it could
dude.
be a really...
I'm playing a video game. The stress is escaping me, man. I don't think anyone plays a game like that. No one sits there and like relieves. Maybe when they're watching movies. I don't
Positive
know.
asset
Whatever.
in that regard. So.
Playing a video
Okay.
game.
The next question is from
relaxing.
Yak Almighty. So if you had the power, which game series would you bring back from the dead? I would bring back 2 games.
I would bring back Metal Gear Acid. I like the first 2 games for different reasons. 1 has a good story, 2 has a good gameplay. I would love to bring that game back. I would also bring back I'm gonna stick with that. I'm keeping no, Final Fight. I saw Beat 'em Up and that made me think of it. Thank you, David, for typing that up. Totally Final Fight. I want a new Final Fight game. Streets of Rage got their 4th game and it's a great game. Love that game. But Capcom should be inspired to make Final Fight 4. A real Final Fight 4, not the bullshit 3D fucking PS2 game that no one likes. A real Final Fight.
Game series from the dead. The first would be Infamous.
Oh! Speaking of Capcom, Darkstalkers. I want a new fucking Darkstalkers. God damn it. Fucking give me New Morgan. Enough of this versus Capcom bullshit where I have to pray to God Capcom will do another versus series. Give me Darkstalkers Returns.
Because I really liked
Infamous. Yeah, Manuel. The story in Acid games were wild.
They brought the series to...
Especially in 1. The 2 puppets were fucked up.
The power of the console. The visuals were good, but the gameplay suffered. I felt the gameplay of Infamous Second Son wasn't great. And the story was very lackluster. I actually felt that the first 2 games in the series were absolutely outstanding. And I'm actually kind of sad we never really got any more of Cole McGrath. Okay? I would love to see a new iteration of the Infamous series with new gameplay mechanics and new things in it. I would. Another series that I would absolutely love to come back, Dead Space. Because we never even got an ending. We never got a resolution to Dead Space. What we got was a cliffhanger ending at Dead Space 3 and no actual resolution to anything. And then
yeah, I didn't really care for Infamous, to be honest.
So there's no way that we're going to get another Dead Space right now, unless.
And Infamous Second Son sucks ass. I hate that. I hate that one.
That publisher, whoever owns the rights to it or whatever.
The expansion was pretty good though. I like that
1 and 2
but
were amazing.
Second Son can go away.
They were masterpieces, really. They were epic. They had great, scary gameplay, atmosphere. Everything was great. Dead Space 3 was a misstep because when they made the game co-op, they made it less scary. Admittedly, there were good scares in the game.
Come on.
What I really liked about Dead Space 3 is that when 2 people were playing it, you saw 2 completely different perspectives. Like, I was playing a co-op, and my friend John Rambo was seeing different things in the game than what I was, because one character was being affected in his mind and the other wasn't. That was pretty damn neat. I liked that about the game. But it took away the scare factor of the game in a lot of ways, and it became more about cooperative shooting than it was about survival. And the other thing was, you already kind of knew the plot of the game by Dead Space 3. Like, there really weren't that many surprises or twists to the game. You knew there were aliens. You knew they were trying to convert the humans to basically kind of be their feed or their fuel or whatever it might be. And I honestly feel like because it was dictated to them to take the franchise in a different direction, because at that point,
that was a
remember, when Dead
fun
Space 3
pronunciation.
came out, a lot of co-op games were becoming very popular. So they said, we got to have our game be co-op, man. And I feel when they did that, it killed the franchise. It didn't sell as well as the previous 2 games, and sadly, that was the end. I would love to see a revival of Dead Space, whether it's a reboot or whether it's actually the series continuing on from the end of 3 in some way. I would love that. So, all right. My name is Zway asks the following. When it comes to classic survival horror games, what are some of your favorites that you've played in your video game career that stand out as some of the best? What do you think game developers should do to bring a resurgence to the type of game genre, and if you master one, which game?
What?
Survival horror games, what are from the end of 3 in some way? I would love that. So,
what's the question?
All right. My name is Zway asks the following. When it comes to classic survival horror games, what are some of your favorites that you've played in your video game career that stand out as some of the best? What do you think game developers should do to bring a resurgence to the type of game genre, and if you master one, which game?
My favorite survival horror, I would probably say, I don't know. I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't play a lot. I mean, I guess I would say Resident Evil. I guess I would say Resident Evil 4, but I mean, I don't know.
In the Resident Evil series, Resident Evil 2 I feel is the best one, the original. In the Silent Hill series,
Thanks for
it's
the
debatable
super
'cause
chat.
I would argue
Go
the
get
plot
food
of 2
stamps.
is the
I wish Mass
creepiest,
Effect
but I
used
actually
the
thought the
neon powers
gameplay of
of
3 was pretty
probiotic.
good, like better and improved. But I thought that the plot of 2 was better. So it's hard to say, like, overall, you know, what's the best or stuff like that. That whole era of PS1, PS2 survival horror games with the fixed camera angles, limited resources that made you feel like you could run out at any time and now you can't survive. Those were the best survival horror games I feel that I've played. Of course, they remade Resident Evil 2 as a modern game, and I felt that was ridiculously good. I was like, dude, I wish every modern survival horror game would be like the Resident Evil 2 remake was. So,
Yeah.
like,
and we got Resident Evil 3 remake.
The other question was, if I were to remaster a game, which one would it be? It's got to be the original Silent Hill trilogy. Remake.
I would remaster Killer 7 because it's only on Steam. Look, I get it. Steam's cool on Windows and all that. Yippee for them, but put that on more platforms. That's all I got to say about that. Okay.
Original Silent Hill trilogy with modernized graphics, modernized controls, much like they did with Resident Evil. Do that for Silent Hill.
No, I got it. Remaster Tatsunoko versus Capcom. That is my favorite versus Capcom game. Fuck Marvel versus Capcom. Those games, throw them in the trash. All about Tatsunoko versus Capcom, baby.
Sell a ridiculous amount of copies. But the problem is Konami owns the rights, and they're idiots. Like, they don't even know what they're doing anymore. They're barely making any games, and the games they're making are terrible. They're fucking pumping out pachinko machines. They're sitting on all these amazing game licenses and doing nothing with them.
Well, yeah, they kind of said that they're not really invested in games anymore.
I think my chat froze again. No, there it goes. Okay. Baldy. What's going on, sir? He asks, well, he says the following. 2020 was a great year for your content, in part, thanks to the huge success of The Vest. I agree with you.
Oh my god.
2021's been pretty rocky so far with the partnership issues.
Dude, that's all people talk about in 2020. He has played so many games, makes meaningful content, but all that people talk about is The Vest. That is so depressing. Imagine being upstaged by an article of clothing. Oh.
And then finding new footing on YouTube.
Pretty
How do you
sad.
deal with all these random things that have happened to you over your career? You just push forward positively, right? That's just what you do.
Was it really positive how you
let
responded to Twitch?
A setback completely derail what you do. You can't let a setback stop you from enjoying your life and having fun with what you do. I am lucky enough.
No, I know. Oh, that song is stuck in my head. Now I know.
Live streaming gig is the best job I've ever had, and I want to do it for as long as I possibly can because I absolutely love it. All right, I have a passion for it. Not only gaming in general, but being able to have these interactive experiences.
I think that was in the Persona 4 Arena soundtrack.
Core of who I've become as a person at this point.
Pretty good song.
All right, and to let a setback stop me would basically be the antithesis of who I am at this point. How many times have things happened to me over the years, a change to YouTube, the way something monetized, getting something negatively happen with copyright bullshit or this or that, trolling nonsense.
Trolling.
So many things over the years
trolling.
have hit me in a negative way. And if I had let any of those hold me back from trying to persevere, you know what I mean?
You know what I
there
mean?
were so many times where I could have just said, forget it, I've had enough. It's too stressful.
I wonder if there's any
It's
breaking
too much.
news on the Dark Fidel front.
As I've told you guys many times over the years, the reason that I was known as the King of Hate was not because I was a hateful person. It was because so many people told me in a hateful manner, you can't succeed. You're not good enough. You'll never do this. You'll never do that. You'll never do that. And I use that as a motivating factor to keep going. Every day that I am here on this stream and I'm entertaining an audience and I am able to maintain a business presence that works because what I do has value to you is a day that I lift my middle finger to all the motherfuckers who are trying to bring me down and say, haha, Another day that I'm still here and you just didn't do anything with your life. And that's the mentality that I have, is that I use that to motivate me to keep going. Yes, it sucks that the partnership
Hold up. I want to hear this part again.
presence that works because what I do has value to you. That I am here on this stream and I'm entertaining an audience. And I am able to maintain a business presence that works because what I do has value to you. Is a day that I lift my middle finger to all the motherfuckers who are trying to bring me down and say, haha, another day that I'm still here and you just didn't do anything with your life. And that's the mentality that I have.
Yeah, DSP, that's how I feel about being on Twitch right now. I get to be there, you don't. So, haha. Pretty funny, huh?
Is that I use that to motivate me to keep going. Yes, it sucks that the partnership's gone on Twitch. Yes, it sucks that I had to move from Twitch to YouTube, but we push on, man. We don't let that shit bother us. We just keep going, all right? And that's the attitude I gotta have. It's the only way to live my life at this point. Bradley8867 asks, who's my favorite human character from the Mass Effect trilogy? You know, it's honestly, it's an interesting question because when you think about the entire trilogy and all the human characters that are in it, in the original game, you've got Kaidan, Ashley, who are the two major human characters. Everyone else is pretty much, you know, an alien or whatever. In the second game, you got a more diverse cast. Jacob, Miranda, Jack, right? What's his name? Saeed. Almost forgot about him. And also Kasumi.
Kasumi?
Three, you know, you got...
From Persona 5?
So, when you think about all of them, they're all interesting characters, but I actually feel that the most interesting party members in the Mass Effect series are the aliens. I think Garrus is really cool. Any Krogan, you know, having their war heritage or whatever is really cool. Mortis, the fast-talking scientist. Those are, like, the more interesting characters to me.
I don't know.
Humans are kind of like, nah, I don't really care that much. So if you're going to ask me who's actually my favorite human, outside of Shepard, of course, in the series, I'm actually going to say Joker. Joker is cool because he really feels like a part of your team and a party member, even though he's not. He never joins you in combat. But if you talk to him over the course of this trilogy, you get all these fun conversations. You learn about him.
Storm. Don't you start with your Kasumi slander. Your slander campaign.
That he doesn't have to be in your party to do combat, but he still feels like a part of the team.
One day you're gonna
And
do
he's
my
pretty
stream.
good
I'm
for
gonna have
comic
big
relief as
Kasumi
well. So I'm
art.
gonna go with Joker.
Actually, I do have Kasumi art.
Technical
Look at that.
2070 asks, where do you see yourself in
Look at that,
2050?
baby.
Do you think that you'll still be streaming? Well, it's 2021 now.
We're
So
on the
there's
forefront.
29 more
Next
years.
to Tai Takimi,
I
obviously.
will be 97 years old. Will I still be streaming? Do you think that you'll still be streaming? So I'm going to go with Joker. There you go. Technical 2070 asks, where do you see yourself in 2050? Do you think that you'll still be streaming? Well, it's 2021 now, so you're saying in 29 more years, I will be 97 years old.
I'll be 99 years old, man.
Will I still be streaming? Okay, I won't be 97. How old would I be? In 29, so
Oh,
I would
time
be
to count. Time to add.
68 years old? Oh my god. First of all, I'd be shocked if I'm alive at 68. I'm serious about that too. Like, I don't know. Like, not to say that I live a horrible lifestyle of like wolfing giant fried fatty foods down my throat, because I don't do that anymore.
I'd be surprised. 68 is pretty young, DSP. It's like, it's pretty easy to be 68. I mean, I'd be more surprised if you're like 100.
But you know, the job I have, and the fact that it's sedentary, and the fact that there is many different diseases that sadly are hereditary to my family. Multiple ones of my family members have died of cancer, which sucks, but they did.
Cancer isn't hereditary. What are you talking about? Now, I guess you could argue he might be prone to cancer, but I don't think cancer, for the most part, is hereditary. Gout's hereditary, and he got that. Dude, so there was this Christmas vlog he did where he's like, "Oh, I have a medical stuff that I haven't even told you about." Is that cancer? Is cancer the medical thing that might happen someday? Maybe.
and I already have some issues, like you know, the whole gout issue that I have is something that was hereditary and passed on to me, and makes me feel like some other things will actually be issues for me.
What?
You know, I don't know, man. Like,
Since
I
I
mean,
have gout,
being
other
honest,
things must be wrong
will
with
I
me.
live that long? I don't know.
Okay.
Plus, let's take a look at the amount of stress in my life and everything. You know, you're talking potential for heart disease, heart attacks, and stuff. You know, stress is a big thing. People don't realize it, but stress can actually be one of the biggest debilitating things to a human's health. Amount of stress in someone's life. And the fact that every time that I seem to be getting ahead, something happens that completely fucks me over and stresses me out. Again, it happened, right? I told you guys literally a month ago. I said, guess what, everyone?
Oh my god.
Actually, it was a little more than a month ago now. I said, guess what, everyone? If things keep going the way they're going, this is going to be one of the best years ever for me, because I'll actually be able to pay all of my monthly federal tax payments on time. I'll be making enough money to pay all of my other bills. Everything is going swimmingly as long as things don't go poorly with my streaming it or whatever. And I will actually be finally on the road to financial recovery. And then within days of saying that, Twitch kicks me out of their partnership program. Right? It's like, again. So,
man.
Of course, this last month has been incredibly stressful for myself and my family. My wife in particular as well, wondering what's going to happen. Every day she's like, how are things going? Are they going good? I'm like, yeah, things actually have been really good. My fans are so supportive.
Things are going good, Kat. Don't worry about it. Okay, Phil, how big is the tips go? I gotta go, honey. I gotta go to the bathroom, okay? So I hope Did's ready. I hope you have fun at work. See you later. I really gotta go. Is that how the conversations go? Like, Phil, how much did you make? I gotta go, honey. Jeez, I gotta look at the time. Look at the time, Kat. Yeah, you have to go to work right now. I can't tell you that right now. Look at the time. I gotta go to the bathroom.
I'm making it through this tough time, and now I'm on YouTube. It's a transition, but people are starting to support me on YouTube, and things are starting to pan out in a way that normally looked like didn't know if it would. It was uncertain, but it's looking positive. Okay. So, all that being
every
said,
year's he hopes for the positivity, and everything's going well. If things keep going, he'll be able to do this. It's the same song and dance he gives his fans. So we gotta wait until 2023 for him to get the green screen. Maybe. He has to think. He'll be able to think about the green screen in 2023.
Who knows if I'll be alive? What I will say is this: is it probable that I will be able to stream as a job for the rest of my life? Probably not. I'm not stupid. I would argue at some point in my life, it's going to come to the point where I won't be able to be a full-time live streamer anymore. It's just not going to be viable for whatever reason. All right? I don't know. It could be tomorrow. It could be...
How would it not be feasible? What the fuck are you talking about?
10 years from now, it could be in 2050. All right? I don't know when it's going to be. We don't know. This is such a volatile market that I'm doing stuff in that there's no way to tell any of that stuff. Right?
Now, his chat kept telling him, Phil, your job isn't secure. There's no job security where you are. He's like, there is no job security. This is the most secure job of my life. And then look what happens.
So, that being said, I don't know. All right? I would, at the very least, as long as there are still people out there in this world who value
thanks for the 94-cent
who feel that there is purpose behind it, they get something positive out of it, I wouldn't want to stop live streaming.
Is this the guy?
So even if in the future I only play a tenth as much of games as I play right now, if in the future I don't even game anymore because I'm getting too old to game, and instead I'm sitting here and I'm talking with you guys and having fun social streams and stuff like that, I would still like to do that. You know, my content very well over time.
Oh, you know what?
But I would still like to do that.
Holy shit. Okay. Guys, I learned something that DSP will never do because he used Streamlabs for super chats. So, Marcus super chatted like $5. What's the R? Rupees? I don't know, whatever this currency is. I'm a dummy. So it does this, but in Stream Elements, it automatically converts the money to my money. So I know how much it is. Pretty cool. But DSP will never use Stream Elements for Super Chat, so you will never know about this nice little feature it uses. Oh, Brazilian Reis? No more Twitch 2 desperate tip jar.
And have that interaction and have that with you guys. for as long as I possibly can because I love it. I love this job. I love the relationship that we have here on the streams. And again, so many people tell me that what I do has value to them personally, that they wouldn't want me to ever stop, that I don't want to, you see? Now, I'm not saying that it's viable. It may not be viable to do it for a long time, but I'm going to damn well try to do it as long as I can. All right? Fair enough. I might have to phase in other things. I may have to phase in, instead of just gaming all week, twice a week we do streams that aren't gaming. We just talk. We talk about other issues. We talk about
sweet. Let's
news.
talk.
We talk about politics. We talk about different
Talk
things.
about politics,
And
even
those
though I
topics then
say
get
we
fleshed out in
don't
different
talk about
ways,
politics.
right? Ways that we don't usually do on my gameplay streams. Because there's certain things like religion and politics, I don't feel they have a place in my content right now. Maybe as I get older, maybe they will. I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
You
But
wanted
for
to do a
now,
politics channel
I really like
years
doing what I'm doing,
ago.
and I wouldn't want it to change. In 2050, who knows what will be viable or if I'll even still be here. Right? Okay. Derek. What's going on, Derek? He asked me the following. What were your favorite childhood movies in the 80s and 90s, and what were your favorite TV shows growing up? Without going into hundreds and hundreds of examples, my top movies when I was a kid, in the 80s, my top movie overall was Ghostbusters, and in the 90s, my top movie overall was The Lion King. Those are the movies that I watched over and over, absolutely adored, and were a quintessential, important, not quintessential, but an important part of my childhood. When I think of things from my childhood, I think of those movies. Television shows, it all depended on my age and my interests changing. When I was very young, I watched He-Man, then it became Transformers and G.I. Joe.
I like
then it
Batman
became
animated
things
series.
Such as Ninja Turtles, X-Men.
I don't know a
Then it
movie
became,
I would
like,
say my
watching the
favorite,
WB
though.
afternoon. There's Disney afternoon shows I used to watch, but then it became more superhero stuff like Batman, Superman, stuff like that. Those were the shows, like kids shows, that I watched. But I also used to watch sitcoms and stuff with my parents, TGIF. So you're talking Full House, Family Matters,
Full House.
Step by Step, Perfect Strangers, those kind of shows
Oh,
I used to
man.
watch with my parents. And then
Dude,
in
you
the
should watch
90s, it
Fuller
became, like,
House.
Seinfeld, Friends, and stuff like that.
Oh, Friends?
So,
Oh,
in a nutshell,
awful.
that's the kind of stuff that I used to watch back in the 80s. And
Oh,
90s.
I
There's
feel
much, much more than that.
That's
but I'm just
horrible.
trying to
I feel
basically
sorry
abridge
for
it
him.
the purposes of this show, so I'm not talking
Fucking
for 45
Friends,
minutes
ugh.
about that. Okay.
Gross.
All right. Enigma X Prince. The final question
Full House is a
of
gag
this
story.
episode of Ask the King goes to Enigma X Prince. So congratulations to you. Here's the question.
I mean, Seinfeld is where it's at, but I don't think
I'm
he
currently
respects
starting up a YouTube channel,
Seinfeld.
and I've been consistent with posting
Oh, boy.
video content and such, but I don't really have an audience, so the views are very small, which is sometimes pretty discouraging. I know social media is the main source in gaining an audience, but it seems like in today's age, you have to do crazy, outlandish things or try to start drama on the internet to gain some kind of attention.
Oh, yes. You should get a hot tub. That's all I gotta say
My
about that.
question is, what exactly is your advice on how to gain an audience for an upcoming YouTuber in today's age? Thanks in advance. I swear, I keep getting this question recently. Now, I haven't done Ask the King in months, but I keep getting this question on my streams. So I honestly feel like it's worth it for me to answer it here live on the stream so that it's kind of archived in a recent...
My advice is just, like, you should try to find a content creator you like and not copy that person, but to try to emulate some of the things that person may or may not do or may do, and say like, okay, you know what, maybe this would do that. Then kind of tweak it. You know, it's kind of like sometimes how you learn how to cook. You find a recipe, you cook by the recipe, and then after you master that recipe, then you start tweaking the recipe. You start, adding something, maybe removing something that may not work or whatever. But I would say, like, for content creating, I think it's better to find a YouTuber that you look up to and try to find something that you like, and then maybe trying to make something that comes through. Like, if you like doing challenge runs, do that. There's a huge community for people doing Persona games, Persona challenge runs. Like, oh, can you beat Persona 5 with this kind of persona, with this party member, with only items, whatever. Find something that you like, and then try to emulate that in your own way. Like, try to find something that you like to do, and then kind of do that.
Video or whatever. So if people want to reference it for future use or whatever, they can do so. All right. Today, 2021 is a very, very, very different place from when I started with content creation back in 2008. As I've already said on this very show, the whole attitude of people on the internet towards content in general is different. Back then, it was like, wow, I'm being provided with free and entertaining content. This is cool. Let's like it. Let's talk about it and have fun discussion. Let's laugh at it, etc.
Can't say that anymore.
Today, it's kind of like, holy crap, man. Like, everyone's toxic about everything. Oh, it's no good. It's crap. It's this. It's that. I think that comes with oversaturation of the market when so many people...
Yes. If you look at artists, any time in history, people always say their art sucks and they're bad because it's saturated. There's so many artists out there, obviously.
Tried to jump on the content creation bandwagon over the last decade. People were able to discern between different kinds of content and are a lot more picky when it comes to what they want to watch.
I would say they're more picky now.
In reality, as we've already talked about again on this very show, people on the internet have become a lot more toxic over the last decade because they've realized they can get away with it.
What?
It's not like it was back in the day. Now it's, I could literally just create...
I watched literally YouTubers, and I don't see them, like, doing toxic shit, but okay.
Constantly, and waste people's time. Not that normal people would do that, but sadly there are people out there with no lives, and this is what they do.
I would say Izanagi. I think he has a way cooler design. Orpheus is like, alright, but Izanagi has a sweet design. Oh, thanks for the $1.88 super chat, Marcus Keynes Gaming. Everyone is toxic. Oh, really, Philip? Wow, dude.
So, today it's very different. Back in the day...
Yeah, and a lot of content creators try different things and try to expand, oh my god, this is gonna, like, annoy someone. I'm gonna see this, but whatever. I'm gonna fucking do a bingo card, bitch. Mega64 used to do IRL skits a lot. I mean, obviously now it's harder to do it now for obvious reasons, but even then, they started to expand doing other stuff with their content. They do other videos now. They do all kinds of different videos. They do like in 5 minutes. They now also do like streaming events. They did this cool like expo last year that they streamed. It was really creative actually. They do all this stuff that's like really different and creative each time. Like it's not the same content they're putting out. DSP, the only way he changes is if he needs to make more money. If he's not making enough money, he'll do some drastic change, and even then, it's still the same content. Like he claims he's become a interactive streamer, but he kind of runs his videos the same way as he did when he was on YouTube.
Putting videos to YouTube. I don't even know how my videos got seen. I'm being honest with you, like. I don't know what it was that got my videos to first get seen on YouTube. It very well might have been that I was a person who was playing video games and doing playthroughs.
I don't know how I got seen. This dude bragged in the past how he was there at the beginning of content creation, like the beginning of Let's Plays. No shit, you got attention. Anyone that hopped on that bandwagon would get attention. Now it's harder because the algorithm has changed so much. It was way more forgiving back then. And you could even see this hurt animators now. People used to animate for YouTube. They got screwed over because now their YouTubes are not pulling up because their videos would be like 5 minutes long and YouTube doesn't favor that length. YouTube wants longer videos, which would be insane for animators. You can't animate a fucking hour reasonably, like for one person. Like it was feasible for like 6 minutes of a show. But doing anything more than that, it's ridiculous amount of work, and YouTube doesn't favor the shorter run times.
And I was one of the few doing it. Maybe when I played Fable 2, I was one of maybe like 10 people posting playthroughs of it up on YouTube and doing live commentary over it. So when I uploaded Fable 2 playthrough, I was one of the few people who would show up in search results. When I went to Twitch in 2013, I already had a big established following on YouTube. So,
and you know, he also was part of the FGC. So those people also probably brought people to him as well. I mean, that probably gave him a name too. He was part of, he was part of the FGC. Yeah. He was well known in that, well, maybe not well known, but he was known at least in that community on SureYouCan.com and all this stuff. So he had a bigger branching off point than anyone else. Like,
from already having an established following to Twitch, I didn't have to do any extra work to get discovered on Twitch and get a following. It was just bringing my YouTube viewership along with me, and in reality, the Twitch streaming was always just a fan service thing at that time. It wasn't like I was focused on getting discovered on Twitch and getting a whole new audience for my content. It was quite the opposite. I only really cared about the core viewer who was watching my stuff on demand on YouTube at the time, so I couldn't really help you in regards to like any advice to, number one, get noticed on YouTube, because I was doing something at a different time period that just doesn't exist anymore. Today, everyone's done everything possible on YouTube, right? How do you get exposure as a new content creator?
it's just luck, honestly.
I don't know. As for streaming, same thing. I brought my viewership over. I didn't have to get discovered on Twitch, so I couldn't give you advice there either, quite frankly. What I can tell you is this. This is what I tell everyone now when they ask me about getting started as a new content creator and the attitude to have and things like that, all right? The way that I would approach content creation is as follows. Make content that you have a passion for and that you're going to have fun creating, all right? What I mean by that is, if you like a certain game series and you're trying to get into doing Let's Plays on YouTube, play that game series that you know you like and you're going to enjoy playing and making the videos of. If you have a passion for music or a passion for cooking, or make those videos, okay? That passion that you have for what you're doing hopefully will come through in that content that you create. Whether it's the knowledge of what you're doing, the fact that you're so happy and enjoying when you're doing it. You see what I mean? Hopefully that positivity and that enjoyment will come through.
Oh, this is such a fucking insane thing to say. Just be happy, guys. Just when you do a video, just be happy and be. Why not just be real? Just say be real, dude. Come on.
Hopefully,
whatever.
Some people who see that content will catch it, like it, and say, "Oh, not only do I like that content, but maybe a word of mouth, I'll tell some other people about this person who's really enjoying what they're doing." And, you'll get more attention via that word of mouth. The way that I think this is, the reason I think this is the best mentality to have is as follows.
Oh, it was retracted.
If you go into content creation with the mentality that you're just going to do it for, I want to do this for a living. I want to make videos and streams for a living. So I'm going into this with the mentality that that's what I want to do. So I'm putting everything in. I'm investing money and time and everything into it, right? If that's the mentality you go into it with.
Well, I mean, you should have some investment in streaming if you want to be a content creator. Like, if you want to create content and be well known, there does have to be some investment put into it. You can't just do it for free or put zero money in. You have to put some money in to do it.
And you treat it more like a business endeavor or a job than something that you have passion for, I wouldn't be shocked if people don't enjoy it. You see what I'm saying?
Coming from the dude who says, this is a business. I can't stream this game and make no money. It's a business.
The reason that I feel that I got popular was because I was playing games, having fun with them, being completely irreverent when I did. And I was just doing silly, quite frankly, unprofessional level commentary on what I was doing. People found that absolutely hilarious. They said, Phil, when you play games, I feel like I'm sitting next to a friend on the couch who's joking around while playing games and just having a general good time. That's why I like your content. And that's how I actually got my popularity back,
and now you
YouTube
changed.
back in the day. If I had sat there and I was like, I'm doing professional level playthroughs, and it's going to be super ultra professional with all kinds of edited content, high level knowledge of everything I'm doing.
Wow, this is awful advice. It is really bad. This is probably the worst advice you could even hear from a person. To not put any effort into your don't be a professional. Don't make editing videos. Edited videos might help you get noticed even more, DSP, and it's such a bad fucking reaction. Oh, No.
When at the height of its popularity, Street Fighter 4 came out, and I said, well, all I'm going to do is I'm going to put out tutorial videos on Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo because that's what I'm
Just
good
put out
at.
trash
So
content
that's
and
what
hope for the
content I'm
best,
gonna put on the
dude.
internet.
Obviously.
Wouldn't have got anywhere. You know? Maybe I would have got a few thousand views here or there. But it was me messing around with silly Street Fighter 4, having fun, genuinely showing people my passion for fighting games. That's what came through in my content, and that's why a lot of people latched onto me at a very early time in my career. Okay? So, number one, having that passion, I feel, can come through and make people see that you're doing it not because you're trying to make a living and not because you're just trying to make money on this stream or this video, but because you actually love it, right? But in addition to that, here's the thing that I feel that this is the most
He's be saying this while he bases everything around money is pretty funny.
Beneficial about approaching it with that attitude. If you approach content creation with that attitude, it doesn't matter if you have 1 viewer, 100 viewers, or 20,000 viewers.
How does it not matter?
It doesn't matter.
What?
If you make money doing it or not. If you're having fun doing what you're doing when you're making content, you've already won because you didn't waste your time. You see what I'm saying? Even if no one watches it, you already had a good time. So who cares?
What if you're trying
right?
to make it a living and
That's
you're not
kind
getting
of the
paid?
mentality that I have. If I'm
Yes,
sitting here and I'm
the
having a
bills
good
to pay,
time,
dude.
and you guys are having a good time, who cares about the end result of anything else? We at least got something out of it. So if you're playing things you have a passion for, a game that you really love, or you're cooking a recipe you really like and you want to share that with an audience and you can show that passion, you have a good time doing it, who cares how many people watch it or how successful it is, right? Listen, I will never be popular in a way that I used to be on YouTube. I used to get, on every video I put out on YouTube, between 10,000 to 100,000 video views on each video I put out. Every day on YouTube, I was bringing in insane amount of views. In a month, 1 month, I brought in over 10 million views on YouTube. To give you perspective, that's like more than the popular vloggers like Boogie and shit. That's more than they were bringing in. I was actually more popular than those kind of people back in the day on YouTube.
Look how cool I was, guys.
Okay?
I got more
that back.
views. Whoa.
I no longer have the ability, if there's a serious issue that I feel I need to talk about. Sadly, I don't feel like I'm anyone who cares about hearing my opinion anymore. There was a time when I had this soapbox.
But do you want to be taken that seriously,
I had
though?
something to say. Remember SOPA and PIPA and S.978 and those bills that were threatening the internet? And when I talked about those things, my videos got hundreds.
He hopped on a bandwagon because a lot of people were talking about those bills as it is, so of course he's gonna be noticed because he hopped on the algorithm. Okay.
Thousands of views and were shared all over the internet and was used as a way of, oh, here's someone who's informed on the topic who's trying to
He's
alert
not
us to this
dead,
so we
guys.
can
He
all
got
spread the word
arrested.
about it,
Different.
right? I was contacted by a
Jeez.
company who's writing a book about SOPA and PIPA who wanted me to be in the book because they said that my video was one of the most influential on the internet about it.
Wow, I'm sure that's a legit book.
Okay.
Not a scam at all.
I know I'll never get that back. I know that. It sucks. I'm sad about it, of course. I'm disappointed and I'm sad that I had this height of popularity, and because of stagnation, because of the fact that I didn't change fast enough, because of mistakes that I made over the years, and yes, because of troll shitheads who created a virally popular meme that I'm a terrible person on the internet to make it impossible, not impossible, impossible, for people out there to actually like me legitimately as a newcomer. A new viewer. I get very few new viewers jumping on my content these days because of that slander and defamation against me all over the internet.
So then how do you get new viewers
Because of all
then?
those factors, I will never get back to the popularity that I ever had back then. You know, never.
Man.
But
that debunk stream did wonders,
I
huh?
still love what I do. I still love this job. I love these streams. I love the interactions we have. I love answering your questions. I love gaming. I love doing the things that I do on a daily basis here. And because of that, I don't let the fact that things aren't as popular as they used to be or whatever get to me. I could sit here and I could dwell on it constantly and I could have tons of sour grapes and be so upset.
Sour
that other
grapes,
people
again,
have things that
not
I
knowing
feel
what
that
it
they don't
means.
deserve, the popularity, the money, whatever you want to say.
Wait, what?
Dwell on it constantly and I could have tons of sour grapes and be so upset that other people have things that I feel that they don't deserve, the popularity.
He feels this way about people who stream on hot tubs. Come on. And he feels this way about Bad Bunny. Come on.
The money, whatever you want to say it is, right? I could sit here and I could say till I'm blue in the face This sucks, man. I should be bigger and better than what I am. But what's the point of that? The only thing that really matters is that what I do every day, I feel has meaning and I enjoy doing
This
it.
is a bitch move. He sits there and says, "I'm sad, man. I don't get the approval that I used to, man. It sucks. But I'm not gonna focus on it. See, I could sit here and talk about it all day, but I'm not. I'm gonna be positive." But you just did, DSP. Holy shit.
And I do. So if you, as a content creator, are enjoying what you're doing, who gives a shit if it's one person who watches or 1 million? Who cares if someone comes out and says, oh, your stuff is crap? If you enjoy doing it, it doesn't matter anymore. Because you already had a productive use of your time. And I think that's what a lot of people miss when they become content creators. I'm going into this with the mentality that I'm doing it for a job. So I'm going to go be a tryhard and I'm going to try to do a no-hit run in Dark Souls, or I'm going to try to...
But what if they're passionate about challenge runs and they want to do a no-hit run in Dark Souls? Why is he mocking this? Is this supposed to be positive? I mean, what if I'm like, oh, I'm really good at challenge runs. I want to stream that. It's kind of... he's gonna weasel around and say, no, man, it's okay if you want to do challenge runs. I'm not saying it's bad to do them. I'm just saying, do not be a tryhard.
Play a professional level fighting game right from the get-go, and then they get into this grind mentality, and they don't take off, and they don't become popular, and then they're like depressed and sad or upset or angry, and they have these feelings.
But they could feel the same way even if they don't do that. They could do what they love and feel the same depression, DSP. Oh my god. Did he even listen to the question?
Resentment because they feel like they worked their butt off and got nothing for it. But they didn't go into it with a mentality that they were going to enjoy what they were doing. So of course, if they failed, then it feels like a wasted time.
What if they
enjoyed
it,
what
though?
You're doing, it doesn't matter if you succeed or fail. You already got value out of it.
Oh my god.
And hopefully, if you're enjoying what you're doing, that passion will come through and other people will latch onto it as well.
What is this? Passion will come through. Passion. Is it just, does he think passion just, that's like, oh man, I'm playing game. Well, I mean, it's obviously like, if you're passionate about something, you're going to put a lot of work and sweat into it. Doing nothing and just playing a game isn't passion on its own. Okay.
I can give you. All right, Baby Vaso has tipped me $2 and says, do you think it's okay for developers to lock content behind difficulty settings like back in the day, like only being able to get X character or see the true ending when playing on hard? I certainly feel that from an accessibility perspective.
Oh, fuck that. No, I like games that did that. Shut up.
Developers did that was because they had limitations on what they could fit in a game. So,
oh my god, the limitations game.
Enough content into my game to make it last 20, 30 hours. So it's a 10-hour game. Make the person beat it twice to see the true ending. Right? We're doing that right now with Returnal. Returnal is forcing me to go through the entire 6 biomes again, get these hidden sun keys to get the true ending of the game. So ultimately, it's in the eye of the gamer to judge, because if you really like the gameplay loop of the game and then you play it again and you're having a great time, right? Then maybe it's perfectly valid. There may be people who are like, man, that shit was a grind to begin with. Now you're making me play it again. This is fucking bullshit. Why is it hidden behind some wall, right?
Because maybe that's the point of the game, and if you don't like it, drop it.
It really is subjective. For me,
like,
it depends on the game.
I heard that in Persona 4, again, I didn't beat it yet. I'm still working on it. That to get like the true like a secret boss fight or whatever with Margaret, you have to play the game again. I'm like, nah. Not gonna do that. Get that out of here. No way, Jose.
Like, for example, right now, I have no idea how I'm gonna feel about Returnal when I play it again on Saturday. I may say, whoa, I got all these abilities now. I can walk in water. I can walk in hazards. I can do all the stuff I couldn't do the first run through. This is really cool. I'm happy I'm playing it one final time. Or it could be, I already beat all this once. This is fucking stupid bullshit. Why am I doing it again?
He's gonna play on Saturday. So he's forcing himself to beat it. Good job, DSP. You did the thing you said did not do.
I guess we'll see.
Guess we'll see.
The last tip of the stream is from Local Nomad, who tipped me $5. Said, I recently finished your Undertale playthrough. I found it way more personal and intimate experience than watching any live stream. I enjoy your current style of content, but I'm wondering if you were the viewer, which would you prefer? I don't know. You want to know why? Because I don't watch any content on the internet. And I mean that. Like, every once in a while, my wife and I maybe will watch someone play something that I've already played to see a cool, different perspective. Like, for example, we in the past couple of years, we watched a couple different content creators play games like...
I don't watch anyone on the internet, but I did watch some people on the internet. Okay.
Dark Souls. or horror games. Like we actually watched back one or two people play Little Hope because we were interested to see how other people's choices would affect what happened in the game and stuff like that. But in general, I don't know as a viewer if watching content be offline and someone's hyper focused on the game.
This dude doesn't even know what he likes. Do you like watching content recorded or not? I don't know. Huh. I watch recorded content, but I don't know. I don't know what I would like. Oh my god.
Or being interactive with a stream audience, I don't know which I would like better. I don't watch enough content to really even judge it, being honest.
Just being honest.
I guess I would have to see. Like, I would agree that sometimes having a live interactive audience can be very intrusive, right? Instead of me just focusing on the game and
it's
making
intrusive
progress,
now.
I'm shouting out contributions for 25 minutes, right? True. It definitely could happen, and it could annoy some people. At the very same time, having an interactive element to certain games and streams could actually make it significantly better. So maybe it's a question of the type of game. Maybe it's a question of the personal preference of the viewer. And honestly, Local Nomad, I don't feel like I've watched enough.
Glasses away. He's ready to leave.
Other content creators
ready to end the stream.
To really answer the question in an educated fashion.
Man, I love it. You can watch him. Oh my god. You can watch him in streams, and you know exactly when he's ready to leave. The second the glasses come off and he puts them in the little bag, you know he's gonna wrap it up.
But I'm not gonna shoot out a bull. All right, man. I wish I could go back to the way it was back in the day. Man. No, it's not true. The thing is, as I just answered Enigma X Prince's question, right? It comes down to a factor of what's more enjoyable. I feel I'm having way more fun with my current style of content than I did back when I was just doing YouTube videos. Not to say that some of those years that I was making those on-demand YouTube videos offline, off-stream, wasn't fun. It absolutely was. But I got bored of it. Admittedly, I got really bored of it to the point where, like I said, in 2016, I had to change something. That's when I started doing my edited style content over on KO Gaming. I couldn't keep doing what I was doing all day, every day. I was bored to tears and not liking it anymore. I needed to change in some fashion. I now know that doing these interactive streams adds an element to the content that I absolutely enjoy way more than what I ever did before I was an interactive streamer.
Way more.
But does that come through to the viewer?
Not really.
So for some, I would say probably, and some maybe not. You could genuinely see, like when I was playing Resident Evil Village, I loved that game. I was having so much fun with it, and I hope that came through in the streams, you see? Previously, playing the games offline, I don't know if it came through or not. You know? But anyway, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I guess the money
that's
is the
our show.
measurement.
And I apologize to anyone who maybe had questions in the stream chat, but we're out of time completely. I actually filled the 3 hours. I didn't think I would, but I actually did.
Yeah, because you wasted
time. That's going to be it.
He got up, he left his fucking old chair multiple times.
The next
He's like, I'm
episode
surprised
is
I wasted.
tentatively scheduled for late July. Okay? I hope you guys will join me for then. I would say, if you guys liked this episode, let me know. If you feel that Ask the King is worthwhile and meaningful to continue, let me know. All right? But maybe not. Because like I said, my feeling is that maybe this show may be coming outdated. I don't know.
I don't know. It could be outdated. I don't know.
Phantom Ryu just did a super chat. He says, Phil, I don't really get to watch you on stream very often, but I want to say hi and good luck with the new format. Thank you, Phantom Ryu. I really appreciate that because it is very different here on YouTube. It absolutely, definitely is. And I'm doing my best to adapt. I hope people are at least not too deterred from checking out the stuff.
Deterred?
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Like I said, next episode, late July. Please, by all means, please post up. That's weird that it takes so long for that to pop up. Please, by all means, post up
so
your
weird.
The forums, the new thread, I'll be posting up the new thread immediately. Like, I'm going to upload these videos and immediately post up the new forum thread where you can post up your questions for the...
So, you know what's dumb? He only puts the link in the chat, like, the week of the show. He should just have the link to the forum all year long. Just have it. Like, it just doesn't make any sense why it's only for certain times. Just do it immediately. Makes no
the
sense.
next show in July. The more questions I get, the better the show is. I can't emphasize that enough, that I need to have more questions and as many questions as possible, because it's getting tough to pick out good questions at this point, okay? All right, guys? All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you for those who supported the stream today. What I'll have to do is I'll have to update that total members, because I know we got a bunch of new members today on the stream. So I'll have that updated for tonight's late stream, and we'll go from there, all right? Thank you guys very much for a great Ask the King. Until next time, this is DSP signing off. Peace out, everybody. Later.
All right, let's see. Let's see what DSP is doing right now. End game time. I'm not gonna watch this because what the? Why is he on break? He should not be on break right now. Legit, he should not be on break right now. He should be gaming right now.
There we go.
Wow. Unbelievable. I did a whole fucking stream of fucking Endure the King, and I fucking finished it before he did his little stream here. He was blabbing up a storm on pre-stream. What was he blabbing about? His talking segment was delayed till 11:18 his time. What the fuck? What happened? Is it like even worth going over? You already banned 52 people? Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, guys, I think that'll be it for today's stream. I don't know if I want to stream again on Twitch to do SMT3. I do want to stream that game. I don't know about streaming again, but I'll think about it. Begging Jim Bob to come back home from Twitch. Really? I thought, didn't he say there was a Jim Bob in chat? I could have sworn I heard him say, "Oh, Jim Bob's here." Well, hi, Jim Bob. Well, whatever. It is what it is. I keep thinking my mic is off here, but I think it's not. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for watching this Endure the King. It was another good episode. Unlike DSP streams, mine are pretty good. It's pretty straightforward, pretty cool. Again, thank you for the super chats, Marcus. Go Gadget food stamps. Thanks for the tips. DSP in the call center and Leet. Sarah for the super chat, and JB for the super chats as well. Thank you guys. I'm trying to get my other stuff up. All right. Oh wait, wrong button. All right. Thank you guys. See you next time. Bye bye.